speaking, and then at 4:30 p.m., President Trump speaking live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's talk here about some of the stocks on watch. Here is SpaceX, one of the aforementioned weak NASDAQ names here in earnings. This name is still hanging out near pre-market lows, the nice bounce off of that 110 level. Reporting a lot of strong year-over-year growth, but investors not reacting too positively here to SPCX. AMD, meanwhile, CapEx way higher than expected for Q2. Q3 guidance a little bit tepid, but their actual report for Q2 when it comes to revenue and specifically data center revenue was incredibly strong. We had Eli Lilly, Shopify, Uber, a whole bunch of other names reporting before the bell today, and NVIDIA got some love from Elon Musk during that SpaceX earnings call, and even with that announcement right before the earnings report. So good look for a lot of tech companies today, but maybe not so good of a look here for AMD and SpaceX. Good morning, Sharif. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Adair. Thank you. Six-fold increase in CapEx for SpaceX year over year. So that is an eye-watering number at a time where the market is not really championing excessive spending. So SpaceX down 11% here, as Adair mentioned. Disney also reported up a little bit less than 3%, kind of the same look with CVS. We got Novo Nordisk as well, up 0.84, and Eli Lilly really doing well with their earnings report, but a lot is looking down the line for Lilly into 27 and 28 with the release of retatrutide. The blockbuster drug will move the needle, according to analysts. We got Shopify absolutely ripping 25% here in the pre-market. Likewise with Upstart, up almost 12%. ANET up 11%. Kind of a different look here with Pins down 9%. Lucid continues to sell off after recovering somewhat from that headline that they were going to go public. 7.5% negative Adara, and PSKY here just flat 1%.
I want to talk about CoreWeave here quickly as well before we send it up to the guys, because CRWV did just get some news here. The company announcing they've secured a multi-year priority access to SK Hynix's Solidigm enterprise SSD capacity for AI cloud platform. There were no terms that were disclosed for this deal yet, but good look here for CoreWeave. Again, this appears to be confirmed, so not a report. SK Hynix not moving on this at all, but potentially good look here for CRWV here. We did get a little bit of a pop. It's already given up that move, so keep an eye here on CRWV. And I want to know for one, Sean and Neil are keeping an eye on, because I have two symbols in mind that it could be, but let's hear more about it. Good morning, Sean, and good morning, Neil. Happy Earnings Wednesday.
Yeah, well, you got to keep it
because we're neutral. You know, we're neutral today. We're not sure if the market's going to go up or down. So we're wearing gray.
It is a kind of a weirdish feeling into the market. That CoreWeave not really. Is it? I pulled it up too in CoreWeave, because CoreWeave, look, a lot of stocks were crazy yesterday. So if this one was going to get a chance to maybe go, you have a very mixed sentiment. Like you throw like that AMD good quarter, but then CapEx, and Intel's down on sympathy, but do they have the same issues? Because what's interesting about AMD is they're not a fab, right? So for their CapEx going up, it's not really the same comparison to like an Intel, but they are down anyways. But oh my goodness, how about Shopify? 24%. And this isn't like, oh, it's up 10, 15%, and then it rallies more when the market's open. Like this sucker went up almost 30%, like just off the bat, off the jump. Like strong beat for them, strong guide as well. So there's a lot to watch. I mean, Lucid's in the dump. Uber, yuck. Well, it's not down that much. Uber's only down a few points. So that's one that's to the south side. Eli Lilly's an absolute banger already. So that one's starting to break back into the upside. It is a very mixed one, but if you just sort of focused on SpaceX and AMD, I mean, I wouldn't disagree if you came in thinking, oh, this is not too great. The market's actually, the Nasdaq's actually up 0.1, despite all of that. So there is enough of a mixed sentiment that, you know, it's an individual stock story today for sure. But disappointing. The reaction to AMD is disappointing, I would say, because it's, when you think of the number, 800 million is. It wasn't.
I mean, it wasn't horrible.
It's not a huge number. It's the fact that like the margins weren't growing, and I think the margins weren't growing, and it was such a shock. It was just much bigger than anyone was expecting. That's all.
I mean, you have to beat by a lot, and I think that's data center revenue 107%, year-over-year growth, which is amazing. SpaceX is not using their chips. Apparently, we found out about that, and they're going to be going with NVIDIA, so that's not great. SpaceX is a huge future AI name. I mean, we can't deny what they're trying to do there with potential merging as well into Tesla. We'll see who that benefits. I think both of them can can win on some sort of a talk like that. I just wanted to show right now Lucid. Lucid's actually one of the only ideas I have written down right now, and I have a short going for Lucid. I do think it's breaking the $7 mark. I mean, just because it's an even $7 is what I'm looking for on the breakdown. Maybe we get a bounce around 650, something like that. But I think Lucid, 24% year-over-year growth is fine, but they only pumped out under 4,000 cars. So that's not going to be good there. And they want to focus on, the customer and everything. So I'm not sure if Lucid's going to hang around, miss on the top and the bottom line, and potentially going lower there. And the thing is, you have a good out if you need it, around $8. So we'll wait to see what happens with Lucid. And then, yeah, man, we already paid for some shorts on SpaceX. And I don't know.
Lucid's pay for shorts too.
Oh, Lucid's pay for shorts. Okay, so we'll have to do that. But yeah, that's right. We knew that from back in the day. But yeah, SpaceX. I mean, it's bad. It's down 11%. You never want to see that. I mean, the problem is it ripped up into 130 as we stayed live last night and talked a little bit about the SpaceX earnings calls. We want to say thank you to everybody that stayed with us. But yeah, downside action there on SpaceX as we just have to wait. Starlink missed a little bit, 12 million versus I think it was 12.2. But then Elon came out and said that he's expecting basically the whole world to be using Starlink at some point. So that's the number they missed, Starlink. 12 million subscribers, or 12.2. So he was expecting the whole basically Western world and anybody that's connected to internet to eventually be using Starlink. So that's going to be obviously a big thing there too. And then talking about some of the compute power, what's wanting to build 15 gigawatts of compute power there to mix it up with XAI and then get back into Tesla and figure out what's going. You know what? I didn't even see what was going on with Tesla this morning, actually. 324. Okay, so that's downside a little bit there. I expect that to actually be lower. I mean, just with SpaceX reaction, I feel like Tesla should probably go lower, especially if there is that strong talk of a merge. And then the other name I wanted to look at was Intel fell back below as well. So sort of one catching a little bit of shrapnel there from AMD. I feel like down 3.5% and actually looking to go lower right now. We just talked about the hedge fund there. Oh man, I forget what it's called. Situational awareness there sold off many names. Yes. We did have a nice little rebound there. Unfortunately, today it looks like they are catching a little bit more downside trend there, even though the NASDAQ is still relatively positive here. As Adara said, the ES well outpacing it right now, up 0.42. NASDAQ just about green right now. But AMD's loss, I guess, is NVIDIA's gain, and we've seen that turn around many different times. Before it was, NVIDIA was heading downside when AMD was taking market share. Today it looks like it may be the other way around. And then, of course, Eli Lilly, they're up 5%. So, this name has been beat up again and, just trying to battle right back. And sometimes you get into some levels, right? I mean, this 11.20, we've been bouncing off there. That little low there of 11, we never really got there, but it's a nice move higher. You still have a ways to go before we get back to the highs. We have Kevin O'Leary coming on today around 10:30, so we'll talk to him about most likely, he'll be with Adara. I'll talk about some SpaceX up there.
Yeah, I mean, day after earnings, right? Like, we had a good conversation with him before the APL, so
yeah,
it's going to be the hot topic. I understand, like, it's SpaceX, but I think the AMD quarter, like what it did in terms of one of the only stocks being strong right now, NVIDIA, and Shopify, but there's so many other names that are going to be out there. I'm with you on that Lucid. There's some things in the Lucid call that weren't even good either. But let's be real. We've gone how far and we haven't mentioned memory? Did we even look at the memory stocks yesterday?
Well, today they're reporting.
That's sort of the thing. Like, there was obviously they've been moving around and there's been a lot of volatility, but you look at DRAM went right into some resistance. You've got SK Hynix. They had a great and a gigantic report for themselves. They made a bit of a hard top, like a big double top yesterday, and pulled back. So they've got it down 3 points, right? And then Micron, obviously Micron, for a lot of people here, I guess like the bigger American company, same thing. Like, it made a hard top at 900, couldn't get past yesterday's or last week's resistance levels as well, and that's down a couple of points in here. So, like, this is where you get that yo-yo in the market. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's recovering a bit. Remember when Amazon was down the other day? It's like, why? Why Amazon? Why was Amazon the weakest of the Mag 7 names? And then you come in this morning to the chips being weak, and Amazon's up 1.5 points. Little story. It's just that's like the yo-yo. Like when you bring the chips and memory down and they just throw it into a couple of Mag 7 names, then those are the ones that are up, and then vice versa. So we're getting a little bit more of that. Amazon looks pretty interesting. It can hold over $280 here today. Let's go back up to the desk. Lots to cover.
I want to talk here about AstraZeneca, AZN on the move to the upside here. There's a report here from Reuters suggesting that there are no discussions between AstraZeneca and Bristol Myers Squibb, a senior source denying apparently all of these reports that these two companies were considering a merger. This source also apparently told Reuters that there was, quote, never a deal to be done between the companies. That's going to be a good look for AZN, which got hit pretty hard on the day that this merger was reported, if we go back a couple days here. So keep an eye here on AZN. BMY not moving nearly enough or with as much intensity, but keep an eye on both these names. Also, just be aware here, guys, we're getting comments from Fez Kashkari. Fez Kashkari, who, if you recall, was one of the 3 voting members to vote against the consensus of that rate hold at the meeting last week and actually vote in favor of a hike. He is saying, quote, I believe now is the time to start slowly moving interest rates up during an interview with CNBC. He also specified he's not calling for a dramatic increase in rates, nor is he trying to slow down the economy. He just wants to bring inflation lower. So this is coming from Crash Kari himself. Keep an eye on that. We do have, at this point now, a couple minutes to go until the ADP employment change. So we'll certainly give those to you. But in the meantime, I want to talk a little bit more Shopify. SHOP is absolutely going to be discussed during a rundown. So if you miss it here, you're going to hear about it again. But Shopify, Sharif, this was a massive move to the upside and solid report across the board for the most part.
Yeah, it was really good. Blowout quarter, revenue rocketing up 34% year over year, taking out $3.45 billion. But let's talk about, their GAAP net income. So it was quite stellar, but there is a one line item we need to talk about here. So they printed about $1.5 billion in profit, but when you strip out $906 million of that, which is due entirely to their equity investments and things like, believe it or not, they have shares in a firm. They had warrants in a firm in Global E Online. That's GLBE, Klaviyo, Flexport, Stripe. These are all equity investments that they printed big on, and that moved the needle there for earnings. So something to keep in mind there as I just load up, sorry guys, this screen over here. All right, let's go on to Merchant Solutions because that rocketed as well, 84% year over year. When I say Merchant Solutions, I'm talking about payments, logistics, transaction fees that did very well. 84% of that $903 million was due to this one category. The also operating income really did well as a result of expense discipline. So they dropped their expenses by about 33 to 34% year over year. That helped accelerate that. And then the Q3 guidance, we saw this one really drop after the last guidance report or the earnings report with a weak guide. That was specifically not done this time. In fact, they're guiding, saying that they're going to grow in the low 30s for the next quarter, 30% quarter over quarter. So this should be an interesting quarter here for Shopify.
Yeah, really strong look there for SHOP, and again, a Canadian company there as well. We've got about 40 seconds at this point until the ADP employment change number, so we'll stay with you here, guys. Again, forecast for this print, 65,000 versus the prior print of 98,000. We're going to get some more economic data later today at 9:45 a.m. S&P Services and Composite PMI at 10 a.m. The more closely watched of these PMI prints, ISM Services. So it's worth noting we're expecting basically in line with the prior print for the S&P Services PMI, ISM Services PMI. Again, that's coming through at 10 a.m. That's expected to be a little bit higher than what we got last time. But without further ado here, just less than 10 seconds away from that July ADP employment change number. This is not the weekly print, guys. This is the one for the entire month. 65K is what we're expecting, and it's coming in at 44K. So lower than expected ADP employment change print for the month of July. Not too much of a market reaction on this, but worth noting again, 44K versus 65K expected. That's also going to be markedly below the prior print.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, what are you going to do? It's not generally going to be market moving, and what a market it has been. Just look at that SPY yesterday. This is what you want to see. I always say, like, don't look at your long-term stuff when it's the other way, but when the SPY is breaking out, that's probably a better time to be able to look at it. Just going back to Shopify, that 30% projected that they want to grow. I mean, awesome. The crazy thing is it's up so much that there's no piece of the breakout that was sold, like 135 on Shopify for the longest while. Basically, the entirety of the year had been resistance, and then there's this one spot in January where you've got like the mid 40, 43, 44 level. If it tries to fill in some of the gap, that's the spot. I'm looking for that level on the daily. It's right back into VWAP. Obviously, it's doing relative volume today. You don't have to worry about that. Shopify is going to be in play. You would be like that whole line, the idea that the equity investment is going to give some of the bump to the current. I think that's offset to a certain degree to that good guide for Shop, but it is around that 143, 144. That's what I want to see hold. It's like 150. It already dipped into that. It's got VWAP, but we're trending back in. You lose that. Looking for 43 for a dip on Shop. Like the quarter. I mean, notwithstanding some of the CEO's comments on other stuff, you look past that, the business is doing fantastically.
Yeah, I was like, bank error in my favor. I looked down and realized I was still invested in Shopify, so that's a good one. Well, maybe we'll exit some of that there today. A name I want to buy, though, today, I've been mentioning this for a minute, is going to be Intel. So, hopefully on this 3% dip, we'll probably, I think, I have an order pending, so we'll get filled off the open. And then we'll just take an Intel long. I like the stock. I like the packaging business. I like the, the foundry that they've got here in the United States. I like the computer angle with the CPUs. We do know that there was obviously, as we had just mentioned before, the situational awareness unwind that had happened in the market and, sold off probably not that a lot of these names were already. I mean, it still has a 79 PE. It's and that's a forward PE. So, it's not like it's that great there for Intel on the valuation side of things. I just think that, maybe right there is a bottom. Like, you fall right into 80, and now you're taking off. So we'll see. Like, if I believe that AI is still a thing, which I believe we're still very, very early on that trade, Intel GPUs has to get matched up with some CPUs. So I like that. I like the business moving forward here for Intel. So I think that would be a place where we talked about selling off some of our AMD over the last little while, getting into some other names. And I think Intel is a completely separate beast from the NVIDIAs and the AMDs of the world. They're not on the GPU side of things. So we can definitely have a look at Intel today. I feel like, I like that Shopify look. We talked about Lucid, and then I'm going to go right back to the well. Yesterday, I only traded two names, man. It was Palantir until we traded SpaceX. Near the end of the day, it was Palantir. We traded, I think it was Apple and Palantir. I can't remember, but one of them was definitely PLTR. And we hit that real early and real good there on that 150 breakout. So Obi came here last night as they were rehearsing on the after show there. And he mentioned if I was in Palantir, and I was like, hell yeah. And he's like, oh my God, you got 150. And I was like, yeah, it broke. It had that good sort of setup early yesterday in the morning where we had just gone back and forth for 5 minutes, and like being patient for that first 5 minutes, it gave us that wick right there at 9:31 that it wanted to go to 150, but failed it. So then when it came back down, that gave me enough time to set up my order to push through. So the minute it did that, we got executed in.
Yeah, we'll circle back over here so we can talk about Circle Internet.
I want to talk about
CR,
Ronaldo.
I apologize for how tongue in cheek that is. Okay. Sorry, it's not working. Or it is working.
Should I try speaking here? Is it okay, Andre? Yep. Okay, so let's talk a little Circle here. Adara gap EPS of 18 pennies. That beats the 17 expected by the street, but it does post a much, much better year-over-year difference. They lost $4.48 last year, and now they're profitable to the tune of 18 pennies per share. That is a good recovery there. Revenue and reserve miss, though, these were keynotes in the earnings report. Revenue came in at $701.3 million. That is up 6.5% year-over-year, but it does miss the $712.5 expected by analysts, and the reserve income alone reached $667 million. What is this reserve income? Well, it's the interest and the yield that is generated from the reserve assets that's backing USDC. You'll recall that they have to have a one-for-one asset for the USDC. So if you have $1 of USDC in circulation, you got to have $1 in treasury or cash to offset that. And they make money on that. It just doesn't sit there idly, generates income. So that's what they made money on there for. USDC circulation grew 19% year over year, but again, fell short of analyst expectations. But management maintains a long-term CAGR of about 40% circulation. And analysts see about $87.75 billion in circulation by the end of this year. We'll see if it happens. Also, the CEO had certain insights during the call. He really stressed that they have a federal bank charter and that they're going to launch ARC, this new, I guess, part of the company on public mainnet. That's going to come on September 16th. They also have their Coinbase partnership, which he stressed is still intact there. Should we send it back to the boys? Are we good with the audio or? Yes? No? No. Okay, so we'll continue on over here. All right, let's see what else we have on the hopper. Okay, so we talked about Circle. Let's see what else is moving on the morning. We also have Pins, which is down here 9.33% on the back of an earnings report as well. This morning, we can also talk some NVIDIA, which was mentioned yesterday on the SpaceX earnings call, specifically Elon Musk saying that he's only going to use NVIDIA chips, and took to X to say that they are the best. And that, you know, it was very interesting on the day that AMD reported earnings as well. So something to think about there. Let's bring that in. We can talk a little bit about that. Just allow me a second over here. So NVIDIA gained more than 2% of the pre-market. As I mentioned, Elon Musk saying SpaceX is going to build out its entire AI infrastructure exclusively using NVIDIA chips, calling the company's Vera Rubin architecture, quote, the best. The endorsement, of course, comes out after SpaceX is they ramp up their AI infrastructure towards 10 gigawatts of compute, guys. Let's send it back to the boys.
Okay,
I think we're back there.
Can you hear me now?
I start mentioning a little something about Palantir there. Next thing you know, Alex Karp is freaking nuking our mics over here. But yeah, thanks for the patience.
Yeah,
thanks
appreciate it.
for all that. But yeah, no, I was going to say yesterday we absolutely went off on Palantir, right? I mean, a 30% move, one of the highest, moves Palantir's ever had post earnings. And, we talked about, that record sort of a day on their unworldly report. And, you took it out. So I want to go long again. I want to just stay long, the strongest names. And Palantir is one of them. So for me, that's that. I didn't even, because we were just discussing the mics there. Did anything happen? Wow, 383. What is all-time highs here for Google? We had 4 yet? Was that 4? Did we get that? Yeah, 408 we got back in the June highs or late May highs there for Google. So we had been up here before, and looks like we're getting there right now. Like what in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight up days. I mean, reminiscent of what happened back in early April, like straight to the upside again. So this is just absolutely mooning right here, Google. We'll see if maybe this could be another name, here that we
Google and Amazon look both of them look really good this morning in addition to NVIDIA. But it's just to go back, I know Circle was talked about, and the bad news for Circle is it's moved full circle, unfortunately, so that breakout is gone. It's now not even up anything. 0.3% false break. Sorry about that, Circle, but it could maybe it gets going again. Certainly there's a possibility, obviously, but yeah, actually ticking back and forth, red to green. But it's those mags, Alphabet, that story not necessarily moving it here. It was up and gapped up overnight. I think it just comes down to like when AMD came out of, I don't want to say came out of favor with their spend, and then SpaceX. The comparison, when you look at what SpaceX is trying to do with cloud, and of course they're spending big time in CapEx and not generating revenues out of it, like that just makes you remember that Alphabet is, and that Amazon is. And they are well ahead, and they are playing in Microsoft as well. And there is some catch-up SpaceX is playing. Now, at the end of the day, SpaceX has a lot more in the future going forth than just simply saying, okay, excess cloud computing and selling it and worry about the CapEx. But when you start making those direct comparisons, it starts to look a little bit more favorably for these guys. Ooh, I see a super chat up here. Let's get it up. We've got, it's Nick Dubs. Nick.
Yeah.
Morning, Nick. SoFi, great 5-minute setup for breakout. Palantir to 170. Palantir's got a 164 on the daily that can break out on Palantir again too. What happened to SoFi in the aftermarket? I guess maybe down with some sympathy elsewhere.
Well,
wasn't really
Upstart was good, right? So I don't know. I don't really know
why did SoFi go down in the aftermarket? It doesn't really look. It doesn't matter.
No.
It's the chart's the chart. It just I look at it and I get a little bit curious, but it's got a ton of like 19 to 20 chop resistance on this sucker. But if you look, when I look at it in the 15, like continuation, double top, I guess whatever happened in the aftermarket, because there was nothing. I mean, SoFi didn't have a story that I am aware of, so it had to be on sympathy somewhere else. You've got a good double top breakout here on SoFi. I wonder if I want to add that to the list. Like right now, I got like Lucid, Nvidia, SpaceX, Shopify, but I mean SoFi, that does look pretty spicy there, Nick. A good call out. Good call out for us at this time of day is always to jump over to Joey Options.
Yeah.
All right, good morning, guys, and welcome. A lot of activity from yesterday's session. Bless you, Neil, guys. Let's take a look at a name that went on a pretty good run yesterday, guys. We're going to be keeping an eye on this Friday's expiration cycle and this $220 strike price. Now, if we look at the open interest in the volume, once again, Ozan, we do have some concentration below this $220 marker. So if we head to 215, 210, these are already in the water, all right, guys? So what we want to look at is where is that next resistance zone? And I believe that this amount of supply can be absorbed at this 220 marker. Now, 31,000 contracts still currently open, and with volume around 40,000 open and closed, Elon Musk helped adding a little bit of a boost to the stock in the post market. I'm looking and I'm like, oh, 216, beautiful stuff. So let's see if we can continue on the path that we currently are. And if you look at it from a daily standpoint as well, too, we are above a key structure. So let's see if we can get the continuation within the bullish price action. Now, guys, within the bid and the ask, $3 spread, nothing crazy. We know that this is a hyper liquid name, so we're not going to have any issues in forms of liquidity. Now, as for our delta, this is out of the money, but you will see an increase in the options premium after the open, all right, guys? And with that being said, your delta will increase as well. So as for our gamma exposure, relatively cool, will be greatest at the money. And our Vega, I mean, sitting around 5 cents or so. I don't expect too much of an uptick in our implied volatility, so you won't see too much of a drastic change within this Greek metric here, guys. Now, moving forward, let's actually take a look at this at this specific contract, the 220 contract. It's insane. You don't often see this in NVDA, but you get 627% from the open all the way to the highs here. It was almost worth nothing, $15, and then closes around $1.06. All right, guys? So that's a level that I'm going to be keeping my eye out on here for NVDA, and if we surpass that, I'm going to be looking for that next zone of supply, and that may take a week or so until we have the ability to identify that, all right? Moving forward, let's take a look at the following contract, AMD. $480, all right, guys? So we're hovering right around this neck of the woods. But once again, I mentioned this yesterday, it's become more expensive, and with that, the derivatives volume has really started to dry up in the liquidity, I should say. So now, as for this 480 marker, we're gonna look for a potential base here. I just don't know if we decide to sell off a little bit, if this supply is going to be enough to act as potential support levels, all right? So let's keep an eye on 480, and if it gives way, which I believe we were trading around 478 in the pre-market, if we continue to move to the southeast, then this may not play any form of a factor into holding up at support for this name. Now, as for the volume sitting around 3,800 contracts open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, note this, it's already relatively expensive, so you have to take into consideration the fact that it hasn't been priced in with the drop that we experienced in the post market. So the premiums are going to increase, and you can see our delta sitting around 21. That will be greater once it's at the money, so there will be an increase there. Gamma exposure, light, that will increase, and then your Vega as well, sitting around $14, guys. That's pretty expensive right now. We do see an uptick in implied volatility, but again, let's focus on the contract itself. Now, from the 29th of June, to where we're at now, it's lost the majority of its value. This was sitting around $6 or so. Now we are trading at around $9. You can see where we're sitting on the bid. But this is really questionable, and I mentioned about liquidity issues with this. I do expect this to tighten up a little bit, but there will be an increase, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see this specific contract turn into the double digits. Let's send it back. Let's keep an eye out on this 480 level and 220 here. with NVIDIA and AMD respectively. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. And I'm going to read the headline as is for digital brands.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it, and even I have questions on this digital brands story. So there's an insider who has made an offer for digital brands, and I see 3 separate sources, $77.58. Now, obviously, that's almost 4x from where this stock is closed. You don't typically see any kind of like a cash offer to take a company private that is that kind of a premium. I don't recall ever seeing it. I mean, you've seen a 70%, 80%, sometimes maybe even like 100%. It is moving up on this news, and it probably will do some extra volume here today. But like, I'm half of my mind, I'm waiting for someone to come and say, oh, well, that's an incorrect price. We got a typo there. But that's what it says. The Digital Brands confirms it has received a proposal, $77.50. I can put it on screen. Acquisition from current shareholder board to review the proposal. No decision yet. I mean, that is a wild one. So congratulations if you happen to own Digital Brands Group, but that one is moving precipitously. As far as, AMD is very sideways this morning. For a stock that's down 8%, it's really just holding on to the line. I mean, the good news would be that it's held that bottom, but this 470, it's not SSR. That's the thing. It's not down 10% where you're like, okay, well, the uptick rule goes into effect, and you look for that immediate reversal type play on AMD. And the daily doesn't really favor it as being at a great level. It's one thing when you've got something which is gapping down for a bit of a move and you're looking for that relief rally. Well, AMD, on the other hand, it's a bit of a head shoulders look. You get the 50 that just lost here after a big time run in the last week, and it's sitting in the middle of no man's land. Like, it's a bit of a weird one for AMD because I don't see this. I'm not thinking SSR bounce on this one at all, just given where it was. It'd be a different story if it was like down around a support level or something. But it's 10% away from support, local support anyways, for AMD and that Digital Brands. I feel like if that gets close enough to the low 20s, it might just be worth a spec buy.
Maybe. There might be some truth to it. Who knows, right? That's part of... It
just seems wrong to me. It could be right. It just seems wrong.
Sometimes things that seem wrong are just so right. And I don't know what's going on here today. I said, good morning, traders. I hope everyone's having a great start to the day. Let me guess, SpaceX and AMD on our minds? But no, AMD's on nobody's mind, apparently. Daisy says, what up, what up? We say, what's up to you, Jay? Always Intel and NVIDIA. And I responded to all of these. You guys can come over and check it. Oh, I've got enough. Okay, this guy here. What's up, Jay? This guy's got, $20 average. Bang. Right there. So that's the kind of in-depth responses I'm giving. But there it is, man. So that's a good one there. Intel. SpaceX also. Take me to Mars, says Adele, but his portfolio is going into the Earth's core. And I said, yeah, you know what? Let's watch out. I responded to them. Let's watch out for that 110 level there on SpaceX. Sticky note is now out. Kurt's handle there wants to look at Microsoft and Amazon going higher. I agree with that. Here's a new one, Sox L and Eli Lilly, man. We like that one from South. And then Gavin, Amazon, NVIDIA. And then here we go, Sharif, Amex there. A little shorter from yesterday, Auto Mix. We'll talk about that, but he's looking at 1550 short there as well. Oh, speaking of the devil, we are ready with Luis and then NASA and SLV and space coming through there. So I want to say thank you to everybody. If you want to give your input, you can check it out. Go get into the chat, first of all. If you're not part of the chat, then we're not going to be able to see questions for Luis. So you want to make sure you get into the chat there. If there are any small cap names, put them in. We have a little bit of ammo there to talk about as we go on. But here, AMIX from yesterday, probably a runner that Luis was trading. Busted out into $20, I believe, in the after hours or just before the market opened up there. And then closed. So this was right at 3 o'clock. We really started to get going. A couple halts. We didn't halt at all from 1 o'clock basically to 3:30. Then the party started, and then in the aftermarket, we started to come back down in. But look at this, man. We're right at another level where the get up started yesterday, $12.50, $13 for AMIX. So, all right, without any further ado, let's throw it back over the desk and talk some small caps.
Let's talk some small caps with our friend Luis Barbeda, all the way over from Barcelona, Spain, 8-day trading. So good to have you with us. Good morning, Luis.
Good morning, Alara. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you doing today?
We're doing good. pretty active market after the crazy run yesterday of AMIC. So we have a lot of stocks moving this pre-market. It's good for us.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you. I was looking at a lot of these penny or these small caps today, and a lot of them actually did end up being penny stocks. I know you don't always trade these, penny stock type tickers or sub 10 cent type tickers. I do have a question for you about a couple that might have been on your radar. Just curious if you were looking. We had this on Folio Holdings. This one went up as much as, that 16.5 cent looks like area, dumped pretty aggressively. Is this the type of name that you would be shorting pre-market, or is this a little bit too inexpensive to be on your radar?
Well, I'm not expert trading this below dollar or even, I would say, below 70 cents. It is true that with the new regulation, the new MVLS, with the 5 million market cap, we are having a lot of these stocks of 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents running up. Why? Because from 22nd of July, they have 30 days to trade over 5 million cap. It's not only the bid price of $1 nowadays, it's also the 5 million market cap. So I checked yesterday, we have around 240 companies trading below 5 million market cap. You know what? Yesterday, there were like 50 of them moving up over 20, 30%, 100%. So it's first try. They have 30 trading days to go over 5 million market cap. So I think we will have to add, because this new regulation, some of these tickers to our trading list, tradable stocks, because there will be a lot from these days. Look, if there is 200 stocks getting out of the NASDAQ and going to the pink city, it's a lot. So I guess many of them will try to, get over this new regulation.
I want to ask as well here. I know you're mostly trading small caps, but I know you trade the occasional, name in the larger cap tech space. Given, we have AMD and SpaceX earnings last night, they're both reacting pretty intensely. Are either of these names that you'd potentially be watching today? And if so, how would you be looking to play them?
Well, I shouldn't, because I'm not good at it. And one of the strengths of a trader should be to focus on what he is better. Yesterday, I tried Palantir. I tried some fading in the NASDAQ that it didn't happen. Yesterday, we had a crazy day, 3.4, 3.5% up. So actually, I'm going to try to avoid all these stocks because it's not my expertise. We tried the ETF of Shopify this morning when the earnings came out. Just a quick trade short there when we saw Shopify stopping the trend. But we try to focus on the small cap because we have an edge there. We have the floats, we have the VWAPs, we have the news, the backtesting data that we use. So we try to focus there.
Yeah, very well said. I actually have a question for you. Someone in our chat here, Tisha Perkins, who I know trades small caps, just tagged me and said YXT. This company looks like it's called YXT.com. Sounds like you're familiar with it. Is this one that you had any trades on? Because it's certainly one some of our audience is looking at.
Yeah. This is one that we are looking. Many things to say about this one. First of all, it's a Chinese company, okay? So, it can get very crazy and volatile when it's Chinese, and it's very low float as well. Okay, it's a 20 million float. It's not like nano float, tiny float, but it's very low float. And I was trying to long here in this consolidation around the $4. I think someone in the chat said 640 is the 200 EMA, the exponential move rate. So I was long there. Holding VWAP was a nice long there. And when it broke this 8, I started to short. I took a small loss here. We are shorting again because even though it's Chinese, tiny float, now that it seems that it backside, look, this company has 100 million shares to raise capital, to do an offering at the money. So if it happens and you're short, it will dilute the stock. It will probably go down to 3 again. If the company has 20 million shares float and they have the ability to raise capital for 100 million shares. So if they do for the whole capability, it will go like very, very low the price.
Well, I know you mentioned just at the start that you guys are having a pretty busy pre-market. Are there any other names that you're watching today that you want to let the viewers be aware of here?
Yeah, for example, I traded this ZGYL. I lost money on this one. I was totally wrong, you know. Look, we have a crazy movement up last night from 180, 190 to 380. And I thought, because this has quite crazy history, criminal record, look at this, from 2 to 5, and we have some other even more sharp. There you go, from $4 to $12. So when you see this historical chart, you know, it might happen that it go crazy on the movement up. It's also, I think, Chinese low float. It has everything, right? So I thought with this volume at this time that I was gonna break VWAP and go to new highs. And you know, sometimes you're wrong. It was a what we call VWAP rejection. You know, it failed against VWAP and all the way down. So two setups here. It could have worked the long here, breaking VWAP, going to pre-market highs and flying to $5, $6, $10, or it could work the VWAP rejection that it was what happened there. But very interesting one. And talking about VWAP rejection, we had another very clear one on this one. Look, okay, we put in 1 minute, and look, it went up pre-market just when right off the gates, when the pre-market opens, go down, and there you go, a nice couple of entries short side with very, very tight stops. So those two we traded, and of course AMX. Okay, what a stock yesterday. And you know, guys, we are more so biased, but we are open-minded. So yesterday we saw this trading breaking the previous day's resistance here on $5.56 from, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago. Okay, it broke. It was consolidating for a long time, and when it broke those levels, look, it went crazy trading above pre-market, about the other day's highs, about VWAP, about everything, and with overhead resistance was very, very far. Look, broke those levels, and we could have gone to 24, we could have gone to 30. So we were, I think I have it here, I was trying to long that stock yesterday. Look, I was trying to long the consolidation. I'm not very good holding the longs. I have more skills holding the short when we are backside, but you know, trying to scalp long, trying to learn from Sharif.
Yeah, sounds great. And speaking of Sharif, I know he and Joe are going to be here with you at 1 p.m. on this show. So guys, this is not the end of Luis today. You will see him at 1 p.m. on the midday with Joe and Sharif. Luis Barbado, A-Day Trading. You can often find him in our chat. Thanks again for being here with us this morning, Luis. We'll see you this afternoon.
See you later. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, guys, make sure you join us 1 p.m. sharp. Luis will be joining Sharif and I, talk a little small cap game and maybe get a little bit more into the larger caps. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. Now, we're going to have a price target being lowered by Piper Sandler, but first things first, we're down 10 3/4 here. A neutral weight rating on SpaceX, guys, reporting yesterday after the bell. A lot to go over with this name. We'll be talking about it throughout the day. Now, as for Piper Sandler, the number of tradable shares, yes, we know this, a bunch of locked up shares will be released here, increasing the float by over 140%. That is reason for concern here, the firm states. Now, full year 2027 CapEx will likely increase to $17 billion, higher than expected. So Piper reducing its price target to $140. That is down from $156. Moving forward, Advanced Micro Devices, despite being negative here this morning, we're going to have an overweight rating and a price target increase to $700 from Wells Fargo. That is actually up from $615. The firm also noting AMD now sees substantial revenue growth here above prior targets. So that's a reason for this specific increase. Now EPS significantly exceeding the $20 per share in fiscal year 2029-2030. Moving forward, we will take a look at an additional upgrade here. Arista Networks reporting after the bell as well too. Wells Fargo giving them the nod and increasing their price target to $255. That's up from $200. And we're having an overweight rating here, and we're 11% to the top side. So not a horrible look whatsoever here on ANET. Now the firm also noting Arista sees 40% year-over-year revenue growth, well exceeding its previous 30% expectations, extensive efforts to increase supply, and a strong demand backdrop. That is the reason for the overweight rating and the $255 price target. Once again, up from $200. We're up 11% here. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. Love the upgrades and downgrades. So obviously, not a shocker. You're gonna find AMD.
I just have one little beef. I know you got to do a read here, but like
we got?
The downgrades are all red, but the upgrades are just white.
Well, we noticed that.
So it's like I was like,
yeah, green text maybe.
Okay. It's like I'm getting like emotional damage.
It makes sense.
I was like, oh my god, that SpaceX is all red. It's like okay.
Red text, when it's something negative, does really sort of hammer it home. Let's be real about it. I think the green would be a nice little offset. But you know what? We see it in the chat all the time, everybody. You got a good read, you got a good setup, but you got the wrong size. So you've got the skills out there, but your count might just be too small. And trade funders change that. 100K for stocks, 25,000 for options, and you get it today. You keep 80%. Or paid out every Friday, and you're not risking your own money. You get $9.99 to start, and you're refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start within an hour, no evaluation or background checks. Just you and the size that you've been missing. So scan the QR code you see on the screen. That's tradefunder.com, where you can choose stocks or options, everybody. And well, maybe the DBGI is just what it actually broke $42, believe it or not. Nick Dubs, one more. Thoughts on Dell long 475 breakout? Dell was the example used, I believe it was probably last week. Well, for many things. One of them was whenever SMCI got asked out. But the other one was, when things are in an upward trend, buying support on uptrends. And now, all of a sudden, it is poised for a good sized breakout. I think the perspective when you look at a breakout like this, sometimes you look at it in like the higher time frame. And this is where it absolutely hammers home. Like to get a parabolic move like it did on the weekly and then hold the high through all this volatility. Like this is like every single week it was basically a chop. There was a couple of like consolidated weeks, but most of it is a pretty big chop. We were talking about 10, 15% in both directions for it to eventually break out here. Now, obviously it's not. We're at 63, so we're not breaking that today. Like yesterday, it kind of false broke that top yesterday. So you're still very much within the range. Like this weekly candle, if we end up closing down here at 430 or underneath 430, it's going to look like a lot like the rest of them. But the breakout is setting up, and as long as it can hold on to the bottom end of the range, I think dip buy is good. The break happens when it happens. But so much better. This is than SMCI.
No insider trading here.
All insider trading.
Tango bingo. My brother-in-law is a sales guy at Dell. What's up, Tango Bin? He just spent $300,000 renovating his patio.
That's not insider trading. That's just good observation.
Maybe he used gold, gold bars there to lay the foundation there. His patio. I knew
the patio, huh?
Yeah, patio. So that's interesting. I mean, that's the price of many houses there. So we want to say a big shout out to that. And of course, it's not insider trading, but yeah, that's interesting there. So thanks for that one. And there you go. That's an insert. I mean, we always talk about doing line, channel checks.
Yeah, that's a channel check right there.
You go to the Apple store, you see what the channels look like. You go to Walmart, Target, see if there's anybody in there. Things like that. I wrote down here on the note today, SpaceX 110 long, just to see if there is a bounce level there, because I do believe, and I don't want to catch a falling knife, which is what I was talking about there. Let's wait till it breaks below and then back over top, and we can catch it going the other way, right? And so don't want to sit here just in case there is going to be a bunch of selling, obviously at the open. Not that this lockup hasn't happened yet. It's August the 6th. We got to tomorrow when all these shares come unlocked. But at the end of the day, I still think there's a chance this name gets bought up. I mean, I'm not sure that if I was an insider and was in on early shares, if I would, and we're going to have Kevin come on. I just want to hear, because last time we had talked to him about it, and he said I don't think he wasn't taking the allocation. So we'll see if he did, or I don't know. We'll see what the story is, but where he is on this name. But I was thinking to myself, like, if I was involved in this name would I sell at this price? It's like, would that, investor in Dell there, or an employee in Dell, when Dell had that huge move down that we were just sort of showing, it wasn't huge, but, do you sell at the lows, or do you continue to believe in the name? So that's the thing. A lot of these traders where the shares are going to get locked up are going to be some of those early investors that have probably already gotten some out, either in private funding or even on the way. I mean, not every single share has been locked up. The other thing too is that why you're well under now. You're under 20% under the IPO price of 135. So maybe not 20%, but if you get a little lower, is that time to sell, or potentially just the ebbs and flows of the IPO market? And it's just, I'm just wondering, like, if you do work there, and I don't know if anybody in the chat here works at SpaceX or not, but what is the feeling like there amongst employees? Like, is it something where they believe they're a little over their skis, or is this party just getting started? So I don't know. Like, if it was me and I had 1,000 shares, or I don't know what people will have there on unlock, if I sell 200 of those shares because I'm trying to make a little bit of profit there tomorrow, I don't think that affects the stock. But if it's 200 times, 1 million people, then you're going to have a problem. But at the end of the day, I still think SpaceX has some upside there. We will discuss the quarter, obviously, as we go. Make sure you do get the watch list. The watch list has been reformatted. A lot of positive talk about that people have emailed in. So we want to say thank you to that. So go grab the brand new formatted watch list, and I can actually
keep the feedback coming in.
I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a sneak peek.
I love the new format.
Yeah, this is what it looks like right now. So again, just a little bit of a morning market setup. So just brief little indications of what's been happening with the dollar, with gold, Bitcoin, oil. So it just gives you a little bit of a quick market rundown there, the early setup, and then we just get right into sectors. So AI, just to talk about what some key areas would be with some tickers. So these aren't necessarily all stocks that are moving around. These are stocks that would be reacting to, whatever these stories are right there, like including Caterpillar, like Honeywell, Deere, right? So we're talking about the global appetite there. So global, S&P, you're looking at global names that are part of everything there. And then the pre-market, stocks that are trading higher and lower, right, with a little bit of talk in there. Pinterest, minus 8%. And then we have to talk about all the stocks that we want to be looking at, right? SpaceX, AMD, all that. And some of these percentages will be a little bit off because this list is made an hour ago or earlier. So you got to be careful with what the levels are there. Disney hadn't reported. We'll figure out what their report is. I just heard that.
Looking pretty solid.
Yeah, they actually just came out and said that they had a much better than expected run on, because they started covering NHL hockey, and so they got a much better outlook on NHL and NBA basketball playoffs.
They're doing a deal with TikTok content creators. It's back above $100. There's some, I don't know, Disney doesn't look half bad if we hold $100 here today, at least for a short-term run. It just never seems to do anything for too long. But I want to get to the super chat here. We have, I don't know what currency that is, JNH.
Maybe Singapore, SGD? I don't know.
That sounds right.
I don't know.
Buy the dip on Advanced Money Destroyer or wait. See, now about the nicknames, like I get an ironic nickname. That's fair enough. But like, remember, Advanced Money Destroyer was a nickname we came up with when that was downward trending, like 2 years ago?
Yeah, it was just kept on going lower every day.
It hasn't been that. I thought we had moved to like it was
duplicator.
So maybe, like, I don't know. Does that top mean it's going to be a money destroyer? I was saying it looks like it's diddling completely in the middle right now on AMD, and would seem like it has a little bit more run before you test what's been some really good support at the 420 to 440 level. And I don't know if that was, okay, there we go. The 420 to 440 level. So the old 3-day rule I think applies here. It's very much in a bit of a no man's land territory, but it's also under the 50 period. Some of the names that it dipped, like they were coming into, they'd come off the highs a heck of a lot more. AMD didn't fall off the highs as much as others, and you go into the print having already gotten a pretty decent bounce back. What do we got? Anthropic confirming plans to build in-house AI chip team.
Yeah, so
the whole in-house thing, there's another level to look at that. We keep talking about it with, hyperscalers. Everyone wants to make their own chips. Wait till they start spending on the glut in memory. Like, you know how much cash these guys all have? Like, at some point, if the memory thing drags on too long, the solution is going to present itself from the hyperscalers, where they just get together. Like, I don't know, they could literally just get together and just start building out themselves. But anyways, it doesn't seem like that's moving much of anything here. But AMD, to me, no man's land, give it the 3-day rule. Much prefer that like low to mid 400 support on it, because we've already bounced so heavily before the report. Like, that was just an insane day last week.
Yeah, you want to look at some of the, the chip makers that might be affected by that. It doesn't look like Broadcom's really doing too much to that report there. We looked at something like a Google on that report. Not much going on. We know that Amazon, some of these other names are trying to build in-house chips as well. But as Neil mentioned, like, the chips is one thing. It's getting those machines, the LAMs, the ASMLs, and all that to build the actual, product themselves. You got to watch out, because memory is what it's all about right now. And we've even heard from Apple, and that's part of where Apple's downstream comes from, is that, they're worried about the cost of goods, and, the products and the parts of some of the parts that go into the iPhone, the MacBook, the Mac Minis, and all that. And are they able to pass that on to the consumer? If not, then will this next cycle, the 18, the foldable, all this, products that they have a new Apple Home product as well, like, that's going to use, most likely, I don't know what exactly the extent of hardware that's going to have, but, that's all going to be part of it. So, this downward sort of trend there. And I think it's good for Anthropic. And Anthropic is Amazon and Google. That's why I sort of called those two names up. I mean, Anthropic and Amazon and Google are the largest public names invested in Anthropic. So, as that comes to market, Amazon booked the largest booking, I think it was $58 billion or something ever for a corporation on their Anthropic investment. So they've already booked that. So, that's already in the name right now. So when they come to IPO, I mean, they'll have a little bit more profit, because I'm assuming it's going to come at an extension of its value. But yeah, there goes Amazon upside on the largest ever booked profit on a public company's ownership of another privately held name. What's up, DJ Vinny? He's here. We really like that. Oh, DJ Vinny, there is 1962. Good year. Yeah, we're just going to look here. Everybody that's part of our chat, right? We have this consolidated chat feed. We want to make sure that everybody is part of this. So whether or not you're on YouTube, you get that little YouTube button beside you, or TikTok will show up as well. Sharif's Bender is on there as well. So Sharif's on a bender. That's good to know. Mike P. DeRider is there as well. I'm seeing like multiple accounts, Mike, so I hope everything's okay today. Juan Padilla there as well.
Only 4.
Yeah, Notorious Dinkelberg, everyone. There's Amare. What's up, Amare? You've been here from TikTok, I think from day one. Ethan, a new member. I'm going to sneeze, but thank you to everybody. There's Yeti. We finally found a Yeti. The Yetis have been, mistaken for a very, very long time. I believe they're in the Adirondacks somewhere, rolling around. We probably do have some Canadian Yetis and Sasquatches as well moving around. And of course, a lovely Yeti cooler also is a good thing to have.
Great investment.
But yeah, hi everybody.
Yeah, don't want to plug them, but it is a fantastic.
Yeah, Yeti's been good. Yeti's been good.
Look, I love ours. It's unbelievable for camping. And lo and behold, hey, who knew? Just for what's and giggles, it even has a good looking chart. So
yeah, it's amazing.
We like that. It's a great looking company. But we're getting into 9 o'clock. Sean was mentioning our awesome free watch list with the new layout, the new format. So keep all the positive feedback, all the feedback. It doesn't matter, positive, negative. There's something you're like, oh, I like this change, but could you do this, or should this be better? Yeah, let us know. Like it's about the viewers, and you guys are. You're our sort of litmus test for everything. We're going to get back up to the desk. We're going to talk a little bit of futures. We're going to get into that rundown. Lots to cover going into the open. You've got small cappers moving, a weird deal for digital brands that probably is Fugazi, but I have no idea. Shopify still looking pretty amazing here. And then, of course, the 2 weak ones, AMD and SpaceX. But the market's still fine.
S&P over the last couple of days, 771 1/3 is where we closed out yesterday, guys. We're above that right now. We're knocking on the door of the next resistance level. I'm thinking 775. We're already showing 774.86. So look, we may clear this resistance level before the bell even rings, but we're going to look at 775 as resistance. If we clear that and clear it decisively, we're looking to the next $5 level. Of course, 780. If we sell off, we're looking at 770. But I mean, there is a bit of a way down here between technical support, we're looking essentially at 760. That's the flat top that we couldn't break from before we really rocketed up. So 775, resistance level 1, 780, R2, and then 770 Adara, support 1.
Right now, you can all support us by checking out the Trader TV Live free watch list. What is on this watch list, you may ask? It gives you info on what names have reported, what names are going to report, any economic data in focus, any big stories, any stories that could be on watch going forward. It's a lot of info that you need to tackle the day and the week, and you can use either the URL to just flash by you on the screen, or you can just hit the link in the description. Probably easier. Either way, it is FREE free, always for you guys. Let's kick off here with Dr. Lisa Su and AMD. AMD, rough look for the stock, but actually in some ways a very strong report. You had really strong data center revenue. Main issue that I saw was potentially some guidance and the CapEx for this quarter that just happened here, Sharif.
Yeah, it's always the CapEx. It's been the CapEx for a lot of these guys lately. The market does go through its cycles. It champions CapEx, then it frowns upon it. We're in one of those phases where we're frowning upon it for the moment. But let's talk about their earnings report. Q2 delivered stellar results, 11.5 more. In fact, $1 billion of income. That's up 50% year over year in their data center segment, which is just a euphemism for their AI division, also really grew pretty aggressively. But let's talk about this Anthropic deal here, because it came as a surprise. So AMD, they did secure a landmark deal with Anthropic to deploy 2 gigawatts of the MI450 GPUs, and they're also going to be using the Helios rack. They're also going to be using ROCm, which is that's AMD's version of CUDA. And the beautiful part about that is it's open source, so you can build upon it. CUDA is not. So that's the key differentiator here. Gaming revenue absolutely collapsed, dropping 31% year over year. It now only accounts for 7% of the company's top line. You can tell what they're focusing on here, and they don't really care about gaming. But that did drop pretty aggressively, $779 million, due to what they're saying is tumbling semi-custom console demand, which really hasn't recovered since the pandemic. So good look here. I can go on more. MEXT for memory optimization. That acquisition is going to definitely help them with some margins as memory continues to keep going up. And their embedded segment also grew up 19% year over year.
How are you guys feeling about advanced micro devices this morning?
You know what? I'm not that thrilled on it and psyched about it. Like, one of the stories that also came out for AMD was it wasn't an AMD story specifically. It was when Elon Musk said they're going all NVIDIA. So that obviously you juxtapose that with the fact that the story we'll talk about, I guess 2 next, I thought it might have been next, with SpaceX, is their CapEx is only increasing, right? And actually at a faster rate than their revenues. And if they're all about NVIDIA, well, who does that come at the expense of? So it was like another thing that you could, I don't know, like stick a knife in the gut of AMD there. Okay, fine, maybe I went too far with that one, because it's not all that bad. But no, I think it's like ultimately most of it was good. It was the CapEx and it was the NVIDIA story. And I think it has more to do with the fact that it was so relatively close to the highs and had been doing so well and was a ramp job, and it's just a little bit easier to fall into those circumstances. Like imagine it wasn't a double-digit mover yesterday. We're not going to be down 8% on that report. Like if it had been like a 2 or 3% kind of up day, no one would be saying much of anything. But because you had that much to give back, you effectively just filled in the gap. And we're right back to where we were for a lot of Monday on AMD, which puts it in a bit of no man's land. I look at the other side of that, the Elon Musk comments there with NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA trend up. First of all, 200 breakout on NVIDIA to start out the month on Monday. Continuation trend day yesterday. It's got some prior highs to be able to dip into. The close 212, and then we've got this 213 area, which also sort of coincides with this gap. And maybe the baton is passed for a little bit here, and someone's got to take it to the next leg. And right now, NVIDIA is breaking out a level, and AMD is kind of stuck where we were on Monday.
Look, if someone can explain to me why I should pay 5 times for AMD than I should for NVIDIA, then we'll pass the mic off. But it's like AMD's P is 170, NVIDIA's is 30. So it's just a matter of like why. I don't understand why anybody would even be looking to buy AMD at these prices, to be honest with you. I mean, I think the much better name, and I'm still in NVIDIA, I'm still in a little bit of AMD, but I was really happy to get out, near, in and around some of these highs. The average price was about 520, and we could get right back up to there in a couple of days. It's just, I look at the valuation and I think to myself, like, it's just 5x what NVIDIA is. I don't see it, and it's been a great ride up. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we've made, it's been great, and we like the stock, but I think it'll be underneath the 50-period moving average for a while now. But we'll give it a go, man. I mean, there's nothing. I don't think the report didn't give us any sort of a shock. I don't think at all. I mean, down 7%. We've seen, Google was down huge and rallied right back up off their report as well. We've seen what Microsoft did. You just need to turn on the switch, and this stock goes right back to where it belongs, probably, or where many people think it belongs, back up to near all-time highs again. I look at it and I say, you know what? The Nasdaq's had such an epic run. This name is quite valued right now at like a PE of 170. Like that's the PE of NVIDIA is 30. So it's just to me it seems a little bit over. And the thing is, you are paying for growth. So I just wonder, are we at a stage where it's mature enough to not have that kind of a tag on it? And just, I don't know. It's been a fun ride. Thank you, Lisa Su, for everything you've done for all of us. And AMD has been an amazing move higher, and we'll just see where it goes from here. I still have a position. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I would rather put money to work in NVIDIA at these current levels. That's basically all that it is. Good morning, guys. The SNDK is tonight, by the way. Push into earnings today. Okay, good. Did AMD put friction on any further SNDK? I mean, we read the report. I don't think there wasn't a problem with demand.
No, I don't think we've seen much of anything from anybody's reports that's hurt demand at all. Whether you're talking about the hyperscalers, whether you're talking about AMD here. So I don't think we've actually heard anything. That's not to say that SNDK is going to go up, but if you're looking for concerns from other reports, we haven't seen it. If you're looking at SK Hynix report, that wouldn't make you terribly concerned there. Like, none of that means they're going up, but obviously.
I mean, in our note, we have CPU supply has been constrained due to stronger than expected demand that exceeds forecasts. Yeah. So if you do need to build out these servers, that's going to be good for SMCI and for Dell, and then of course, as you just mentioned, the
SMCI was a rocket yesterday.
Yeah, the aforementioned SNDK. I just think that again, like, it's not a horrible report. You're down 8%. What happens if SanDisk does give a little blip somewhere? The risk is in all of these names. I mean, you don't expect 10 or 12% moves on nothing. There's reasons why this is what the expectation is, and you've seen DRAM get
volatility's through the roof right now on memory specifically.
I mean, the thing about memory, it's been tough to look at the stocks over the last last week or two because of the situational awareness there with Ashenberger, because the sell-off was probably not real. So just like that move happened there, now you're getting a relief rally back to the upside. So I think now that story's out, the positions have been cleared. Now you're starting to look to say, okay, now where do we move from here? And yesterday was a good indication, up 3%. But the Nasdaq's in la land, right? I mean, the Nasdaq is just, it's insane. I mean, the move that we've had here in the last 5 days from 660 up to 725, like that's a big move, right? I mean, we've seen them before. It almost made the exact same move right here back in May when we went from, and I got a fly on my head right now, from 670 up to 725. Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah. So that would be a move there. So we've seen this kind of a move before, but this only took 5 days. So I'd be interesting to see where DRAM settles once the Nasdaq can finally calm down. Looks like we might be having one of those days here today.
Israeli military launches strikes in southern Lebanon in response.
I did hear that in my ear, but I don't know if it.
That's possible. USO moved a little bit, but downside, not up. But how about this? Thank you for the super chat, Estee Bankers. Yes, we will say hi to Joaquin. So enjoy the show, Joaquin. He says he's learning with us. Learning is what it is all about. Market knowledge, financial literacy is amazing. I don't know how old you are. You said son, so I don't want to make any presumptions, right? You could be a grown son. But thank you for tuning in and appreciate that super chat. So hi, Joaquin. I hope you're enjoying the show. And USO.
Enjoy your summer.
It's almost
over.
Stay in school. It's August, man. Summer's almost over. There's football tomorrow.
Yes,
Right
August
out
the
loud.
6th. We got
Oh, my
our
Zona.
Hall of Fame game.
Arizona. Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Let's go talk about some we're still on Shopify.
We still don't have SpaceX. SpaceX, the biggest story.
This
but
whole
third.
time I thought we were already talking about SpaceX.
Third on our list. We'll talk about Shopify here, and we'll say, "Oh, Canada," to that. Oh, I don't have my marker up, but yeah. Let's go back. Okay, there it is. Neil got it. Let's go back over the desk and find out exactly why we are hitting said emoji or emoticon or something.
Graph? I don't know.
Graph GIF?
As for SpaceX, they're trying to build the anticipation, right? It's the most exciting one. You got to wait a little bit for it. But no waiting here for Shopify. They said a massive move to the upside off the report. Still holding up relatively well. Generally pretty strong report. And I know we were mentioning this earlier today, Sharif, but the guidance for SHOP cannot be overstated. This was really well received.
Well, Dara, they're guiding low 30% range year over year. That's, you're definitely not overstating that is a good report. Guys, it was a blowout quarter. However, you want to split this. $3.58 billion in revenue. That's well above the expectations. And they grew 34% year over year. And they're guiding another low 30 some odd percent year over year. So it's a very good report. Look, they did make some money off their investments. It's not just all organic or operational. They made about $906 million from investments in Affirm, Global E-Online, Klaviyo, Flexport, Stripe. They have their hand in multiple cookie jars. Ironically enough, all those cookie jars somehow tie back into their business. Good look from them. In any event, Merchant Solutions, that grew pretty aggressively organically. That is 84% incremental growth, and they're bringing about $903 million from that division. Operating income surged because of cost discipline. So not only are they growing organically, but they're also, belting down in terms of unnecessary spend. Expenses drop between 33 to 34% year over year. And then we already mentioned the low 30% growth year over year, Adara. I don't see too much wrong with this report.
How do you guys feel about SHOP as a stock for today's session?
Right. I mean, 30, when they come out and give you that low 30% growth on revenue projection, just well above the market estimates there. And the chart's showing, the chart's showing the breakout it's too far. That's the only downside. It's a very clean break. So you looked at a stock that had settled in a long time range, right, almost a full year. And when it broke down to get into that range, it was in a similar range for almost a longer time. So I think you get a bit of a reset here. And obviously, prior support to resistance is a thing, but I also look at this level here, 140, 143, 144. So that's the gap fill that I would anticipate. It's downward trending since the initial spike when the number came out. Like when they reported, it was right to the upside, made a top at 160, double topped at 160, pulled in, couldn't hold the 150. Now you're getting a lower high at VWAP. So you trend that down. It's about the 143 area, which you might have, look, this might have already been that test in here at like 830, 839 at 144. But if it holds that high or low, then we can just play off of that as well. Shopify, great look, good growth. The chart looks fine to me. It's a little extended, so I don't necessarily love it up here. I'd want to see if we can't get something a little bit lower. It just has to hold on to 143.
I mean, this is what a better name looks like here. Look at XYZ block right there. Like just absolutely took off from its 200 period moving average, had a nice little test there in April, rode it for a while, and then absolutely took off. So, although the Shopify, I think, took obviously a lot of people by surprise, or else it wouldn't be up as high as it was right now. This block is very, very similar in many ways to what Shopify is trying to do here. And it's going higher. We've seen already a bid come in for PayPal. So, Block, formerly Square, getting higher up. And I don't see why this name doesn't keep on working as well and, up 1%. I think this is the name that has some more get up to it today off of that Shopify number. I don't really know if XYZ, I feel like they did report already. Earnings call announcement confirmed. Aftermarket close, guess when? Today.
Yeah.
So Block is tonight. So we'll have to wait to see where that name belongs. But their report coming later on tonight. So Block definitely getting some excitement there. And I think it's going to be up more than 1% today. So this will be a very good stock to look at. No volume, no one's looking at it right now. But with their report coming and a big number from Shopify, I'm actually surprised it's not up higher. So I like Block here today as we move forward in this space. So let's go back over and some sort of a stock that I don't know we've never really talked about too much. SPCX.
Can't place it.
Not really sure what this symbol is. Let's go back and find out.
Yeah, just a ho-hum stock, a CEO that no one's familiar with. Good look here, but all jokes aside, SPCX led by billionaire, trillionaire Elon Musk coming out here with earnings. That this report, I mean, we had strong year-over-year growth for a lot of these segments here, at least for Q2, if not for H1 2026. But yeah, I mean, SPCX, what stood out to you for this report, Sharif?
The 18.37 billion in capex, Adara, which overshadowed obviously a very good top line beat. 7.81 billion ahead of the 6.93, almost $1 billion beat there, not quite, but it's a good look. But let's talk about the massive $25 billion free cash flow deficit. So since IPOing, you know, they've generated about $3.5 billion in positive 6-month cash flows. But when you look at the full year, or the first half of the year, I should say, $28.5 billion this company's already spent. We're not even talking, you know, they're not even considered a hyperscaler, right? That drove free cash flow negative to $25 billion. You'll see more in a second here as to why that's buoyed by a different segment. And as I talked to you guys about yesterday, I told you guys, watch out for the ARPU on Starlink. They're really expanding in emerging markets. They're not able to charge as much per customer in those emerging markets. So despite growing beautifully here, 66% over year, bringing in $4.29 billion, growing their customer subscriptions to $12 million, their average revenue per user continues to drop. They either have to adopt a more enterprise rather than a customer approach, like a regular customer, more B2B than B2C, or they're going to have to raise prices in emerging markets to kind of buoy that. Also, $100 billion cash cushion, right? They got $85.7 billion from the IPO. Then in June, they raised another $25 billion. That gives them about $100 billion, which they can obviously deploy to continue to expand their data centers, because that's where really the majority of the money is going. Speaking of data centers, Adara, $14.1 billion in contracted cloud backlog. You got the likes of Google, you got the likes of Anthropic wanting more from Elon Musk than he can give them at the moment. And let's not forget about the share lockup. We know 911 million shares are going to unlock on the 6th, and then we have another 300 and change unlocking next week.
Yeah, that share lockup definitely of note here. And the other thing I thought was interesting about that capex, I mean, 18.37 billion, obviously massive, but I was seeing some analysts expecting 18.5 to 18.6 billion. So, you know, in some ways, obviously huge, but in other ways, maybe better than expected. How do you guys feel about SPCX here?
So, I don't know. Look, man, 6x growth in capex will overshadow fantastic growth in revenues every single day. It's just one's going faster than the other. That's where you get that cash burn. So that's the short term on SpaceX. And the lockup tomorrow as well. I think that gives it some. There's going to be obviously some sellers. The degree to which, I don't know. But I see this one as prior obvious monster level. It double-barreled close and support at 115 effectively. So as long as we're underneath that, it gives you a bit of a cushion. So I'm favoring the short today on SpaceX. That's where we're looking. It hasn't, like 110 is not really a flat bottom break, but it is like the last layer of support. But I would much rather be short in front of a resistance level than taking a break today. And I think that'll be the same thing almost tomorrow as well with the expiration, because I feel if you get trapped on like an initial move, like that gap is going to be pretty wide. Okay, Cheese in a chair here. Thanks for the super chat. If someone were to take some of their SpaceX short profits and buy a 1-month billboard ad on the highway next to the SpaceX property saying next stop 90, would that be market manipulation asking for friends? So you want to go make a billboard? Maybe you get like a Netflix special out of it. And then they turn it into a gigantic story, and then you get a little bit of press that way. You could sell the rights, and then you're good to go. So yeah, it sounds like a fun idea. Elon will probably have a few things to say about it, but then that just generates even more interest for you there, and get the name out there.
Yeah, I think you got to have more money than brains to do that one, but I do like that idea. Cheese in a chair. That guy always has lots of ideas. You want to say?
It's not better than the cheese dispenser idea.
No, that's an actual profit center there. I want to say shout out to everybody that is loving. We got a lot of feedback here, 8 comments yesterday, a couple there. We've changed up the way on Instagram Lots of good talking here. SoFi, a lot of comments there about it. NVIDIA and SpaceX long, just a different sort of a format now as we talk. Oops, I went forward. There she is. There, but yeah, different things happening. If you swipe over here, you can see, here we go, talking about what we're looking at in these stocks to go again. So this is from yesterday, Walmart, SpaceX, NVIDIA, yesterday's date. So you can come over into today's, and you can see what we're talking about here by clicking on this, and you go SpaceX long, NVIDIA, SpaceX, everything right there, SoFi, Walmart. So I actually have to go in and change the cover. It's not up yet for today, but this is what we're looking at. So I want to say thank you to everybody. Probably just got to refresh that, and you'll get the Instagram. I'll put the Instagram there in the chat. Join us. But yeah, I wrote down 111. It's also here on Twitter, so you guys can go get that on X as well. I wrote down 110. I mean, 110's been bouncing there today. I'm not sitting here. I don't have any pending orders or anything at 110. I just want to see the actionable trade down here, right? If it comes back in, it sits around 110 for a minute, then we can wait. I mean, I think this is going to move a lot right off the open. We are going to wait for those imbalances to come through. And regardless of whatever the numbers are, I don't think it's just going to trade on momentum. So, we saw yesterday this name really get going yesterday off of, didn't even get that low yesterday, into 116 and closes around, that 120 area, 125. Then it rips up into 130 off the report and then hit all the way down as people are not, buying the Elon sort of talk there. But we'll wait to see. I mean, I think this is going to be one of the biggest AI companies in the world. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This valuation will be much higher next year than it is right now. But it's just a matter of letting the smoke settle. We've heard about IPOs and, they tend to get hit. So SpaceX they changed all the rules for SpaceX to come through. They sold something like 600 billion shares or million shares of this off the IPO. And, as Sharif said, they're raising money as we speak. And it's nice to see the cash they're sitting on. I'm going to watch out for 110. I'm going to take the long today on SpaceX. Just got to try to find out where and when. Does NVIDIA pop on? Well, does it pop? Yeah, the answer is yes.
Well,
it is doing it. So there it is right there. Nice move up to 215. Look, I don't think this is not rocket science for NVIDIA. SpaceX is going to want to use the best. NVIDIA is the best. So, they're going to use NVIDIA chips, to build out. And they're talking about, I think it was 15 gigawatts of compute power they're looking to deal with. So that's going to be, another windfall there for NVIDIA. The problem with NVIDIA is that, their numbers are just so huge. And it's like, all these deals are great, but they're putting up like quarterly numbers of GDPs and things like that of other countries, right? And so it's just, China, I think, still remains a big story for NVIDIA, and it's nice to have the backing of SpaceX. That's for sure. They're going to be spending like drunken sailors and forever. So maybe not drunken sailors, drunken astronauts there. So it's going to be a good one for NVIDIA. So you are right. I like NVIDIA long. I actually love NVIDIA long. I will probably be long NVIDIA at some point today. If I keep saying the company's name, then maybe it will go higher. But no, for me, I'm looking at Palantir today. My notes are already here. Lucid short, which we're going to talk about never. I have Palantir, I have Google, and I have SpaceX. So you go check it out right now, and you can go find it out. We also do have Sharif's morning note for members, and we do have our watch list available to everybody as well for free. So you guys can go check that out. The link is in the description for everything. So you can go have a quick glance at that. And let's go back over to the desk and find out more about this Eli Lilly move.
GLPs, baby.
Yeah, you had Novo Nordisk with that surprise early earnings report that came out yesterday afternoon that caused the stock to drop pretty sharply. You also had Eli Lilly to the upside with a better than expected earnings report and lots of strong weight loss and obesity drug growth. So yeah, I mean, kind of a tale of two stories here.
Yeah, I'm going to cover Lilly, Adara. So this was a huge revenue beat, 48% year-over-year bump on that revenue number, 22.97 billion, just shy of 23, driven by massive Mounjaro and Zepbound demand. But let's talk about their in-process R&D, because, that's what these companies do. If they're not spending on research and development, they're not moving on to the next phase. So they actually had non-GAAP EPS of $8.38. But when you include their R&D, drags it down by about $3 per share. But guess what, guys? They're already boosting their EPS, R&D or not, for next quarter by $2.78 at the midpoint. Very aggressive. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Price pressure continues to hamper their growth, at least internationally. They're saying worldwide volume surged by 60%, but overall realized price down 13%. They're saying, look, outside the United States, our prices dropped by about 36%. A large part of that has to do with China and the inclusion of Mounjaro in China's national reimbursement drug list. Obviously, when you have a big buyer like that, they get a volume discount. That hurts margins. But, Adara, it's not just all GLP-1s. They have a very burgeoning portfolio of non-weight loss drugs. They got one for Alzheimer's. They got one for atopic dermatitis. They got another one here for CLL, a condition I don't even know what it is. Anyway, they're growing pretty nicely. They're up 121% year over year on their non-weight loss portfolio. But let's bring it back to weight loss for a second. Retta frickin' Trutide. Watch out for this thing. It is going to be a blockbuster drug. It is a triple agonist. It just finished its phase 3 trial, and apparently this thing is killer. So look out for it late 27, early 28.
Yeah, and I mean, just to go over Novo quickly, as well as we know, Novo Nordisk, we're expecting to report this morning. It actually came out, as you can see on the chart, a little bit earlier than expected. Yesterday afternoon, a little bit after the European markets closed. Now, it's interesting. They actually reported, decent revenue for this quarter. They raised their guidance. So they're expecting to decline less than expected for the revenue and their operating income, and the market still didn't like it. So interesting look here for Novo and Lilly. Are you guys looking at either of these weight loss drug names today?
Maybe Novo Short, but not Lilly. Look, one of these two companies has an actual pipeline. Both these two companies have an oral pill. The one that came out with it after just beat basically everywhere, and the one that already had it out there actually missed on expectations specifically for their oral pill. That's Novo. So what do you want? Novo doesn't really have anything else. I mean, they're trying, but they just don't have anything else. And you did see in the middle of the day that early drop where it got punked. It's under the 50, it's under the 200, it's downward sloping. It's technically up 1%, but you have to remember they got dumped twice in the last week, so there's a little context here. 46 is a level. Maybe it gets up there. I just look at prior support level for potential fade, but it's not near the top of the list there. And you said we wouldn't talk about it, but I'm going to. Lucid's on mine. I don't care. These guys, it was a very disappointing quarter. They they delayed their mid-size vehicle for Lucid. Right? You throw the miss on top of that, then they don't give guidance, and the CEO had a cagey way of saying about why they're not going to give any guidance. Well, it's a different reality, and we want to make sure blah blah blah, all that good stuff. So to me, as long as it's underneath $7.40, we want to look initially for a pop fade. Imbalances just dropped that it probably doesn't have an imbalance, but yeah, I'm looking short Lucid. But my stop is the first stop is going to be set at 722, so I want to make sure I can get something in the 7 range. I don't want to punch the lows. But I see you want the low.
Yeah, I already punched it. Yeah, so I'm already in this. This was my number one trade idea today, Lucid. So we're gonna go short here at $7, and we'll just see, man. We're gonna sit here at 98 and see if we get a little bit more. So there we do. We do get some more now. So just a couple hundred shares to start the day, and we'll see. There we go. More shares just came in right now on LCID with only 2 minutes left to go before we start kicking off the show. Yeah, Eli Lilly is my largest non-tech holding, so I really like it, other than the indexes. But yeah, good stock today. That Repitrutide, when that comes through, I think that's going to be a monster, obviously. So get your Eli Lilly shares right now, as they are cheap, in my opinion. And once that sort of new wave of a drug comes through, man, you'll see. Novo Nordisk was early. Someone dropped their earnings release there early yesterday, and it was leaked. So oopsies, there goes my chart. But yeah, they had that yesterday. I'll get that back up in 1 second. I just wanted to show you guys, well, maybe I might have closed. Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, so yesterday, if we look at that right in the middle of the day, whoops, there it comes out at noon. It was dropped early at 12:30, so leaked out downside. So they've already been hit. So you want to watch out for that low there of 43.75 for NVO. But here we go, man. We're in it right now. We're into Lucid. Let's see. We're short at 698, which is perfect. I already had an order trigger through $7, which is why I knew it broke. But I didn't want to take it in the pre-market. We're close enough now to do that. So we'll give this a little bit of a run here on LCID. Back over to the desk here for one last talk. Or are we or are we not? I thought there was one underneath.
There's only 30 seconds. There's Uber there, but with 30 seconds to go here, Uber did have a negative report. Just quickly, there's a buy and bounce or sell and bounce on Snapchat. Uber has a sell and bounce of 300 shares. So, yeah, maybe we'll just take it into the open at this particular point. You can see, it's in the free watch list, everybody. Uber stinks. Uber missed top and bottom. Uber has a flat bottom break at $66 and is in a world of hurt. NVIDIA, I didn't see a buy imbalance on NVIDIA, but clearly it must have had something. We just broke out the top on NVIDIA. I want to shout out and thank VinFast, that's ticker VFS, for sponsoring the opening bell, which is right about now. And as you can see, already a big move up there for NVIDIA as it's absolutely flying.
Yeah, we like some NVIDIA here. Okay, so in the money here on Lucid. Let's see what winds up happening. I just bid some 86s and 87s right now, seeing if we get a down drift in Lucid. Doesn't look like we're getting much volume at all. It's already open, right? It's NASDAQ name, so this might not work out. Who knows? We'll see. Good fill there. We'll take a dime. Already on Lucid. Okay, so the other name that I want to look at here early, of course, we always want to check out what the action is on SpaceX, and this is the 110 area, right? So here we go. You could easily smack this short if you believe in the short right there. I'm going to wait to give it a little bit of a go to see where exactly we're going now with SPCX. So far, so good here as we wait and see what SpaceX has in mind for itself there today. Breaking back down below $10. It's not short. It is short sell restricted, so you're not going to be able to hit the 10. But for right now, we wait around on SPCX and see where we go. It looks like there's enough selling pressure to break through that 110. Will it happen now? And now, and then, and
no and then.
Now, no and then.
No and then.
Yeah, so right now there is some buyers there. Looks like we might have picked the right level, but there we go. Now these guys are following this down. You can see the size really starting to whack this name right now to the downside. There goes SpaceX, nice little downside play. Lucid, we've got some shares on that, so we're going to start to cover a little bit more here on Lucid. What's up, Adara?
I'll just quickly mention another car adjacent name that reported earnings that we didn't get to. Excuse me. UBER just briefly made intraday lows, currently trading near pre-market lows. Miss here on sales, inline EPS, weaker than expected EPS guidance. Bad look here for UBER, both the company's earnings report and the stock right now.
Okay, we're already, there it is, like a nice bounce. We called the 110 bounce there, but a little bit too early for me to take it. So there's the 110 bounce right now. We are, really cashed in already on Lucid. We got out of a decent amount there on LCID, so this will be a big win, hopefully, for us. Looks like we just froze a little bit there. All right, so SpaceX right now there goes right back below. So it's actually working out pretty perfect right now, just bouncing around that 110. So let's give it a little bit of love there. Palantir, my second idea, that's not really working out too much there because we didn't get the dip buy. We wanted Palantir dip by 159. There did not come through. So we'll wait on Palantir, and then Google long, and then SpaceX we've already looked at. So just a quick look at Google, then we'll go back over and figure out what Neil's doing.
Shopify, go ahead.
Yeah, Google, no, that's nothing. Just Google down into 380. I still liked the 380-ish area long. I wrote down 378. We'll see about that one.
Shopify looks like it's losing the 150 level, so you might get that test in the 140. Still up 21% on Shopify. But that's significantly off of some of the highs. I did get ticked into Lucid, but we've already looked at that, so we'll just quickly go over to SpaceX. I didn't get the fill. It's SSR. I didn't get the punch at the low. That's Virgin Galactic. Hilarious. I didn't get the punch when it broke that 110 because it's SSR, but it did snap me back in, and then I threw I don't know. I feel like I threw a stop that shouldn't have triggered. But anyways, I'm going to allow it to calm down. I want to get underneath the volume-weighted average price. But it's underneath that 110 level. Initially, I liked 115, but that'll have to wait. And with Shopify, I'm going to be pretty patient about this sucker. Like, the gap is so big on it that there's no chasing. If you like low to mid 140s, got to wait for that. There won't be a dip buy on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now 3% up. Hasn't even had a red candle for you to be able to buy the dip at this particular point. Another name did report, it was AMD, and AMD is going higher as well as that flies. So yeah, the ND buyers are coming right in off of the open. It was a good report. People didn't like the CapEx, so there's some buyers coming into this sucker. Good for them.
Yeah, we like that one. Probably filled on some Intel there. Intel really took off the open, so that was a good one. We'll see if we're filled on our own personal account. We talked about trying to buy said dips there on Intel. And I don't know if we did or not, so we'll have to wait to see if that's available for me right now. But yeah, early takes there. We looked at SpaceX. We like some Intel talking over there as well. And then Google, another long that we had indicated, that's trying to go now. So Google cooking up a storm right now, and we like it. So we'll have to wait to see here where exactly Google wants to go. We don't have that long. Oops, we're still on Intel, didn't turn over. There it is, 383 to 384 right now coming through. So not a bad look here for us early on Google for that long. And then, I know Neil went over under there on SpaceX. I think that's the right level. We just got to let it settle. We marked down 110 numerous times there. So we'll have to give that a little bit of a go and see if there's something to talk about here with SpaceX. We got more shares, of course, on Lucid. So, we're not trying to play around. We're trying to make this an actual winner for our account here today. So I had to average into it. It did come back up into VWAP. We initially took to all the 7s, got out in the 80. Like our best fill was 81. So it's been definitely a good day today for Lucid short, but it's not really doing anything. So this could blow up and move against. I don't really know what's happening right now with Lucid. So give it a little bit of time and we'll let this one settle down. LCID right now back over $7 again.
Yeah, there's this small capper that's running Zeta, ZETA, that's breaking out. And I wanted to remind everybody.
Oh, yeah, that was the one from yesterday.
That's the one from yesterday in the afternoon as well with a crazy move. But digital brands, if you're wondering what's going on with digital brands, there's a take private quote unquote offer from an insider shareholder at like $77, which I don't think anybody really believes is all that real. But that's the story. It's given almost all of it back. If this were to go all the way back to like 22 or so, I'd be looking for some kind of a dead cat bounce. It's just the premium's so big, it's almost unrealistic when you think about it. We got a super chat from Rusta about Stack. Isn't Stack dead? It's got no volume. The last time it pumped, it dumped. 67,000 in volume. Appreciate the super chat, but Stack, that was fun last week, or maybe it was actually 2 weeks ago that it was a little bit of fun. With these small cappers, you needed to move, you need to have a story, you need to have a catalyst. Most importantly, you need volume, everybody, and plenty of volume with NVIDIA. This one's not going to dip at all. This one's crazy. NVIDIA's got the bid.
Yeah.
Elon's going all in
We love it.
on NVIDIA, and that was I thought that would weigh down AMD, but apparently maybe not so much. And AMD's even trying to fill the gap a little bit itself.
I'm going to just slowly. I've been getting out of Lucid. Lucid's going to be a big stock there today. We just because of what we were able to do. And again, we put on a decent amount of shares there. We paid 4 shorts, so it's a good day there for Lucid. And I'm only holding now 20% of what we had. We did get a good fill up there at 705. But basically all the money was made right here. Early, we only took a couple hundred shares, and as soon as the market opened, we got that fill at 98, and then it was just like whoosh right there to the downside. So far, so good there on Lucid. And like I said, man, we wanted to make sure that we were punching out of this name. So let's get out a little bit more there. We only had 20% left, so now we're a lot lighter on that one. Another money-making opportunity today on Lucid, the #1 stock on my report there. So we're happy with it. Okay, and then we'll just go back over to SpaceX. I mean, this is the one that we're going to have to watch out for a little bit there today. There again is the idea of the 110 long. And it's been good, right? There's that breakout that we probably could have taken. We did that yesterday on Palantir, 110.38, and now it's blasting higher on SpaceX. So again, so far today, man, Lucid written down for that long, short gave it to you. SpaceX written down for 110, gave it to you, and just said be patient with it. We just, too patient, I guess, right there. But we're having a good day, so we're not going to cry over spilled milk. But that was one that we should have probably taken there with the SpaceX long. Hopefully you guys were all about that. And yeah, people writing down NVIDIA 220. Damn, you're right about that one there today as NVIDIA taking off. Yeah, you're right, Joe. As we say, which stock is going to be the largest one in your portfolio depends on what day you're looking at, because today NVIDIA up that 4% and ticking higher. I like the stock of NVDA.
It is an absolute rocket right now. The other thing that's trying to go here, there was a dump on Bitcoin. It just went red, but a heavy reversal candle just came in. So big time volume coming into IBIT. I'm going to give an update because you have to. I reloaded, but my stop, as we said, the pre-market high level. So 717 is the stop entry. I've only been taking like 706 and 707, so risking 10 cents. I haven't taken any fills above the 7 level to get out, but I'm going to take a couple at the 01 if we can get it this time because it's trending to the upside. So I'm giving it to here. Like, that's the idea. With a trade, you got to have an out. That's going to be the out. But NVIDIA is still without any kind of a dip. Oh, tag VWAP one time, you sucker. But I do like this reversal I was saying in IBIT. Like, that's a heavy, heavy reversal. If it can hold on to VWAP, I like this trend break potential here for IBIT. That just sort of popped on the radar because of that massive reversal candle. That's the only reason. Uh-oh, we're out of milk.
Okay, so we just went long on Amazon. So let's go right now. AMZN is now in the building, and that one's starting to print out for us. So we gotta trade it. So we are trading it right now. Long on Amazon. Let's go. Nice little run there on AMZN. So and there goes Lucid again. So this is why we don't do too much about it. It just ripped to the high side right there, and we punched into a little bit extra there because we had less shares than we had, so we'll just get out of those ones. But right now, no worries about that trade. We'll still be positive on Lucid, of course. And then there it goes now. Amazon starting to go back up to the upside. We'll see if we can, again, ring some Reggies on this one as it's trying to go a little bit higher. We'll close the book on Lucid. The short was right for me. I mean, we made money on it. We'll just let it go now and see what winds up happening with Lucid, possibly back into that short at some point. But there it goes right now. We be clubbing very soon, hopefully, on AMZN. Nice little down take there on a name that we love. Like, I love this name, so we're going to continue to trade it. Another out there on AMZN. You know, the trade of the day miss for me, and hopefully it comes back, is going to be SpaceX at 110. You know, I know we showed this earlier, but, you know, this is what we've been talking about right into here. Come over to Instagram and check out, you know, the page right there. Lucid, there's a $7 short. That one was a moneymaker. The Palantir long, it dipped into 160, but we didn't get that. Google's a long, and then there's your SpaceX 110 long with some explanations as well. So yeah, really happy with NVIDIA, and glad we talked about NVIDIA v AMD last time, because that's been working out for sure. I don't know what the AMD story is today.
It's still going.
It's still green, so it went back. Oh yeah, wow, 492. There it goes too. So nice move higher for advanced micro devices.
Oh, might have jinxed. Maybe a bit of a jinx on AMD there, because it just tagged almost 99s. Yeah, 498 change, and it's pulling back into VWAP. The thing that NVIDIA just absolutely refuses to do. There's just no dip on this sucker. So we would have trend break in IBIT, but that's about it. I didn't hear anything, but I just saw a volume spike through the lows on USO. So just attention to that. It could be nothing. I didn't hear any news, Adara.
Yeah, I didn't put it up because it's not, again, there's nothing here in the U.S. There's no update to the conflict, but Associated Press reporting that Iran and Oman negotiators have finalized a draft deal on their version of the Strait of Hormuz, which, again, the U.S. is not part of this. So one draft deal has been met for the Strait of Hormuz. This is not the U.S. deal, guys.
Gotcha. Okay, so
we
kind of a nothing burger.
Just an update right here. We got long Intel off the open. I told you that we had a pending bid, so we're long at $98. Literally just added to our long-term holdings there of Intel at 98. So that's what we're long now. We just bought some more, so that's a good little 2% win there early. And I'm not planning on selling it. So just giving you an update on what happened there. We did cash out. We're now back into a situation with Amazon as it's falling back into some levels where we could think about, which we just did, reloading this. If this breaks 277, almost out, 279, 278, then we're out. So that's very, very close right there. 278.99, and we're stopping out of this name. But we're only long now at 30s. Let's take a little bit out here if it wants to bounce through us. Okay, now it is into the 40s. We'll see. We have had some big runners as of late, but this name, if it does come back out, we just got to take the out, right? I mean, look at the market. There it goes. The NASDAQ is blasting right now to the upside. We just got a 40 fill.
What day does the NASDAQ get to the all-time high? What was the question
It's almost today, I think, almost.
No, remember yesterday somebody...
No, it was 2 days ago. They asked about 725.
Oh, it wasn't the high.
And I told them that was incoming, and that's already happened. So
before we get to Odyssey fights. I haven't seen that. I've heard good things, but I've also heard some bad things by some people who really don't like it. What price do we think NVIDIA will go to today? We got to do some work on NVIDIA, but just very quickly, Shopify put in a bottom tail at that 143. So it'll be, the technical setup is a trend break trade off a false break of the high. So I'm going to be looking for the first resistance at 148. But how high can NVIDIA go? And the answer is the way that the stock market has been rallying lately, do not second guess potential upside. That's what almost everything is doing. Nobody thought what Palantir was going to do yesterday. You didn't know it was going to go 30%. But NVIDIA has resistance here at 223 with a topping tail on the daily. That's as good a place as other. And thank you, Rob, for the refill. And thank you, Adara, because we're going to you for some economic data. I forgot. Yeah, it's 9:45, isn't it?
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Neil. And thank the S&P, or not, depending, I guess, on how we react to this. S&P Services PMI final 53.6 is the forecast and the prior print for the services print. Composite print, 53.6 is the prior. So basically the number here is 53.6. At 10 a.m., we're going to get the more closely watched ISM Services PMI number. We have 54.6, so higher than expected S&P Services PMI. We've got the composite PMI 54.5. So both services and composite PMI higher than expected, higher than the previous print. Take a look at the S&P 500 right now, hanging out near highs, nothing too different or, radically changing from what we just saw. Again, ISM Services PMI at 10 a.m. Be here. I'll be there for those numbers for you guys. Back to you.
We got stopped out on Amazon. We actually reversed it into the short there. So now we got to wait to see where that winds up going. We talked about, when levels break, what we're trying to do with those levels, and that was a break, so we tried to go short. Now I'm just going to give it to, I want to reload this at 278.50 and give it to 279. So got to give this one a little bit of room. Only have half a unit right now on what's been a pretty profitable day thus far, and really happy with what's been happening. Look at Lucid. Right there. Glad we're profitable on this name, but definitely stopped out there at that 720 marker. Wish we didn't, but we did. So there it goes. Now back into the downside. To have held it would have been something else, but that's not part of the plan there. You can't hold everything every day, but we will try to hold on to this Amazon that's going a little against us. Still in Greensville, obviously there. We've had such a good run recently of profits. So let's just stick with what we've been doing. It's about time now to start to think a little more seriously about SpaceX. I mean, it was the miss trade was a pretty easy setup. It's the same one. As Neil said, who knew Palantir was going to go 30%? We didn't, but we knew it was going to go up yesterday. And once it broke through that 150 area, we were able to grab that. So we had a pretty big trade yesterday on Palantir at this time, and it was right there. It happened again on SpaceX where you based out. It gave you an out of 109. I mean, at $1 worth of risk on SpaceX, that's not even, you should be actually risking more. And then there it is right there to the upside, gives you $3 plus, $3.50 plus for $1. So that would have been something that could have been looked at, but I missed it. So, that would have been a trade there to have a look. So we'll see if it comes back in here. Trades very, very difficult on day one of earnings. I think we've talked about that many times. So we're going to have to watch out for that. The other name that I really liked, and my bid is still there, it's at 378. So Google's coming in right now pretty aggressively. I'm going to actually cancel that bid right now because we are right now just straight cash homie on Amazon to the downside right now as this name turns green for us all of a sudden, as now it's coming back in and there's another fill and there's another fill as we get more around that 277 area now for AMZN. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 kind of day as long as this one comes back in right now on Amazon. So we're going to watch out for that. We're really happy again. We talked about it earlier. We talk about our long-term trades and I got filled there. I even said it in the pre-market that we had a market sort of on open bid there. I had a lower bid. It just wound up filling. And it was on the Canadian, the CDR, so INTC. That's why I wasn't sure what the price was. Oops, INTC. Watch the liquidity. It's not very good in Canada.
It's a little spready on those.
Yeah, it's big time, and it's not even really moving.
You do not trade those.
No, there's only 39,000, but we got filled right off the jump. Here. So we got filled at 55, I think it was 55.90, something like that there. So that's going to be obviously, did it go even lower than that? I don't know. But anyways, I thought my fill was 55.90 or 55.80 maybe right there off the open there, but it does dip down and now it's higher. So anyways, doesn't matter. We are now 50 cents in the money as we continue to watch out for our good friend over here, Amazon. So that's going to be a good one. Now 69er right now as we go chicken dinner winner right now for AMZN. Bid out some 82s and there it goes, man. The reversal hits again. We're almost at the daily goal and it's been a good one. Thank you to everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and go give me a follow, man. We want to get this Instagram account kicking out right now. So we'll refresh it. These are the stocks to trade today. Lots of fun stuff, man. We're putting on here, pictures of what we're doing after. Good little, like there's me and Joe and I should say. The SpaceX talk is all on here. Thanks to Ramin for a lot of the work that's been put on here with our Instagram, and thanks to my wife as well for all those clips that are going out there every single day. But there it is, Amazon to the downside. We'll have to see what's going on. I might just hold this for a minute. Amazon getting weaker as we speak with the NASDAQ ripping.
Yeah, and SSAge or S-Sage was like, whoa, you got the NVIDIA dip into VWAP. But at the same time,
Nice.
Shop was at the level I like.
Oh.
So you got to take the trade that was there first, and Shopify was the 143. There is the bottom tail. We said 148 resistance. I got to respect its lower highs. It's a false break. It's still trending down. That's the level. But the second there were sellers right at the 48 jumped out, and we do miss NVIDIA at that same moment, trying to come back into the volume weighted average price. And that one, I don't even know am I chasing that $1 to try to grab that fill? If you're just sitting in front of a line on a chart, the market doesn't know there's a line on your chart, and the market doesn't care that there's a line on your chart. Is there support at that level is going to matter. So I don't usually just sit in front of the volume weighted average price. IBIT's still in the same range that it was before. AMD is still going. 500 has now broken on advanced micro devices, as that is absolutely churning to the upside. It's almost filled in the entirety of the gap, and only because it's of interest to me. Digital brands, it's not quite there yet. It's almost all the way back to where it closed yesterday after getting this, I don't know, rumor or whatever we're calling it. I think the story is fugazi. Whatever, some Chinese insider wants to buy the company for 4x. Probably not, but it does put it in play. It's well under VWAP. Seems to maybe break the trend. I'm just looking for a dead cat bounce somewhere to get a little bit of a secondary play here.
Oh boy. Yeah, Amazon goes not $1, but $2. Man, Amazon really likes the clubs these days. Yeah, there's a nice move to the downside now on AMZN. So let's just keep on watching out where that one's going to go from here. Amazon, nice move as we continue to appreciate that stock here as it moves a little lower. Now 165 there on that reversal break, right? So we actually made money long, and then now we're taking it back into the short. So yeah, man, I like the stock of Amazon right there. And yeah, Barton, I'm with you, man. Barton there saying that he's also made his daily goal. Now he'll have hands off of the keyboard until tonight, and I think that's the right thing, right? I mean, if you're hitting it, that's why we talk about this is one of the hardest jobs, one of the lowest success rates that you're ever going to find. So if you do have some success, guys, get in there, man. Take that profit, and yeah, great idea there, Barton, to do exactly that. Google's at like. I want to go long, like, believe me, I want to go long on Google here. So if you want to go long, why don't you just do it, my guy? But the thing is that I was really trying to milk this, I mean, I'm getting out. Like, I only have 40% left of this Amazon trade, but I was looking at the NASDAQ falling down, and I don't really want to make too much of a mistake here. But at the same time, I do like this Google area. I mean, we wrote down 378. Okay, so we still have a minute. Actually, it went to 378, so that would now be $1.50 in the money, but I don't have it. So, yeah, we'll watch out for that. Amazon is retracing a little bit. They're 276.50. We do want to make sure that, again, we're not holding things on forever on these names. You want to make sure that we do get out. And right now, I've been using the 25 period moving average. I think I need something a little bit better off the open because, that's too far away. So that's why we use, this was 276.80. I guess that's 279. So this is that 2-minute cover up candle that we talked about that with Brian. If I even extend it a little bit more, 277 and change. So either way, no matter what we wind up doing here, we're going to have a profitable trade on this name, still $1.50 in the money and looking a little bit lower. Yeah, we do have some halts.
It's already open.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this one's JLHL is already open here. So, look, I'm not thinking anything. It's the first time I pulled it up. This seems so familiar. This went last week. No, it wasn't last week. It must have been a couple of weeks ago. It looks like this one went. So a bit of a habitual line stepper. Probably have to check the news. My guess is it doesn't need news. I think this was one of those ridiculously small flows.
Look at Lucid. Oh, my God.
It's got to be. But it's about to go into an up halt again here. JLHL 976. The last halt was at like 8. Sorry, the low was 832. The last halt was about 907. So it's going into another up halt on JLHL. But I'm not abreast of what a story might be. And they don't need a story here, JLHL. It's only got a 1.4 million float. It's already doubled the float as we speak. So in and one uphold, probably going to be a 5-minute one. Ooh, we just missed by a penny. Going to get an offer. Yesterday's high on IBIT. So we're looking yesterday's high and then, yesterday's high and then pre-market high off the bounce off of the volume weighted average price. And thank you for the gift, Canadian.
That's right.
What do we think about Tesla today? I wasn't really paying too much attention to Tesla. Didn't really have a catalyst with it because it was a SpaceX day and a chip day and so much else was moving. But when I think it's in a downward trend, the next spot to look at was about this 330 to 340 as a big time level, and that's just prior support bounce level to look for resistance. It didn't really get into it, so it's still that rounded bottom, but no break to test the next level up. It's sitting in the middle of no man's land for me, at least on Tesla. So it's kind of a nothing burger. If you're trading the same place you were yesterday and you don't have a catalyst, it doesn't really make for a sexy day trade.
Man, I feel like so much better. Like selling out of that AMD and like getting more into Intel is really a happy, joy moment for me right now. Let's wait to see what happens with Amazon here coming back in through 276. And also, the two most recent stocks we bought now were Intel today, and then Caterpillar is right where we bought it, and then Google also down there at 320, and that's starting to as if, man. There's that Google level that we liked, and now just keep on going to the upside. But we're really happy with today's move, obviously, on NVIDIA as that continues to go higher. Yeah, that XYT, a couple halts now. XYT just halted. This has been a big stock, man. I don't know. We didn't even look at it. Oh, by the way, yeah, buddy. There it goes, man. The face slapper. We get the next low there on Amazon as we're starting to go low. Shorty got low right there. We like that one. But there's YXT.com now halted down here at $7.54. YXT right now up 190%. So get ready to see what happens with this name, man. YXT.com. I don't know if there's going to be a news story on this, but I'm going to just call it up. YXT here at Dara is all over
at the end of last month, they regained compliance with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, float of 24 million.
Yeah, Luis also discussed this one this morning. We were talking about it, so it's been a little bit discussed, but yeah, as Neil said, I'm not seeing any other news other than that NASDAQ compliance regained at the end of last week.
Okay, good.
If they have earnings, they report them this month.
The one thing that I got from Luis, and I think it's very, very important, you see Joe doing it, not so much with my guy Sharif there, but Luis yesterday talked about trading Palantir. He talks about trading names that are actually moving around a lot, and I think that that's something that you all have to remember and keep into your repertoire, right? Is to be able to trade many different styles, many different names, and like today's trade of the day for me was Lucid. Are we up on it? Yes. Are we up a decent amount? Yes. But at the end of the day, it's like, if we stick with it, look what winds up happening there. We had our stop and get stopped out, but we should have probably looked at that again at that $7 breakdown. And I just want to show you, like, if you're sticking with stronger names, a lot of the time and strong ideas, you can hit pay dirt. And, we've been really, to take like a gambling analogy here, like really reading the board pretty good, man. We've had a lot of good trades over the last little while. And so we should have just been, look, I don't have a problem with confidence and actually, holding on to things and putting up some numbers. But at the end of the day, it's like, we sit here, we're happy with what we've happened in Amazon, but we did miss that Lucid move back in, right? And so to Neil's point about missing NVIDIA at VWAP and all that, sometimes you're looking at different spots. And, so right there again, NVIDIA actually just tested VWAP again. So I don't know what the excuse is this time, but I should have definitely made it there again as I wasn't looking at it there at 219, and there's a bump higher as NVIDIA really leading the way in this space. But I think it's AMD is actually, had a $20, $25 move into 500 again. So, they're buying up the names today. Have you looked at DRAM yet? I'm not even sure what the...
DRAM is failing.
Okay, yeah. It's actually, it's at the high.
Well, sorry, no, it's failing the highs yesterday.
Yeah.
So this is a setup at this time of day sometimes I would be taking, but I just didn't want to be chip short, to be honest with you. Like, it was not part of the plan of the action. So that setup might be there, and Intel was giving a similar one. But the other thing too is, remember, we get earnings after the bell on SanDisk, right? So SNDK is going to be on earnings day, and they look pretty strong going into yesterday's high. So you're getting some good runs. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to point out, because for the first time in a while, SLV is trading at a new price. Well, it trades a new price every single day. It's trading in a new range. So it finally broke out above 55. It's just such a hefty chase. So I do want to be looking at SLV today, but I couldn't find any prices that I like whatsoever. So if it's just going to maybe hold a trend, we can get into it. We're going to go to Adara. We've got numbers and happening now. I'm only looking for the high on IBIT and then try to dip back into VWAP for the next play. But it's 10 o'clock. Let's see if the market's going to move on some data.
Yeah, we right now are 30 seconds away from ISM Services PMI. We already got the S&P PMI prints. Those are both going to be a little bit above estimates. ISM Services PMI forecast 54.5, prior 54. So keeping in theme with what we had with the S&P PMI, we are expecting prior or higher than the prior print. Let's see if we actually get this 54.5, or like what we saw with the S&P, we get something a little bit higher than that. And we'll find out in just 1 second. Again, this is ISM Services PMI 47.4. Oh, sorry, that's employment. So PMI 54.1, a little bit lower than we were expecting again versus 54.5 expected. You also got ISM Services paid above estimates, new orders below estimates, and employment. Oh, sorry, new orders above estimates, employment below estimates. So kind of mixed S&P or ISM prints, but the key print here 54.1. Below estimates of 54.5 for ISM Services PMI. A little bit of a drop here on the SPY. Again, this comes after higher than expected S&P 500 services and composite PMI prints. So kind of a mixed look there. We'll have to wait and see how that shapes up. We'll take a look at AMD right now, though. Advanced Micro Devices on watch with earnings day one. This one, in case you guys forget, really strong year-over-year data center growth of 107%. You had better than expected EPS and revenue. Guidance was a little bit tepid for Q3, and you also had CapEx above estimates. SPCX, another major name that reported after the bell yesterday. This one just kind of hanging out near session lows. The SpaceX, you also had strong CapEx, though actually a little bit lower than what we were expecting, and strong year-over-year revenue growth. This was the company's first ever quarter, and CEO Elon Musk also really emphasizing the company's relationship with NVIDIA for chips. Let's talk SNDK, this name one of many that's going to be reporting after the bell today, along with the likes of XYZ. You've got SMR reporting. You're going to have IONQ, Dutch Bros, so lots of different names from a variety of sectors reporting after the bell. But SNDK probably the most noteworthy here. We know this name has the tendency and propensity to make big volatile moves. Currently, right now, I'm trying to trade a little bit higher from the open, but roughly flat compared to where we closed yesterday. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and to Neil.
Oh, thank you, Adara. And Uber is another name that reported. We tried to get that one. There was a lot to talk about in the morning, so right at the open, we're just getting to that in the rundown. It still sucks. It still stinks. It still stinks, but I guess the low hasn't broken yet, but it is going to any second now. There's a big reversal happening. And I just said I don't want the chips. And then SMCI, like, look at this sucker. I zoomed out and was like, what are we doing? Like, look at the double top here on SMCI and the reversal. Like, into resistance, now a flat bottom break, just do any kind of a pop. And even as I say that, and I'm looking across the board, like DRAM is a different story, I guess, with DRAM with the report tonight, but you zoom out and all of a sudden that looks so different that high. When in doubt, zoom out, because that was bigger resistance than we gave credit for, but I think that SMCI looks a little bit better for a short trade. Just a much more clear gap, so there's room that if you end up chasing, like getting it back into the volume weighted average price, which I'm going to try to, if it pops back up, I'm going to short it back into VWAP. There's just so much more room for it to go with some nice distinct outs up at that high. We got Birdman with a super chat in here. Oh, I know this stock. T3. That's still going.
Yep.
Yeah, formerly known as Nuke. A bit of a wild ride, and I can't seem to ever get much out of it. How would you play it? Check the daily. Remember, this stock is like pure, it's like halts. It is 50% moves in a day. The only way to look at something like, you're basically taking shots. Like every day is a shot play, where this could be at $8 or it could be at $100, and that's what you got to be thinking about. So for me, if you're thinking I just like support and resistance. So put in support at $26. So any long, in my opinion, is like you got to be able to somehow give it to that or give it to a higher low at 40. So buying it today is like, that's super tricky. You're talking about in the 50 to 60 range and then giving it to $40. So sometimes a trade is like no trade because the spreads are so wide, they become insanity. And as far as the day trade goes, it's hard to make rhyme or reason to these because technically they're just so hard to execute on. You can't take trend breaks because your slippage is too big. That's useless, right? Like support and resistance is fine, but then the slippage through that bid is unpredictable. If you buy 56 and it breaks 55, are you getting 54.5? Are you getting 52? Are you getting 53? It's complete guesswork, and you got to be able to know you're going to get your out. I believe we are heading to the left.
Yeah, we're doing something. But we also, there goes SpaceX right there to the upside. So, yeah, man, I mean, we wrote down 110 and just, it happened too quick. Like, that's too bad that we're just trying to give it a little bit more time, and we didn't need to. Now this is 450 right now in the money for a slapper right there on SpaceX. Congratulations, everybody that believed in that long for now. It's only 10 o'clock. You never know what's going to happen here. Trader, here's an offer that even your broker isn't giving you. Markets have been extremely active lately, and for traders, of course, this kind of environment creates opportunity, as you're seeing live every single day. Big moves mean more setups and more momentum. We love momentum, but to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things, man. Discipline and, of course, access to capital, and that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your own personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're nervous about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. I think we do a good job of it here all of the time. If you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please go ahead, scan that QR code that you see on your screen and visit TradeThePool.com. We are still $1 and change in the money. We've only traded two names today. The Lucid Short, which was awesome, but not good.
Oh my God.
Because it eventually took out the top. And then we have on there, we're up more on Amazon than we are on Lucid, but still 2 for 2 there. And then the Amazon, when eventually long, and then you put on your trading cap and you reverse that into the short. And then there it goes now into that short side of things. But we do have an update with Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on USO. USO dropping here, seeing reports that on the Treasury website, the U.S. has removed Iran-related sanctions. So that would, I guess, signify some kind of not peace, but at least calm between the two parties. You do get a drop here in USO. Again, guys, the story here, according to seeing reports that on the Treasury website, they've actually removed Iran-related sanctions here. So the U.S. removing Iran-related sanctions, that's the deal here with USO. Back to you.
Okay, well, we like that trending down, and as long as it goes lower, then I think we can forget about it. And every single spike in the last few days has been to the downside. I don't think we've had many upside surprises. But speaking of upside surprises, hey, the Nasdaq just came back. Bitcoin just went to the high. So I jumped out, but it is worth mentioning. This might be a potential reload because when I look at, come on, Nasdaq, the Nasdaq actually went all the way down into the lows and is only now breaking out. So there's some relative strength happening in IBIT. And I had mentioned silver's trading in a new place. It's broken out the highs. This is going to be a solid upward trend, probably gold as well, but I've been looking at SLV. It's in a new breakout. It's held down here for over a month underneath 55. 50 to 55 for a month on SLV, and you're breaking it out today. So whether it's IBIT or silver, one of these two into VWAP is going to be the next play for myself, and that's assuming SMCI is completely dead. But that could come back and pick me up.
Juan Padilla, we can't. Good ideas all the time here. Look, guys, here I'm going to put this Instagram in again. There's the Google 378. Google touched 378 twice and ripped $2 off of those levels. So I'm still getting a little bit of FOMO on that one. The Lucid Short, the SpaceX Long at 110, all of those printing. So now we got to go back over. So definitely give me a shout there on Instagram, responding to messages and whatnot. Get into the chat, give a follow. I think you'll be happy with that. Every single day, it's in the carousel. Everything that I'm doing, right? So it's an easy way to get a quick little look there. It's on Instagram daily, okay? So you can go have a quick look at that, and it's pretty cool. The format and everything, we like that one there. The only really we have my Instagram account is active, and then so is the shows. And then you can come over here on Amazon. That's making a move again. Let's check out some other names. I mean, in today's market, it's not just what we've been talking about. There are many other plays. Let's go Amazon. Let's get to the downside, baby. And this is now 2 days in a row that we've gone 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 early, just focusing, right? And so as we said, woo, We like this one. Eli Lilly up 6% there today. I like that move there for Eli Lilly. I mean, we're happy with that. We're also happy with J&J getting back up. But is this 1,200 yet? No. So Eli Lilly looking at 1,200. Damn it, wanted to buy a little bit more of that one. Instead, we bought some Intel. That's trying to pull back in. Like I want to lever from tech names. And what do? My first opportunity to buy something on a dip, I buy it. Buy Intel. Okay, nice move there. Caterpillar up 2%. That's a recent name that we got. We're actually long at 88888 there on Caterpillar, so that's going to be a good little trade there. Hopefully that continues to work out. Caterpillar doing the best it can here to get going, so that's going to be a good one. AMAT, a good little call there as well. Some of the pullbacks, what we've seen some stocks kind of go hard recently, including Microsoft's come back in a little bit today, as has Oracle. The bell of the ball that's not that at all is Meta. We'll have to wait to see if that can get going. 593. It's nice that it's up 1% today. Of course, Palo Alto, great name there. CrowdStrike. So we're getting some software bumps in some spots and others downside. And then, of course, man, one of our good buddies there gave me a shout yesterday and said, wow, thanks for all the money on JP Morgan. And I said, you're welcome, man. This is a Katina Wilson capital play. And we love some JP Morgan, man. We're still long at 230 on this name, and it is absolutely fire. Yeah, that friend of ours is invested like high up in Tesla, and I told him, you got to get some banks, and so he's into JP Morgan there, sub 300, I think 280 or something. So really happy with the way that price action is happening there. And then that's about, man, I mean, some of the energy names, we can have a look at USO. They've been pretty good. XOM, CVX, ConocoPhillips as well, moving around. But the name that I actually meant to look at, and I forgot as I went on a little tangent here, was Palantir, just to see if there's any day two love for it. Yeah, we wrote down 159, bouncing off of 161 right now for PLTR. So maybe a little bit of a look here can be had on Palantir if we get into 160. But yeah, so far so good. Amazon, we are almost out of everything. Just waiting for it to do some sort of a move. 270, we said that we would get out once this 25 period started to level off a little bit, so that's why we get some unders there. Maybe we'll take another bid here as it gets over. There we go, we'll take a 55, and now we'll see if it wants to call back in. But 277, let's just put that as our out. 277.001, so we cannot lose, obviously, on that one, as we have under 10% left of Amazon, but so far so good.
Yeah, and there's Gabby, a few people in the chat mentioning some of these breakouts as the market's going lower. I don't see IBIT as a breakout. You said it's a clean break from VWAP, but the breakout would be at the high and then again through like 37. This is an area, $64,500 on IBIT has been a wall almost every single day in one direction or another, whether it's support, whether it's resistance. Like, it gets there and it tends to turn almost every single day. So when you zoom out, you can sort of see, like, it's some kind of a pullback, some kind of reversal. So I don't think we're necessarily done with that one just yet. But what is going absolutely ham, silver seems like it's on a bit of a, like, this is parabolic in some ways. There haven't been any red candles. This is going to top and tail, hopefully, and give a dip to jump back into that. That's a big one for sure. And as long as we keep trending down in USO, I think that's going to be a play. SMCI, for all this strength that you saw back in the chips, this just double bottomed, and it looks like it's going to hold under VWAP. Almost more importantly, underneath the prior close. So that was the flat bottom break at about 31.35. Where would I be wrong if this thing's a short? 31.40. Right? Like, if it breaks out above that price and starts putting in higher lows, then I know you're no good. So this one still sets up for a bit of a fade. So we're going to jump into this one next. Ideally, and let's be real, we got to talk about the names that you guys are interested in. AMD starting to pull back. It tagged 500. That looks like a reversal candle to me. Remember, this was the big earnings report, them and SpaceX, and obviously it wasn't received well by the market. If the dip buy dries up here, you have a very inside day with the market. And AMD heading back, there's only so much that NVIDIA can do sentiment-wise, as that still looks pretty strong. But there was positive NVIDIA news, which was negative for AMD, with Elon going all in. So there's a little bit of this playing out, I think, in the market. Each semi's doing their own thing. That's why I don't really care that NVIDIA is going higher if we're going to trade some SMCI. But just got to be worried. Look what this thing did at 140. It's wild what stocks can do without news. So you got to be careful. Like, when it breaks a resistance, you just got to be able to get out. Like, that was a good short in the morning as well. But the second it took out that top, it went $2 in like an hour and a half on no news. pure technical break on SMCI. That's why I like the gap fill.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we saw Dell making some huge moves there today as well. What's up to everybody, man? Let's do a little bit of a roll call, see who's here with us and who isn't. Again, we could call it up. Andre, I'll give you a second to get that loaded. But we have Spencer is here as well. There we go. Casey, their Monarch is here. It says Discovery. Andrew Chow's here. MF Dane Generous. Yo, yo, yo. Thanks for all the nice talks on Twitter, Dane, as we continue to push that forward. There's Ruslan is here. Byron, what's going on with the little ghost emoji there? Brooke Trades. What's up, Jin? There he is. What's up, Jin? Good thing you're here as well. OG Darth Trader there. Dino's here. RQN Money. Thank you so much for joining us every day. Gwarev, thank you again. Is there Oakman, Holly NYC. Just loving how everybody's coming back every day. Los Polos Hermanos, West, y'all. Thank you so much for your joining us here as well. Austin Clark, Old Wise Trader. I think that's me. Barton, there he is. Thanking God for another day, and that is for sure. Big Scalp, what's up to you as well? Holla at your boy. Adams James Abroad is here as well. So thank you to everybody for joining us. We love shouting out everybody that trades with us every single day. That JLHL, I just saw you mention there, Adam. And yeah, there it is, man. Another halt up there today on JLHL. GFR mover, SPPL has halted. That first one that we had was YXT. That's been halting back and forth as well there today. But the new one is JL. It's not a new one, but the one that's been moving right now with 8 million shares is JLHL. AMIX from yesteryear. Another one today. No halts yet, but down 22%. And just trying to get its bearings on AMIX. Looks like 1450 maybe where VWAP is located. Could be something there. But yeah, so far so good. And in today's market, there we go. We are out. Amazon kicks it out. So that's it, man. Ending that trade. It's a 2-for-2 kind of day. And I just hope that everybody else is having a good one. And the exploding cow money there. Shout out to Ozan as we keep on going. So far so good.
Yeah, I can't find a story for JLHL at all. Sorry. It's another Chinese ADR, it seems like, that just, not ADR, but just another Chinese company with a low float that just wants to squeeze. Tap is $12.39 for all the small cappers, small cap traders out there. That just means the theoretical auction price, which is where it's indicating it's going to open up. It's already halted multiple times. My guess is it's not done. You've already got a couple. It might do 6, 7, 8. Sometimes you get a little bit of a settle down later on, but it doesn't really have any short-term levels that you can look at on the 15. It's really just about 13.75, had a long consolidation there, and then $23. So levels are a bit crazy when it comes to that one, that's for sure. But watch out. Again, it's going to go halt to halt. Looking at SLV finally starting to pull back in here a little bit as that comes back into VWAP. Looks to be able to pick it up. And then we had mentioned SMCI. That just put in the lower high we wanted in front of VWAP. Going to bid down in the 80s and then look for more of a gap fill there. I had high hopes for digital brands if it could have filled in the gap a bit more, but it couldn't. You really wanted this one to test where there was consolidation, like here, like 18 to 20 bucks. Actually bounced in front of this. The story is a weird one, and I think it's, let's be real. If some insider says they're going to buy a company that was $21 for $77 in cash, and the board's like, we're thinking about it, no one's taking it seriously or thinks it's real, and it's probably just for publicity, right? Like, it gets people talking about it, it gets a bit of a pump. So I think any bounce is probably a dead cat bounce. No one seriously thinks this company's going for 77 cash or would not be trading here. Like, it's utter nonsense. But hey, man, they got a big bump in the stock. If that's all you have to do as an insider, that's a major shareholder just puts out that press release and it gets the stock to double in a matter of minutes.
It's crazy.
There's a word for that, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's allowed to be
ends
done.
with Asian. It's not because if it's as long as it's a real bid, the dude probably knows people on the board. They're not.
I mean, I think they could if they just prove that someone was there with the bid, but I don't know.
But if the board was never going to accept it because they know it's fugazi.
It's almost like as if you're the president and you're selling tweets early on purpose. It's almost like that would be something I mean, that would never happen, of course. Yeah, what's up, Lindenmeyer? I passed that message along. I do know that you've been here every single day and you're noticing something up with the stream. So we are looking at that as we speak. So thank you, Mr. Lindenmeyer, for being here every day and letting us know that, we're just looking at it. So I mentioned that the stream might be a little bit twitchy here today. We want to welcome everybody on Twitch, by the way, and on YouTube and TikTok and wherever you are enjoying the stream. We want to say thank you. For coming back with us every single day. And, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's keep this momentum going. So SpaceX, I don't know. You mentioned some short levels. I didn't catch what they were. I don't know. But if you did, there might be somewhere around here, 115. There. Do you remember the levels you wanted to look short on SpaceX?
So the first level in which it didn't have resistance, well, it's 115, 216
okay, so
an area.
You're close. That's what I was saying. 116 has been the high.
The opening range is, look, for me, it has to have an entry set up. Like I'm not a line on chart, just automatic if it gets to the price kind of person. If it is upward trending when it gets to that level, it needs to break the trend, right? So here's SpaceX. Well, that's your chart, not mine. Come to my chart for a second. No, it's the same chart. It's just I'm going to draw on it. That's why. If it gets to the level 115 to 116, so that's not as simple as, you just go short 115 then you're out at 116. No, because it doesn't necessarily always do that for you. But when it breaks the trend line, then I can look for a short. If it does an egregious topping tail candle, I can look for some kind of an entry. But that's the idea. And it's only doing so now, and it might not even break this trend. It could bounce higher and keep going and going and going. I'll use the example of Intel from yesterday, because yesterday Intel would get to a level, it gets to the 100, but see the topping tail candle, then enter. And then we do the same, when it tries to take out 101, topping tail candle, break down, then we enter. And it does a double top. It never got to 102, wish it had, but it didn't. It does this top, then we jump in and we enter when it's breaking, and we just take the scalp trades. It's got to have an entry as well. VWAP's a little bit more standard one. As now the market's starting to head back just a teensy little bit, and it's 1020, so you wanted small caps, you're going to get a few more of them with a Dara at the desk.
Yeah, we'll kick it off here with YXT. This is YXT.com. We've, of course, discussed this name. Could not find a catalyst on it, though. As Neil mentioned, we actually did have them announcing they regained compliance on July 31st. So on Friday, fairly recent, I guess. Your market cap, $32.35 million. Float, 4.6 million shares. Short float, very small, less than 1%. JLHL, the aforementioned halting runner. No news on this either. Julong Holding, this is I believe a Hong Kong name or China name. You've got $275 billion market cap, 1.28 million share float, so very small float, and a 24.6% short float to boot. Last but not least, of course, the name with the catalyst, the only name with the catalyst today is actually doing the least. You've got Vision Marine Technologies, VMAR. They announced that they were authorizing a share repurchase program to allow for more flexible capital allocation and long-term shareholder value, $5.14 million market cap. Float here of 6.4 million shares, 15.3% short float. Back to Sean and Neil. And stick with us, guys. At 10:30 a.m., we're going to be having Kevin O'Leary on with us.
Right.
I know I wrote down this a little. Yeah, shout out to Kevin. We'll hopefully have him come through. New position alert right now, the third one of the day. And it's Palantir. So right now we're long. We're only long in the money, about 15 cents here. So we're going to let this one try to get back up to the upside. I know I wrote down on the sticky note and on the Instagram and everywhere that we liked 159, but we'll take a 160 now. And there it goes, man. Let's go, man. We are really, like I said, man, really starting to read some of these levels now and the momentum that's in this market. We always talk about playing Momo. And there it goes, man. Instant, wow. Okay, Alex, thank you so much for coming through one more time right now live for us. And there it is. Now, we just put it on literally 2 minutes ago, and now it's a club member. So there it goes. Nice move up there on PLTR. Man, we're cooking today, guys. Absolutely cooking. There goes Palantir upside. Good look there. And just watched out for the sticky note, right? And just played the levels. So there it goes, man, 150. And as Neil said, it didn't necessarily get to 159, but you put on your hat there and take the long and watch the stock. And I know the stock and have been was a top one was my top stock yesterday. So we continue to look at that. Poor Lucid, man. We should still be in that, but we're not. So out of Lucid there. And again, the stop on Palantir, obviously was a break of 160. So that's starting to cook a little bit right now, up to 161 and change. I'm going to take another fill now at 161 and see if we can just let the rest go as we wait for some Palantir.
I'm on the offer of Lucid.
But by the way, AMD, like everything's cranking lower now. So
well,
AMD,
I don't know what cranking. It's heading.
Okay, Intel is getting going, that's for sure. This one cranking lower, down into the 200 period moving average right now, back to the open. So this is basically where I got long. So wow, man, we are now just really starting to get going, man, on our, wow, Palantir, sorry about this 50, but you're coming back because there it goes, man. It's another one there off of 160, a couple fills there long, and booyaka, another one, man. We took $2 on Amazon. We're doing it again right now here. I don't know if we're doing it again. We'll see how high this one can fly. But there goes Palantir, almost going to be that $2 mark. If we can get it up to the 200 period, that'd be great. But there's a nice out as we, again, playing the momentum to the long side. So here we go. We'll figure it out moving forward now. But there goes Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir's headed back up and SMCI is headed back down. The market is heading lower. This is worth a point because it's not necessarily tanking, but we did reject 30,000, which was the prior high. Overnight highs on the NASDAQ was 30,000. You've rejected it, but you've also held the low. I don't know why I have 29.9 marked off. It's probably an old level from way back in the day. It doesn't really make a difference, but it's that 30,000. If we close back above 30, that's actually pretty bullish there and putting in some higher lows. So I might, we didn't quite get the fill at the LOD, halfway, but not all the way. I'm just going to leave it in there. But as you mentioned for Lucid, like I'm actually still offering underneath the flat bottom break. For me, this may visually look like a profitable trade, but if I'm short at 707 with a stop at 20, that's 14 cents worth of risk, right? So when it's 10 cents in the money, I'm not taking most of it out. When it's 10 cents in the money, if I'm risking up there, right? Like at the end of the day, like I want it to go a little bit, sorry, that's more like 1-to-1. So it is 1-to-1 and I'm taking a third out, but I was holding for better than 1-to-1. I want 2, 3, that kind of an idea. But now I am short underneath the prior low. It just hasn't ticked me in. I might move to 80 from 84 and just start a little bit sooner because this stock is still going down. Like I don't see any reason that there isn't a secondary leg down into 6.25. I might have even said there's room to 6.25 in the note to be real. So I think there's still an opportunity to be short this for a little bit more here. So yeah, SMCI looking LOD, but I want to get back into Lucid. This does not care what the market is doing. The market could blast and go 2% up, and Lucid probably doesn't care, which does make it a little bit easier to go back into the short.
Yeah, not probably. Yeah, for sure doesn't care. I would say.
Well, most likely doesn't care.
Yeah, definitely. Doesn't there. But yeah, good look. Just looking at the same kind of stocks again. We'll look at something else for you guys. XYT just halted again right there. So, another possible look here for XYT shareholders as that one halts. And we'll see. It halted at 685. Its tap right now is 680. So, relatively what it is right now. I only have 25% left of Palantir as we've been getting that out. That JLHL has reopened and, opens up at 12, goes to 13. I mean, this has been a great day for JLHL shareholders again as well. Nice move higher there as we continue to sort of watch out for these moves. We are moments away. We will be having Kevin O'Leary coming on the show, so lots of interesting stuff to talk about with him today. And of course, as we had posted earlier there, I actually don't even know if I posted it here, but we just did talk about a little bit about SpaceX. And yeah, there's that one. So we wrote it down early, right? Here's our sticky note. We wrote down SpaceX 110 long, looking for a potential bounce off of 110 area. And that's exactly what's happened there. That's 110. It basically just consolidated in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and then it just kind of took off from there. So that's what SpaceX looks like, and that's what we wrote down on the note. So I just want to go over before we call on Kevin, who's ready now, which is great. We always like it when, they're early.
Yeah.
So shout out to Kevin. Thank you for coming through. And there it is right there, man. I got a lot of love for SpaceX. We're going to find out if Kevin does as well. The last time he was on here, of course, was slightly before, and he was mentioning potentially not taking that early allotment, and we'll find out if that did come through. And then I do remember when Kevin said, is like, how is the broker going to tell me when to sell my
You do
shares,
what
you know?
do what you want to do.
We'll hear what Kevin reacted to that was, because if you guys remember, I think we were all right about this, that there was going to be a retail sort of boon in the stock, and that's exactly what wound up happening. But
if you let the broker bully you into saying don't sell,
well, no one's going to be bullying this guy over here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you just got to do it. And the threat was, of course, and Kevin explained this, that hey, you do it this time, then no Anthropic for you or no OpenAI for you. Well, I don't. We'll see if they hold on to that thought. But I was going to say, when my daughter's hockey coach is messaging me, asking me about this IPO, and I've never talked stock with him before, then yeah, I mean, maybe there is a little bit of retail excitement into the name. But today, off for earnings, hey man, well traded, I think. The fact is the lockup is going to be happening in the next couple of days, the unlocking. So we'll find out where that goes. But there it is, man. We wrote down 110. Congratulations to all. And to all, a good night on that trade. Now 650 in the money, but we are going to go over to Adara right now and welcome a good friend, a longtime friend of the show, Mr. Wonderful. It's Kevin O'Leary with Adara.
As always, it's very exciting to have with us today Kevin O'Leary, chairman of O'Leary Ventures and Beanstalks, of course, also an actor and a good friend of the show. Good morning, Kevin. How are you doing today?
Great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, great to have you on. I mean, I know Sean teased up the SpaceX talk, but I'd like to get right into SpaceX here. We had you the day before the IPO. We're having you on again now the day after their first earnings report. You know, there was a lot of attention, of course, on this slightly lower than expected Starlink subscriber number, the CapEx. They also had strong year-over-year growth across every segment. So, I mean, pretty mixed report here. What stood out to you from this report, if you've had the chance to go over it? And what are you looking for from SpaceX just as a company going forward from here?
I don't think looking at a quarterly earnings on SpaceX is how the market's going to treat this stock at all. I mean, overhanging it, or maybe you want to call it the upside at this point, is the combination eventually with Tesla for the robotics piece and the autonomous driving cars and all the rest of it. This idea of Elon aggregating his empire and putting it all together, and that does make sense. So, you know, in some ways you could be long Tesla here and have more of a substantive earnings company and just wait to be acquired by SpaceX. And again, I'm speculating on that. But going into the deal, regardless how you felt about it, I did not participate in my allocation for reasons discussed earlier. The threat, even though it wasn't really policy, if you want to call it that, or a covenant at all, was you had to hold on to it. You didn't have liquidity. I never investigated that. Just the odor of that idea would put me off any deal, because the key to actually putting on positions is liquidity. I mean, that's the whole thing. And if you felt you didn't have it, anyways, at the end of the day here, SpaceX right now is a telco company, and it's driven by what's going on with Starlink, which is an innovative product. There's no question about it. But you knew that going in. You knew that was basically the biggest asset in terms of generating any kind of revenue. But it's the long-term vision you're buying into here. Now, as it sort of bounces around this 110-ish down from the 135, starting to look interesting. Have not put it on yet. There are no covenants around liquidity now, although you do know the lockups are coming or being released. And so, but I think the market has that built in. So the flush out, if you want to call it that, that's going to occur over the next 30, 60 days is probably built in around this 110 down to 100 range. And then you can, in my view, you know, the way I look at it is maybe we start to build a position here.
Yeah, I mean, I thank you for going over that. I think certainly something to watch here for SPCX. I want to talk to you next about another really big story for the market last week, seeing a lot of people talk about this on social media with Leopold Aschenbrenner and situational awareness, basically Aschenbrenner having to sell his public holdings to Citadel. I think this is, you know, obviously a lesson here about risk management and leverage and margin. But as someone who's been around the markets for a really long time, I'm curious as to what you think could be the biggest takeaway from this kind of story. And do you think we're going to be hearing more blowout stories like this over the next couple of weeks and months?
Well, if you look at Citadel's track record, which is, by the way, phenomenal, these were the guys that looked at let's go back and how this behemoth was created. Ken Griffith basically looked at Enron and said, nah, I don't need to buy the company, I'll just buy the people. And basically what he did. And so he did an asset purchase, including the people's assets, and he built a behemoth empire now. And so he's he's a very smart investor. And if you think about, well, of course, in Enron's case, it was fraud, but what their team does, it would seem, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, is they sniff around for margin exposure. They sniff around for over-leveraged situations, and they wait and they watch. And, you know, the biggest killer of value is an over-leveraged situation. It's just because you don't know what you don't know. You're levered up. I don't care what the company is. I don't care what sector it's in. Primarily, this occurs in real estate development, where you go over 50% loan to value on a very optimistic view of what your building's worth while you're building it or when you're trying to stabilize it. And then the markets don't play in your favor. You get crushed. Your equity gets wiped out. And it's the next buyer, in this case, the Citadel, that accrues all the value. So the lesson to investors is leverage. Leverage is not always your friend. You've got to use it sometimes, but you should lose a little bit of sleep anytime you put any position on with more than 30% leverage.
Great takeaway. Before we send you over to Sean and Neil, who I know have a lot they want to discuss with you, the last time I was here with you in December of 2025, you were here with the CEO of BitZero Holdings, Mohammed Bakashwain. So do you have any updates here on BitZero that you'd like to share with us in the 8 months or so since we've discussed it fully?
Well, I think what's happened in the market entirely in this whole sector is energy has become the common denominator. And so if you think about the lowest cost of energy on Earth, let's look at the pecking order. And let's talk about it in the sense of kilowatt hours, because that's what data centers are built off, the cost of a kilowatt per hour, or storage, or cloud, or digital payment systems, or even cryptocurrencies. It's all, what is the cost of the power? So the lowest cost of power on Earth is 1 cent a kilowatt hour in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, they have an abundance of oil and gas in that region, and so they really benefit from incredibly low cost. But in terms of investing $16 billion in a data center, I don't think people would do that right now in that region for obvious reasons. And so when you start to look around the world, who's got the power at underneath the 6 cent a kilowatt hour metric? I mean, that's the hurdle. I mean, in the U.S., 6 to 8 cents is kind of what you pay for power. Canada, 3 to 4 cents. So Canada has a huge advantage. But the Nordic countries, 3 cents, 2.5 cents, that kind of thing. So if your theme about digitization or AI or any of it, the way I would look at it and the way I look at it as an investor is show me companies that are managing power. And in doing so, at sub 6 cents a kilowatt hour. And so that position, you know, I'm just one investor. I mean, BitZero story has always been, we have low cost power, and I think they've shown that to the market, and they're doing quite well, I understand. So at the end of the day, think what's happened in the last 2 weeks. You've got a moratorium in New York on all data centers. Texas just announced moratorium on any data center that wants to draw off the grid. And so all around North America, we've run out of power. And so you're looking for companies, if you're putting them into your portfolio, that get power at sub 6 cents a kilowatt hour, because they're going to service everybody. Digital payments right through data centers, cloud support, AI compute, all that stuff. That's my investment theme. And so that kind of falls into the way I look at it. Show me the power. That's the new thing in North America.
I like that. Show me the power. Thank you so much, Kevin, for these questions. I'm going to send you over now to Sean and Neil, who I'm sure have a lot they want to pick your brain on.
Thank you for coming on through, Kevin. I actually, on the show me the power thing, I like that, because we've been talking about, I mean, power. That's what Caterpillar had some great earnings, and their business is completely different from what it was before. I feel like, can we snip that and maybe have, when the stock's going crazy, we get Kevin with show me the power, and the stock's going nuts? I love that saying.
And plus, Kevin, I need something like, because you told us the cash flow, and then you just dropped the leverage thing. So I got to have something fun about the whole leverage thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever investors are learning is there's two valuations. And I think the guys, when you talked about SpaceX, this was important. If you were offered a position and it has all kinds of covenants on when you can sell it, that's a lack of liquidity. And for me, What that means, just to give you an idea of how when people approach me with companies on a pre-IPO round and they say, look, there's a 6-month lockup, I want a 30 to 50% discount off the price.
Right.
And I think you've learned that lesson in terms of the perception around SpaceX. If you thought that you were going to be locked up, you should have taken 30% off the price, and that's kind of what the market did. And so here you are at 110, 100, whatever, it's going to bounce around. Because you've got a whole bunch of pent-up selling. You had a bunch of institutions that didn't participate in their 3 to 5% allocations because they didn't like the price or because they didn't like the lockup or a combination of both. And so now the true market is flushing out what that level should be. Liquidity is everything in an investment, and particularly one that has leverage on it. And so, listen, this is the whole deal. And right now, as rates are, been bouncing around, I mean, we had a big sell-off in terms of rates on the short-term side of treasuries in the last 48 hours. That's healthy because of this potential new deal, whichever version of the deal it is in the Middle East. But if rates creep up on you and you're levered, bad things happen.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you if you don't mind sharing, because the last time you were on the show, we did talk about that whole, the broker tying up the account there. And did you wind up taking any allocation at 135? And what your plan of action? It's okay if you don't want to answer that, but just, we know your strong feeling on that and agree with you. A lot of these IPOs don't even see the light of day until a few years after they've even listed, right? So take a look at Palantir. It took them a while to finally get going. But did you follow through with that play there on SpaceX? Are you staying away? Are you looking at some of the levels now?
I never took the allocation because I didn't understand the covenant. I don't know whether it was imputed, suggested, or actually written. I never bothered to even look because I said I'm going to pass. I haven't taken on any of it yet. I do want to, though, because I do believe that there is going to be a play on Tesla.
Okay.
And so the question for me is, do I go in with Tesla or do I go in with SpaceX?
Neil and I actually looked at each other and said that was actually a really good sort of theory right there, because play the name with Tesla. If there's eventually going to be a merge, it's playing with the devil that instead of, I don't know what that's saying.
And it would be SpaceX acquiring them, which I saw one analyst write some ridiculous, like you could get a great premium on Tesla. So if you buy the dip there, you're getting a company you might already like without having to do the guesswork. And it comes down to, like, nobody knows how likely it is to happen, but so many people that claim to be insiders say, oh, this is for sure. I hate to put you on the spot with a percentage, but how likely do you think it is to happen, a merger?
Well, I'm speculating like everybody else. I don't know. But, if you think about the leadership of both these companies and even the engineers, if you talk to people in Austin, Texas, they're stealing each other's engineers all the time. Tesla guys go to SpaceX, vice versa. That happens a lot. If you are an engineer graduating from mechanical or electrical, or any kind of data science, this is, for recruiters, I mean, everybody wants their stint with Elon. That's kind of what the buzz is with young engineers, and you want the smartest. And he's fallen behind a little bit on AI models, so he's got a lot of different balls in the air. But when it comes to the next gen of computers and robots and self-driving cars and AVs, I mean, I see that combo being 50-50. I mean, I think there's a 50% chance. This is total speculation on my part. I don't have any insider information, but I think the market would bet it's 50-50. Probably the best way to do it is to go look on Kalshi, the predictive market, Polymarket, every day, and say, when is this going to happen? Because they'll probably get it right.
You never bet against the predictive market.
How about that, Kevin? What about if Kalshi or Polymarket, and I know ICE, Intercontinental Exchange, is an investor in Polymarket as well. We, heard a famed investor, Michael Burry, also looking at that market. That might be something that on an IPO we get involved in. My only hesitation there, of course, is the legal aspect of it, right? Eventually, does it get legislated to they're only allowed to provide certain things, and then what states are allowed and all that kind of stuff? Does that sort of interest you at all, the Polymarket, Kalshi sort of predictive betting environment?
They do actually, but as you pointed out, New York has already brought forward the complaint.
Yeah.
And that's a major state.
Yeah.
So I would like to see how that's going to get resolved because, when you think about what happened to the gambling stocks, the highly regulated gambling stocks, state by state in the U.S., there was a lot of optimism around the valuations on those private companies about what they were going to be worth long term. And then the story emerged about customer acquisition costs being really high. And so a lot of these guys were competing with each other by giving you free $100 or a free $200 to bet on. And then out of nowhere comes predictive markets, the Kalshis and the poly markets, without any regulation. And I'd argue that the private valuations of those gambling stocks got slaughtered. And I don't think they're coming back because if you look at the actual use of Kalshi, it's sports betting.
Yeah.
With unregulated sports betting and every form of betting. You want to bet on the next pass, whether the receiver catches it, what the defense is going to do in the next play. All of this stuff is bettable. And so because it's unregulated, I remember I wanted to try it when I was going to walk the red carpet for Marty Supreme. I wanted to bet that Chalamet would win the Oscar against most people saying he wouldn't. So I went on to Kalshi. I was able to set it up in 5 minutes online, linked it to my account, put $3,000 down, and lost it immediately.
Oh, okay. We'll see you later.
It was the ease of use, though.
Easy come, easy go. By the way, congratulations on the success, of course, of that film. You were fantastic in it, and we talked about it last time. Looking for now you've become.
What's the next project going to be?
Now you're just sifting through, right? You want high quality scripts, like you found one there with Marty Supreme, and so a big congratulations.
I just turned down another one last week.
Tough
I liked
life.
it, but the thing is, for me, acting, I love it. And I got to do another film because I really loved it, but that's not my real gig, and it eats up a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I want to find a project that's no more than 3 weeks. In
and out.
Because I got a lot of stuff on my plate, so I can't just disappear.
How many seasons is Shark Tank now? Is that 20 or?
Yeah, no, I just finished season 18 of Shark Tank, and I just got the news this morning. We've been nominated for an Emmy on September 5th. So very excited about that. And I got to get to LA on the 5th. That's going to be, I don't know how the hell I'm going to fit that one in, but I think we have a good chance. We had a really good season. And I love the platform. I mean, Shark Tank and the platform's on in 54 countries. Amazing. It's a global passport for me. So that takes a lot of time. We shoot that for weeks and weeks and weeks. And so, I got to put all that into keeping all these different balls in the air.
You know who actually loves that? Kids. I don't know if all kids love Shark Tank, but the format of it, like the pitch, the entrepreneurial, it's really great for kids. We always watched it on our trading floor.
Yeah, we used to watch it during lunchtime right here live on. Well, we watched.
My daughter's 9,
and
I'm like, watch these because we watched them on YouTube, and she absolutely loves it. I have to ask you this question because you talked about regulation. Like, it's been on my head for a second. I actually had this conversation with my dad. I had a conversation with a couple of friends of mine about this whole quarterly reporting thing. And I want to get your thoughts on it because I know you know the markets pretty well. I can see both angles on it.
It's been ongoing now. It's been on for 3 years, this debate. Here's my view on it. More information is always better. Transparency is always better. When I was an operator in public companies, when I actually, sat on boards or was an executive, we prepared our information accordingly. We worked to make sure that we gave as much information as we could because we always found more is better. That includes the bad news. It's better to get it out sooner than later. You miss a quarter, whatever it is. But I don't like this idea of all of a sudden giving less information to me because I'm just an investor now. I want more information, not less information. And then if you don't give out the information, then you get the insider leaks and all this other crap that you don't want. So I think it's a bad idea. I don't know who came up with it, but don't do it. And I think we're going to a place where, we've got to change the regulations around being public because less and less companies are going public because of what I'll call the pain in the ass factor. And so, if you invest in a company, we talked about liquidity earlier, and you've been in the deal for more than 5 years, and I've got positions on like this, a secondary market emerges, but it's generally 30% to 40% less than the less round. So there you are, pricing in again evidence of what illiquidity costs. It's 30 to 40% of the last round value. So I have positions on that I could sell, but I got to sell them down 40%.
Yeah.
I'm not happy with that. I'd rather the company just go public and get price discovery and transparency on price discovery and liquidity and let the market decide. I think what we have to do, and I would argue this to the regulators in Canada and the United States, like, you've got too much regulation on these companies. Leave the laws in place about insider trading and all the rest of that, but don't overregulate it so that it's so hard to be compliant that the company never wants to go public in the first place. That hurts the economy, and it hurts entrepreneurship, and it hurts small companies from turning into large ones.
I'm glad you made that point, because as traders, like, imagine what happens if SMCI doesn't have their reporting, and like how many times do you see there could be accounting scandals, whatever it might be, but you can get rugged. That's going to be dangerous for investors. When we're democratizing investing, trying to get people more engaged with it, it's like the opposite of everything else that seems the direction that we're going. So I'm really glad you said that. I'm going to tell my dad you agree with me.
Always, yeah, get a little feather in the cap there. Kevin, let's have a little bit of fun right now. How exciting has the sports collectible market been for you? I'm seeing you on Instagram and you're flashing all these cards. I mean, you've come on here before. We've obviously talked about timepieces and whatnot. But how much fun are you having with this collectible card thing? I mean, I'm getting back into it myself. I think there's a whole wave of interest now in sports cards.
Yeah, I got interested in it almost a year ago to this day when I bought, as part of a syndicate of 3 buyers. A lot of these cards now that have gone past 10, 20, 30, 40 million in valuation are being bought by syndicates.
Right.
Because buyers are asking for diversification. So last week we picked up the Otani.
Yeah, I saw that.
For $11 million. Again, that was a syndicate of buyers. I'm a third of that deal. And the reason we're doing it for me is alternative asset class. I've looked at, I've looked since the late 90s. I've gone back, I've got a great analyst team. And we've looked at cards that were purchased in, let's say, 98 for, $200,000 that are trading, at over
Millions.
30 million today. Well, you didn't, the S&P didn't beat that. So, you got to think about where this fits in your portfolio. So to me, I'm trying to build out an index of maybe 10 to 20 pieces that are really piece uniques, sort of my same strategy in watches, and just let them bake in the oven. Just sit on them.
Yeah,
sit
why
on
not?
Them. Because,
why not?
Because if you just look at, rookie cards, look at Jordan's, like right now, and look at, and he's still living. Look at Kobe's, and what they've done since his passing. I mean, it's an incredible market, and it's liquid. The one we bought for 12.9 last August, 12.93.
Such silly price.
Dual logo man Kobe Jordan.
Right.
That card is on Card Ladder this morning at 27 million, I believe.
Unbelievable return.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Card Ladder is just one index of what it's worth. You don't have that liquidity until you sell it. But
Right.
I mean, I don't know another asset class. It's not, crypto didn't do that. The S&P didn't do that. Gold didn't do that.
Right.
So what's wrong with having 3 to 5% in this alternative asset class? But also, as you said, I just came back from Fanatics Fest. Talk about fun. It was insane in there.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah, these people really get excited about everything. Are you a coffee or a tea drinker?
I'm drinking coffee, it's funny, you keep getting these reports, coffee's bad for you, and then I just see another one says drink 5 cups a day and you live forever.
Yeah.
You know what? How about just be
But
happy?
I don't put anything in it. This is just pure black coffee, no calories.
That's the way to go.
Yeah.
Very, very healthy. This is longevity right here.
Yeah, there you go. I'll take a sip. I'll drink to that.
Well, we want to say a big shout out to Kevin O'Leary. Thank you so much for joining
Appreciate
us.
you, Kevin.
Anything, you speaking anywhere? You want anything where people can go?
Yeah,
go find?
I'm on my way to Cleveland in about an hour to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
I'm thinking of doing a jam there because tomorrow morning I'm doing a keynote on a very important topic that I think, you kind of look at what corporations want in these keynotes and it gives you an idea of what's on investors' minds. This one is all about logistics. because look what happened to the price of oil after this conflict started. And so oil is an input for all 11 sectors of the economy. It's energy. And if you didn't have a strategy, let's say you're an airline and you didn't hedge your jet fuel costs, you got slaughtered. So these guys are looking at AI, software, and analysis inside of the logistics and transportation markets. And I think it's fascinating. The amount of market cap that's going to be in that room tomorrow morning, every sector is interested in this. And so what it forces a guy like me to do is get my team to research it. And the data is incredible. The amount of, I don't know if you remember, 2001, a ship got stuck in the Suez Canal for 6 days. It went sideways on a windstorm. We now know that cost world markets and economies $9.5 billion per 24-hour cycle. And that was back in 2001. Right. Imagine if that happens again, Strait of Hormuz and all that. So it's really about logistics being turned into a model like AI to try and solve for those problems. Just another reason we're going to need data centers. It's all circular.
God, let's not get into data centers here. We got lots to talk about on that front as well. But Kevin, you're a very busy man. We want to thank you for your time here today. It's Mr. Wonderful. It's Kevin O'Leary, a friend of the show. Just make sure the next time you're around, you come visit our studio.
Exactly.
We got some stuff to show you.
Have a great trip.
Take care. See you later.
Thank you, Kevin. Ciao, 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 ciao. There he goes. It's Kevin O'Leary. I mean, we always have...
Ohtani, man.
The thing is, I think you could throw anything, any question at him and, spits out that knowledge. So we want to thank Kevin for coming through on obviously a busy time for him there. And yeah, poor guy gets to go to Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there.
Yeah, that sounds pretty awful to me.
That should be a lot of fun there.
I can't. Who would possibly enjoy that?
Nobody. But yeah, thanks, Kevin, for coming through there. And yeah, that Shohei card and everything, man. I mean, I've been watching it. I think he's right. The consortium, right? Because no one's going to drop. Well, some people probably do.
Well, of course, some people do.
But just de-risk a little bit and get in a third of it. So I like that move there. Shout out to Kevin, and thanks for coming up, and a great job by Adair there, and thanks for throwing it over to us. We had a good time, but we don't sleep around here. Like as that was happening, we got out to some more Palantir as that just went for a run, and I did type in the chat that SpaceX up there at 116. I'm getting ready. I am ready to short it. I just never got filled. So as we talked with Kevin, we had some orders out right into here, and it just didn't give me the 116 that we were looking for. So now you're back into 114.50 potential short coming in for SpaceX off of 117 is a look that I'm going for right now with only 4 minutes until midday madness and XYT halted again.
Yeah, that stock is not going to stop halting.
I mean, it may not. It may not.
No, it's going to do like 30, probably 20 or 30 halts.
The trade here today, I think that should still be on. We already talked about getting stopped out a little bit there. It's a positive day on Lucid, but at the end, not for Lucid, but it was the number one idea. Join me on X on Instagram. As we mentioned, Lucid short $7. And look, we hammered it right here and made the money. And all of a sudden when it was breaking out, a couple outs right there, and then to stop out at the top of 720, and then the absolute move into the lows now of 660. So congratulations anybody that held on to this one for a long time. It was a good time, but you just had to hold on to it. So that's Lucid. And then we had Amazon, which was a great long. We actually did fine on the long, and then we reversed into the short. Turned out to be much better there. And then obviously the big trade right there for me today is another chicken with dinner winner on Palantir. So we'll wait to see if that holds 160. But look at the market finally starting to come up with a day in the red potentially now for the NASDAQ off of what's been up 7% or something in 5 days for the NASDAQ off of some of those lows. So yeah, maybe today.
It's holding the low though.
Yeah, it's doing great.
So I'm just going to quickly show you guys the NASDAQ and we'll get to that super chat. But we failed the highs. Now you're potentially bottom wicking the overnight lows, which is also in the aftermarket where the NASDAQ bounced, not the S&P. I know we say the market all the time, but the NASDAQ, there goes the trend break on SMCI. So for this super chat, Suim, I'm going to say, when you are trading a trend break, what time frame do you use? I use the 3 or the 15 because those are the 2 charts I look at. But that's like a trend break. You execute on the time frame that you like it on. There's trend breaks that happen on a daily chart that you could be swing trading because it happens on a daily chart or a weekly chart. But I reflected in that time frame. So it's just the hilarious thing is right now, SMCI is breaking the trend. What on a 3-minute, like it breaks the trend here. Like if I was going long, I'd want to be long there, like somewhere as it's breaking that prior bar for the trend at about 30.75, and then I traded off of the 3-minute from that standpoint. But you could also look at a trend on a 15-minute time frame, and then have your targets and your entries based on a 15-minute chart. You might hold it longer because it's on a 15. It's just whatever you find. So I have a 3 and a 15. That's just what I like to use. I did get out of SMCI in the short. I was actually thinking about if it held the trend line here, I was probably going to go back into the short. But now all of a sudden it looks like a bit of a long. So I'm going to wait for that volume weighted average price for sure. And then we get another super chat. If SpaceX breaks under 100, my kids won't be eating. Well, that sucks. Well,
you saw a while before that, so just get some food in their bellies right now. Cook up some rice and some pasta, and have that for a couple minutes, because it does look like that SpaceX potentially may be going into those
lock
levels.
up tomorrow.
But what you're not too worried about there is Apple. I mean, we talked about that, trying to get a little bit more into the Apple, into the portfolio there. We did not buy any more Apple, but that is on one right there to the upside. Apple from 306, man, at 10:30. Right when Kevin came on, Apple 306, now 311, $5 straight upside there in one of the strongest names right now. Anyways, obviously not in the market today. We have our watch list kicking out here today. If we sort of zoom out on the bigger market, Shopify. I said to Neil today when I logged in, I should just sell this thing immediately, and that would have been a great move. It's fallen back in about 10% there today. Shopify still up 17, so we like that. Silver up 5, gold up 4, so those have been good ones. Eli Lilly even pulled back. I mean, the market's doing this, so some of these pullbacks make a little bit of sense there today. We talked about Disney a little bit there. Kevin on ABC. Of course, with Shark Tank. And then there's SpaceX leading the way. Was no surprise there. The only thing that I think is surprising people is that it's up $5 from that 110 area. So that's a good little move there. Also still down 8%. AMD now back to earth a little bit, down 7 again, as that had a nice move up. The name that I should not be in any longer, Uber, that's down 5. DraftKings, we talked about a little bit of that with Kevin as well. ARM, SMCI, Marvell. So some of the unwind is happening. Very small though today. Like Marvell was up 12, 13% when it wants to go. We'll take it down 2% day. That is for sure. But yeah, good day overall here today. I hope you guys enjoyed the last half hour.
Absolutely.
It's been a banger first couple
It's already
hours.
11 o'clock too. Now the thing about Shopify, it's now just dead sideways too. Like there was one shot for it to bounce, but this goes back to like having an entry and having an idea. Like when it got to 143, it does a bottoming tail candle, bounces off 142.50. Right, but if you say, okay, 143, I'm just going to go long somewhere in front of 143, put a stop at 143, then it kind of runs you out. But it does that bottom tail, but it's doing nothing. If it just goes sideways, holding that support line, there can be a secondary play here because it's in an all-morning trend that, in theory, has broken, but it's just not doing anything with that just yet. So we'll see. Do like some IBIT. I don't know if we'll get back into Bitcoin. But Bitcoin didn't get to VWAP while we talked to Kevin. It got so close, but that's a nice looking bull flag. The market looks weak. IBIT looks strong. This is a potential breakout and then room to 36.8, which is like 65,000, in front of 65,000. But it's 11 o'clock. Your favorite JLHL will be in play. The YXT, yeah, they're both halted right now. Both those two names are halted. So it's likely to be a midday halt fest over there. We know what Sharif will be looking at, but we'll find out what Joey Options is interested in as well. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. I want to thank you to Kevin for sure, and Luis as well should be stopping through because Luis, he comes in the morning. You'll see him again in a couple of hours. So enjoy, and we'll see you at 2.
See ya.
Oh, I'm not even plugged in, Joey. Boom. You see those glasses that I had there, the blue ones? They are no more. I slept on them.
Oh,
yeah, man, I don't even have another pair. Boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Opsh, the options man. I'm Sharif, and let's say hello to everyone. Benton, it's all over. Bruno Guimaraes is officially a gunner, Juan. He's on the way to Arsenal. And I saw. We'll go to see it in 1 second. We're just going to say hello to everybody. 420 Bud Monster, mad love, right back at you, buddy. Jeffrey Jurassic, love the name. Oli. Wyatt. We got Jody, used item. Shout out to Jody, customer. We got Brooke Lavi, CompuCare team. Been a minute, brother. I haven't seen you in a minute, CompuCare. Good to see you back. Dragos, the Rob P. Shout out to OG Darth Trader, Snowman. It's Shafi, as well as Matt Silva. Shout out to Wyatt. Shout out to Gamecraft Nico, John D. Pietro, Crazy Dirt Weed, and Manny Olive. Shout out to Sit and Spin and Winnie Pooh Guru. Love that one. James, 63 Wicks, Wannabe Trader, B. Cameron, Smith, Rusty Shackle. Ooh, gotta clean those up, man. You don't wanna have to take a tetanus shot over there, man. Stevie City, Brandon, JC Trader, and Dino Abedini. Joey, just before we get to see and say hello to you, we're just gonna send it up to Sia real quick. She's got news.
Keep an eye out on U.S. SO that was dropping right now. We had a couple comments coming in from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying that a joint announcement by Oman and Iran is in the final stage if certain third parties do not interfere. Also, just a couple of moments ago, we had another comment coming in saying that the Iran-Oman agreement in itself, quote unquote, does not mean that the strait is secure. It cannot guarantee the Strait of Hormuz shipping safety due to the U.S. naval blockade and other actions against Iran. And that's all. Just Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson also saying the joint announcement by Oman and Iran is in the final stage. Other parties do not intervene.
Thank you so much, Sia. Already, Assassino, the chat's coming in fast, furious from one of my favorite people in the chat, Tisha frickin' Perkins, small cap trader extraordinaire. JLHL has the most potential today, in my opinion. Room to 1783. Then, Joey, the light price of 41.89. Tagging you, myself. We're halted right now, as the Katina man mentioned. 1435 options, man. 1440. So we're slated to open a little bit lower. 1485 was the halt price.
All right, guys. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W two-wheel drive delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across growth engines. Fantastic stuff. Yeah, I mean, Sharif, you're definitely right. You mentioned to me not too long ago, maybe we take a look at a couple of the small cap names. But first things first, let's hop in and see what we got going on here today. Now, SpaceX, SSPC, this is the inverse ETF, guys, to leverage. Listen, I'm like, okay, let's see how we react today. I know we started the session off negative due to the gap down off of the reports yesterday. So I'm like, all right, let's see if we're going to break down and it kind of be an all-day fader. That wasn't necessarily the case. So anyways, aside from that, I feel like we were peaking above the volume-weighted average price. Obviously, this is inverse. So what we do is we get involved, we enter, and then I'm like, okay, pull back. I really want to double my size here. And that's what we did. I was looking for the volume-weighted average price, but then the weak hands, Devin Haney over here, 101. I was like, oh, you know what? Let's get out of this. And thankfully we did. We locked in some a nice bit of profit on this one, but this was the ideal target for me. And unfortunately, we didn't have the ability to obtain that and achieve that. Now, as for the NASDAQ TQQQs, guys, we took a loss on that one, and we were just, I was looking for a big-time rebound, and I held it at the break of the low of the day, and then it just continued to sell off. So I'm glad we got out, but we took a hefty hit.
Give me my money, man.
Giving back the majority of our losses right here.
It's ripping up. We got 14.19. I just took out 15s. Watch out for the flush through 14. Here we go again. We're going to take out a little bit more here. Watch out through the flush out. Wow, what a move down. Holy cows. So that was an aggressive move. There was a 14.07 buyer of note. 13.10 limit down. Watch out, 13.10 limit down. So there was a 14.07 buyer there. And as soon as this opened, I was looking, I'm like, all right, where are the buyers going to step in? He's stepping in again. So let's watch out. Let's see if he can backstop the flush, because what a move down that was. That moved from $15.39 to $13 in one fell swoop. So let's see if the 14 here holds. Continuing to watch, looking for a 14 hold. There's generally a 14 hold here, but where do you put your stop? Right? Like, because you have a 13 candle bar low. So that makes it tricky here. While I mull that over, we're going to send you to Sia.
USO climbing here again a little bit. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying that exchanging views with Pakistan and Qatar right now. But we also had another source on the Israeli negotiating team saying that Israeli ambassador Yakil later asked the U.S. to suspend talks after repeated selective leaks by the Lebanese delegation. This is coming according to a news source that the Israeli ambassador Yakil Litter has asked U.S. to suspend talks after repeated selective leaks by the Lebanese delegation.
Oh, wow. This is ripping again. We're back in, man. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, here we go. 15. We got 14, 13, Joey. And I don't like getting 13s. 15 we go. Up into 15 again. Resistance at 15. That's been the case since I started watching this, looking for a move, and a decisive move at that, above 15. Let's see where the buyers step in here. Back down into the third of a dollar, 62 buyer. Let's see if we can ascend into 69 we go. I'm just gonna put something a little bit north of 15, then one a little bit much more north. Let's see if we can kind of get that, Joey. 80 seller, so no closing prints on the 5 or the 1. Above 15, and there it goes, 15, 20. Looking for 25s, no continuation. So a 20 seller on JLHL keeps us from ascending. So I'm going to try to pack the patience here as much as we can to see if we can get an aggressive price spike up. Take out that 20 seller, Joe.
All right, good stuff. I got my eyes on it as well, too. Just waiting for the tape to tell me when to engage on this bad boy, just in case we get that next wave of participants stepping in and pushing us all the way to that $16 marker. Yeah, this thing's, hey, man, I got to be patient and wait for this tape to tell me exactly what I'm looking for. I'll pull it up for you momentarily, but again, you're playing a game of seconds and inches here. Every penny counts, right? So you want to be really precise, especially when I'm trying to play that break into a specific zone. So let's keep our eyes on it and on the tape. Oh, there it went. There it is. See, typing it in, man. No. Let's go. Boom. All right, there we go. We'll take that, Sharif. For what it is.
Oh, bro, there we go.
I mean, it's not what I wanted, man. I'm putting it in here. I wanted that 15 push, but anyways, aside from that, we'll take it for what it is, a little scalp. Now I'm going to be more patient. I'm not going to chase this. It wasn't anything crazy, nor was it what I wanted. But hey, it's better than nothing, and we won't overly complain about that. Now, as for the SPY and the NASDAQ, listen, we've been on a monster run over the past couple of days, and I think I'm not surprised from what we're seeing. We haven't even had a complete breakdown. Things cool off a little bit, right? We had 4% at the highs, around almost 5% on NVDA, and then the NASDAQ had like back-to-back 3% plus sessions. So let's just be patient and wait for some high quality. There it goes, pushing into 16 once again. Oh man, yeah, this is a pretty good one here. I wonder where some levels could potentially be on this bad boy as we now run into it. We'll keep our eyes on the tape to see if there it is, 16, there it is. Bang,
16,
nice
14
move.
limit up. Sorry, I just have to
Go
announce
ahead.
that. No, I just gotta let everybody know what the limit up is, brother. I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just because I know you don't put the halt bands on your.
Yeah, I don't have the halt bands on there. So yeah, we'll see, man. That was a nice little move. Would have liked it at 14.92, but that's not the case, nor the scenario we're sitting in. How deep is this pullback going to be? That's my next question. Now we'll wait for some other moves to the south side if there is going to be any, and then maybe we'll look for another continuation because you can see the strength. Look at the difference between the weaker candles and the stronger ones. So with that being said, for me personally, I like it for a couple more attempts on the long side. So NASDAQ and SPY, I'm not in love with any of the large caps right now. I was looking at a potential fade here on SpaceX via SPCE, which we already had a nice little trade on it. It's on the Amex, actually, SSPC. So maybe we'll just go back to the ones that have been working for us. We have JLHL on our side chart here, and we have SpaceX as well too.
All right, 15 general area support. Watching the 5-second chart on my top screen, looking for that general halt level in and around 15 to hold. So we have top wick for now through 16, but I don't think that's the end of the matter. Continuing to watch here. There are others. YXT is continuing to go as well, but goodness, I mean, it's going to halt in. Oh, wow, bro. The small caps are lit today. Be careful because, you know, usually day 2, day 3, we sometimes get some aggressive pullbacks. Continuing to watch JLHL hang around 15. I don't want to do anything quite yet. Dropping in a $0.75. This one descends while YXT ascends. Is that halted? It is halted. 15 freaking 95 on YXT, and that is the #1 gapper in the market right now. Up a light, a not so big, a don't even turn your neck right now. 5 113%. Watching here, 15 getting reclaimed, looking for a seller to step in, just to see if there's going to be bamboozlement here. Back above 15 we go, but it's a zig and zag party, a little above, a little bit below. Let's see what we get here. I don't want to jump in quite yet on JLHL. 1506 buyer. Okay, dropping down into 1494. Yeah, just continuing to watch here. Nothing for me to do. This is quite consolidative. It's sideways price action right now. I'm not saying it's going to tank or anything, but I'm just saying that right now it is a little undecided. 1450 local area support. If this loses 1450, I leave this one for a second and allow it to set up again, possibly around 14. There is a flat top that was brewing on the 5-second chart around 14. But here we are. Pretty close to that 1450 area low. Let's see if we can hold it. Right now, we have a flat bottom of sorts around 1450 with lower highs. You have that 1614 area high, and then you have 1525 area high. And now we're right back down into 14 3/4. So let's keep a close eye on this one. I have nothing to do quite yet until see a little bit more. Let's put in YXT on this screen over here, get a gander of what the tap is over on YXT. Is this on the NQ? Yeah. Tap is an eye-watering $20 frickin'. This halted at $50.95. We're going to open up about $4 higher, give or take. Now, the halt time is 11:12:18, current time, 11:14:35. So nothing for me to do for a few minutes here on YXT. I'll keep you guys apprised of the tap. Sorry, guys. I see the tags. I see the mentions. It's just, you know, when we're in this kind of crazy sort of halt fest sort of, I got to really concentrate right now on these ones. And don't forget, INLF is taking out 7.5, 775 now on INLF, 860 high. That one's also moving. Oh boy. Oh. I feel it's going to be one of those days, brother.
You think so?
Yeah, look, they're all moving pretty aggressively right now. So this is going to be one of those days.
Yeah, hey man, we're here and we're ready. We're ready for this. So I'm looking for a potential second entry here on SpaceX. I do like the look of the price action from the 1 and the 5 minute. Some topping tail signals here. So 1930, maybe we'll get involved. And then also that just gives us confirmation in where our out is. All right, so about 15 cents of risk. If it breaks that level, then you just get out of Dodge and then you look for a re-entry if it does display itself. See ya.
Yeah, keep an eye out here. MSOS, the advisor shares for pure cannabis, U.S. cannabis falling here. White House lobbying Congress is to delay intoxicating hemp ban provision tucked into the spending bill. This is coming according to the New York Times. It is dropping. There was a high volume spike right now. Currently, I'm just going to check the levels for this, down 6.4% on the day. White House lobbying Congress will be delaying intoxicating hemp ban provision tucked into the spending bill, coming according to the New York Times.
All right, yeah, we have the Canadian $2 here. How is the options level looking on ELF? Guys, you can see that we're long SSPC from 1934. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of a move as the NASDAQ almost puts in a new low of the day. Let's pull up ELF. How are the options looking? We can figure that out here immediately, right away. Anything for you, my folks. And it's $2 Canadian, so...
I'll do it.
Okay. Since you talk about you want to get on the priority list there, Shree, drop a couple snow pesos in there, and then you're
like the snow peso reference.
All right, guys, let's see what we got going on. Hey, man, it's tough to say. Like, some of these names aren't hyper liquid, right? So it makes it a little bit more difficult to find where you're going to have the larger participants, because this could be any average bloke right here with putting on that interest. Just in great noise stuff. So anyways, aside from that, here it is expiring this Friday, guys. And to the individual, sorry, I missed your name. If we can pull that super chat.
I can tell you, Joey. His name is JX184.
JX184. I mean, here it is, 80. You got that positive gamma exposure, and here you have the negative gamma, but that's already in the money. So next level would be $100, and this is a name that we obviously we don't talk about quite often, or maybe not enough. But ELF, nothing outstanding really, except for the 2 strike prices that I just brought to you. So we're gonna wait and add some more. I would like to double up this position, Sharif, just in case we do happen to get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. Then we're really rocking and rolling on today's session, that's for sure. JLHL starting to pull back in a little bit, but it's not breaking down aggressively. I like the look of that.
I like the look of JLHL's jib. Look, there's many jibs today that we can be looking at. Two of them are halted. Thank you, Tisha frickin' Perkins. ZYBT halted to the upside. It is up a respectable, where is it? Show yourself, ZYBT. Sorry, guys, ZYBT. Up 90 2/3%, halted at 244. Keep your eye on that. YXT also halted. INLF about to take out 8 again. JLHL, as Joey Opsh just mentioned, still holding. And I want to show the tap here because it's back down to $20 on YXT, but I saw it moments ago. It was at $25, now showing $19.99. So keep your eye out on this one as we get closer to the opening time, which we have passed now in terms of a 5-minute halt. So at the earliest, YXT will be open 11/22/18. It will not be open earlier than that. It could be open later because these volatility halts, if you're a newer trader, especially the small caps, they come in waves of 5 minutes, right? So you're always adding 5, 10, 15 to the halt time. Simple. So continuing to watch here, JLHL. There goes INLF. Sorry, I'm going to be all over the map today. Through 815. The squeeze is on right now on INLF. 860 high. It's showing 818. I can't quite see what the limit up is. I think it's one of those windows where I'm going to have to fix this window, dude, because my halt bands don't show up here. Jeez Louise, Joey, what am I going to do here, man? Everything is moving. I can't concentrate on one thing. JLHL is about to take out 15 again, so I was looking at that, but I also have to get into INLF here. As it comes to 850, it's an 860 high, but there were no closing prints above 850. 833 on now. We're showing a halt parameter at 832. I can't tell if this is going to halt or not because I don't have the halt bands on the screen, but it looks like 832 is limit up here on INLF. Oh my Lanta, it is one of those days we're halted on INLF in the 832. We are still below the day high right now. The day high is 860. We're about 30 pennies lower than Casey, 520 freaking 6, as she always does. Magnanimous is this woman, gifting 5 Trader TV Live memberships to Tyler, Glenvester UK, JV Man, Tisha Perkins. No, you already had one, Jay. Joni W Gaming and Jerry Woods. All y'all got a free memby, premium memby, thanks to the lovely KC526, Joey.
Good stuff. So yeah, so what I got going on here is, and I'm not in love with this, but I just pretty much hedged myself, and I don't like it. So as we climb higher in SpaceX, right, as synthetically I'm short, and then I'm long the NASDAQ. So it's a push and pull against myself. So I'm just like moving. I'm not really moving anywhere. And we talked about getting out of this as soon as we crack that level. And there we go. You got a new high of the day almost in SpaceX. And that's going to be our final attempt. Like, I don't want to, like, what we've seen over the past couple of sessions is that these grinding days are where you're just trying to look for that move back in towards the volume weighted average price or whatever it may be doesn't typically happen. And I don't want to get stuck just continuously forcing something. I believe we put ourselves in the right position at the right time. So if this doesn't want to break down and head back into view up, I'm not going to try and fight it. And what we can see from a 5-minute time frame, it looks like we want to go and test that 116.48 high. So with that being said, let's get out of dodge on this one and just, accept our losses for what it is. And then if the NASDAQ really starts, the TQs trade really starts to work for us, then we just hammer it pretty heavy. Or if these names don't want to cooperate either, I have no issues with heading over into small cap land, looking for some high quality opportunities. Let's see if NVDA wants to go back and test that high. We talked about that $220 marker bright and early this morning. That came into play. We even moved higher, 222.42. Well, guess who bought some more? Yeah, that's right. You guessed that right for sure, Sharif. There it goes. Brand new high of the day on SpaceX. I'm glad that we got out of that one here, Sharif. Otherwise, that would have been absolutely disastrous as we just absolutely skyrocket. Not much of an influence on what we're seeing on the NASDAQ right now, but nonetheless, I'm looking to add a little bit more.
Sorry, just give me one second here.
No,
just
no
in
worries,
position
man.
with JLHL.
Check out ARM above VWAP, SpaceX moving up. Yeah, that's why we got out, right? Like I told you guys, this is why it's so important to stick to your outs. Look where we happen to just say, hey, man, we're not going to be fighting this, especially considering your risk to reward is good. So you have to take this into consideration, just the fact that it's like, all right, if we're giving this key pivot and out, our target is going to be the volume weighted average price, and that's like a 4 or 5 to 1. That wasn't necessarily the case as it tanks, and that's why imagine holding through this. You just made your loss 10 times bigger than what you actually needed it to be. So that's why we got out. That 110 long on SpaceX, as discussed. Yeah, you like the 110 long, Katina, man. It's looking pretty good, man. Hey, especially as the volume is really starting to uptick over there. Now, as for the teachable cues, listen, it's pretty weak here today, and we've been on some big runs, as I stated not too long ago. Now, where are we going to get this move to? VWAP would be the ideal target, but I think that might be a little bit of a stretch, and I might be asking for much. So 74.80, hey, man, you know what I do. We don't ask for much, but we'll ask for the most when we do. And if that's the case, let's see if we can get up into 74.80, and then this would be the ultimate target, but I think I might be asking for a little bit. That might be a stretch. Now, yeah, see, that's the thing here. We don't stand a chance. If this thing wants to break down and you can see this this shelf starting to form, we don't stand a chance in the long on the NASDAQ. But there are so many stars aligning that the reason why I took this is like, look at this. This is the largest volume print since we've seen 30 minutes ago. And then sure enough, you're below VWAP with this. So, I mean, hey, you have to pull the trigger regardless if it works or not.
All right, I'm trying my hand here at ZYBT. I want to give this to 3. So in here at 29, showing me 19, so we're out of the money on this one. But it did gap up pretty aggressively from the halt price into over 275. So kind of some consolidation right now happening right around 3 mid-teens, but we are stair-stepping down. There is a sell. They were selling at 25s. Now they're selling at 20s, and it's dropping down incrementally. So I'm looking for whether or not there's going to be a buyer to step in at 3 so I can add into this position at around the whole dollar. 307, it's going to fail. It feels like, let's see if their buyer steps in. There's no really big buyer stepping in at around the whole dollar over here. So let's see if there is one, hopefully, coming in sooner rather than later. Up into 13s we go, 14s, no continuation. Keeping an eye, of course, on INLF as that one is open now. 909 high, nope. ZYBT is going to fail. We're going to have to get out of that, so we'll give back a little bit there. So prior bar low is 275. So I want to see if I can possibly get back into ZYBT and give it to 275 because it's right back above 3. So continuing to watch. Let's see what this one has. It's right back above 3. I just want to put the 5-second chart on my top screen over here to see where the trend is. No, the trend is still negative on this one. So I want to ride the trend to the high side. So we're putting in lower highs and lower lows right now on the 5-second chart. So I want to see until that flips, I don't want to get in here, okay? So let's hang out. Let's see what happens. Nope. 290 is an area low. Looks like we're about to fail that. We're failing that right now. Into the 80s we go, so nothing for me to do. Now the halt price open was 275. So there could be a dip trade around there. However, it's still a downtrend. I haven't seen anything positive here. INLF is ripping up my days. 948 on INLF. Keep your eye out on that one, as that one's certainly not on a downtrend. Well, it just pulled back a little bit right now. Let's send you back to Sia. She's got news.
Market falling right now. The SPY is currently having a bit of a downtake. Israel and several Gulf nations are holding talks to promote alternative solutions for exporting oil and gas through routes that bypass the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This is coming from certain news outlets over here. I'm just going to check USO levels right now. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but the market did drop a little bit. Israel and several Gulf countries are holding talks to promote alternative solutions for exporting oil and gas through routes that bypass the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
Thank you very much, Sia. Great call out there. We're doing okay here for the moment. That could change at any moment here on ZYBT. It's all over the map. So we got into that 3. We have the almost local area high through 340. Let's see if this holds up. Seller at 22.30. There it is again. Seller there. looking for a little bit more. Nice move on this one now. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher because we're holding trend, right? Even though, you know, we're zigging and zagging, the trend is still intact. This current candle has higher lows and has higher highs. I'm always talking about the 5, unless I mention that it is the 1. So I'm going to have to pack my patience here, but I do see a sell coming in at around the $0.25. It's the same seller who keeps recycling their short position. Even though they get blown out, they put it back in. In the 40s we go. Can we see 50s? There's nothing coming in at 50, Joey. In fact, I'm going to put in a liquidity tester at 49s to see if we can get up there. Into 35, 38. Nope, nothing popping off. They're selling at almost every level, right? So you're not getting that big squeeze where we're, you know, pushing people out of the way. There's 40 ascending nicely, but no continuation. Let's see how many shares we have left. Okay, we'll take from that. 40, 42, 44, 45, 49 into the high of the day. Limit up. Limit up is 84. Boom! Into the limit up, baby. 384 limit frickin' up on ZYBT, which is now 200% up on the day. We're halted. 384, tap, 420, halt time, 11:28:51. Get it. Ooh, my Lanta. Looking good here, Joey.
Yeah, Gorev. So again, what I'm seeing here on the tape is that every time we get a pop-up into certain levels, right, it's immediately rejected. And the way that the price action, so here's the SPY and here's the NASDAQ, channel down, trend down, and it's not breaking and just continuously rejects. And I have maybe a little bit too much size on this. So if it breaks that, we're going to be in a world of trouble, and I have to get out considering I added to the position. If we don't sit on the backside of this trend, then we might be in a little bit of trouble, but nothing that I don't believe we can get out. But see, here it is. Okay, so I want to pull up. Never mind me looking at these delayed charts. So what I want to pull up here and display is keep your eye on the tape and what's happening in the price action. So every time you run into the top end of this channel, it's immediately it's immediately met by some form of defense, right? So watch, you get this uptick at 74.40, and then watch the time in sales as you have the defense and the algos kick in and push price a little bit lower. See, clean flush. So every uptick is getting met. So what we need to see is a break of the level, and then sure enough, if we have the ability, you want to see some strong price action filtered through this tape. And right now, it's not really happening as we continuously get rejected at this zone.
I'm just going to mention one quick thing.
Go ahead.
Guys, YXT's halted down. So it did pop up into 2089, and it just limit down 1709. Just before we go up to the big desk, halt time, 11:30:14. Earliest open, 11:35:14. Tap, showing 16:57. So about 50 some odd pennies below where we just halted, guys. Let's send you up to the big desk with Adara and Juan for the Euro close.
It's time to talk about the European markets and what they did this session. It is 11:30, so these markets just officially closed. Let's break down some of the biggest movers and biggest stories and watch with Juan.
Thank you, Adara. So intraday highs in the European markets before fizzling out towards the end of the day. We see the stock 600 up marginally by about 0.16%. They touched intraday peaks by nearly around the 659 mark before consolidating near the record ground. Over in Germany, the only laggard today down by marginally, just below 0.02%. Earnings seasons, of course, in full swing in Germany. We got Siemens Energy rose marginally on strong Q3 revenue as well as profit. However, Infineon, the index worst performer, they dropped by over 5% today, missing high margin expectations despite record revenue as well as a raised full year outlook. So that's one to look out for tomorrow as well. Deutsche Post fell by also more than 2% despite beating their earnings as well as expanding their share buyback program. Over in France, the June industrial output grew by about 0.1% month on month, missing the 0.3% expected expansion, but also recovering from the previous month's decline. In terms of stocks, industrial stocks led the gains, like Airbus up by around 1%, Safran up by about 1.5%. However, luxury stocks led the declines, with Louis Vuitton down nearly 2% and Hermes down by 1.5%. In the United Kingdom, corporate earnings still also in focus, lifting the index. We've got Next surging by more than 6% after raising its full-year profit guidance again. Glencore also gained by about 4% on an 86% year-over-year jump in adjusted profit, while Coca-Cola climbed more than 4%, following strong first-half earnings as well as sales and upgraded revenue growth outlook. So, main story from the European region, we've got some economic bulletin updates from the European Central Bank. They noted that geopolitical tensions cut the Eurozone growth by about 0.4% over the past year. However, massive corporate investments in AI has been shielding the economy from deeper deceleration. So watch for fixed income repositioning tomorrow, especially easing yields that will support the tech and growth equities based on this commentary. And also watch out, I mentioned earlier about Infineon. Watch if there's any follow through on that reaction, anyone catching the buy the dip bid, as well as the mining sector in the European region up by 2.4%. So let's hope that maintains momentum on rising global copper metrics.
AI investment, a international story. We'll probably hear a little bit more about AI at 3:30 p.m. with one where we talk about the Asian markets. You can check out these segments every day we're here. In the meantime, we'll send you back over to the midday.
Fantastic stuff. Juan, thank you,
Get it, Juan.
my brother. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see, Gaurav. This is going to be key. We want to see some follow through for sure on this move, as we had NVDA really punch through the volume-weighted average price. I thought this shelf would give away a little bit, but hey, if we creep any higher, then that'll help fuel this little fire that we got going to the top side. And we got this trend line, 5-minute candle on the backside of this trend. Give us some breathing room, and then we're ready to continuously rock and roll on this bad boy. Hey, aim for 75. You don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but again, that defense most definitely stepping in. As SpaceX is starting to come back in, AMD doing the exact same thing. See, so hectic. Pricey, really choppy price action, man. Yeah, I think, you know what, I'm going to stick to what I believe. I do believe that what I'm seeing on the tape is correct. I don't know. I could be wrong. Things can change really quick, but if we don't get a rebound and a punch through the supply zone relatively quick, and also on this 5-minute candle, this is, I mean, that's not exactly what we want to see here, is all this selling pressure really start to step back in. But let's give it time, like you said, my brother, and then sure enough, time will tell, as it does for the majority of things in life. So.
All right, man. We're in ZYBT again. We're taking prints through 4. It's a new high, day 403. 399 seller, aggressive seller at the whole dollar. Not surprised about that. Looking for a break here through the level. Willing to defend as well, but definitely need to see a little bit more, especially buyers stepping in a little bit more aggressively than they are at the moment. So continuing to watch 92. Oh, my Lanta. There it goes into 09s, 10s, 18s. It took out all my orders. ZYBT into the high 418. Can't see what limit up is. I have to change the screen. So let's go ahead. Post at 425.19 showing up here. Big seller at around the 20 penny area. Watch for a flush and a lot. Oh, my Lanta. There we go again. 431 limit up on this one. We got 84s here. Looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can get up into the $half area. And you'll notice I actually had a dip trade there that went unfilled. 443 now, limit up? Yeah, 443 limit up. I stop out if it loses 4. Simple as that. There we go. We're out. It lost 4. I'm gone Zeno on that one. Oh, bro, this is already it's too much. All this stuff is moving pretty aggressively here. Down goes ZYBT into 3 3/4. Continuing to watch. Let's see if the buyers step in. Looking at the 5-second chart up top, certainly, you know, a buyer of note in and around the whole area, which was 82s, I believe. So you're going to get price spikes down like you just did into 70, but it's quick to resume. Now, what I don't want to see is the local area low getting lost. That local area low is 369. So if 369 goes here, I think we'll have to set up again. 73 showing up. We could lose it. There's a buyer here at 73. Down goes Fraser into 69. But it holds up, ironically enough, into 75. Again, we go. So that same buyer at 69 showing up, but not showing up enough to push this through 4. So going to continue to watch this one. We'll see what we get. Not doing anything. But look at this one, Joey. Like, I mean, I wasn't even asking for that many shares, my boy. Like, look at that partial right there. I wasn't even asking for too much right there, man.
You gotta,
yeah.
Where's Michael?
Blame Michael. Come on, Joey. This guy, bro. Oh, my leta. Grunfeld, KRTR just took $2. Grunfeld, you animal. I love it. Get it, Grunfeld. KLTR. Let's see what Grunfeld's looking at, man. I'm scared to look away from these charts because they just move so quickly. This is a great look, brother. KLTR. I already have it on the side chart, actually. I just have said very little about it. I'm going to continue to watch ZYBT here because it's working its way back into 4. It found some support at that 369, 370 area. Now it's knocking on the door of 4 again, showing 95s. So let's see if we can kind of weasel in. Now you could do a couple of things here. You can get in here at the, kind of the midpoint in the price and then give it to like maybe 59 or mid 60s, just so you're not getting stop hunted at the local area low through 69, right? With a view here for a reclaim of 4. And that, you risk a decent amount here. I would say about 20 pennies to possibly make like 50 or 60. I can't quite see what the limit up is here is. But it just continues to see some selling into that 369 area. We're there right now, showing 73. So, yeah, too consolidative for me to feel confident that this is going to be the breakout above 4. But here we go again. My God. My God, bro. There's a lot of action here, Joey. I don't know where the hell to look. What are you looking at, brother?
I'm looking at the same thing here, man. Just feeling a little Slim Shady's palms are definitely sweaty over here. No, I'm being sarcastic. No, we're just looking for it, man. I mean, we already had a couple of volume-weighted average price moves. Now, this would be ideal. Like, this would be a grand slam if we have the ability to hold this through to the volume-weighted average price. But again, if these names don't want to move in tandem, then I'm like, oh, what am I even doing here? But things aren't looking too bad right now. This is a key supply zone. You can see that we've tested this on multiple occasions. And I don't want to pull the trigger too quick because a break through this level and we head to that next zone. But see, this is what I'm talking about. If you pay attention to the details, every time we run into it, it's just met by a wave of defense. So eventually one side of the battle is going to win, right? Who's it going to be, the Bears or the Bulls? You take over, you have someone take their foot off the gas, and then sure enough, that'll give the other party room to really start going. See, look at the strength on the ask, and we're just not getting those strong upticks. But anyways, aside from that, just micromanaging this position. Yeah, see, coming right back in, guys. Pay attention to this stuff. This is what I'm talking about. So 74.67. Clearly acting as a resistance zone. We have SpaceX heading back in towards VWAP, and we're pulling back in a little bit here on NVDA. So let's keep an eye out on that. SMH and SOXX approaching. Need a break of those lower highs. Yeah, man, we need a steady break here. See, Gorb, I don't know, man. This isn't looking too good for me, but as long as this holds, I think that's going to be your definitive out. If we can have that 5-minute candle sit on the back side of things, then I think the story can be a little bit different. But are we going over to the desk there? All right, let's send it over.
You keep an eye out on US, so not a major move here, but CNN reporting a senior Gulf official statement saying that there's a 50-50 chance that Iran will reach a deal on the Strait of Hormuz by Friday. CNN reporting that there is a 50-50 chance that Iran will reach a deal on the Strait of Hormuz by Friday. This is comments coming from a senior Gulf official.
All right, yeah, I mean, better late than never, I guess. But yeah, here it is, guys. Same thing, coming back in off of that level. SpaceX moving lower, NVIDIA. Let's head over to our watch list and see what we got going on here. Where the top names are up 3 3/4%.
Get it, Katina, man.
Yeah, that's moving lower. Google, yeah, we were just a little bit too early on that SpaceX. It's just liquidity grab and then started to head a little bit lower, drastically increasing the risk to reward. So down 8% here on that one. Microsoft moving lower. Amazon doing the exact same thing. So this isn't helping us whatsoever in regards to the triple Q's long. Broadcom at VWAP, and then we have Tesla not doing anything crazy, but that might not be a bad signal for a potential long over there as well. Palantir putting up a monstrous day yesterday, running into, okay, that's a big time move. 166, pulling back a little bit, but still holding up to some key levels.
INLF. Here we go. We got O2s. Here comes the $0.50. We're looking for a breach here of the $0.50, guys. 47. There's 55. We're looking for 69, Ozan. Need you to punch. There goes into, I think, 57s. Good look here for INLF. Still have some unfilled orders, and anything through 8 ends the trade for me immediately. I'm looking for a bigger move up here, man. I want to see 9s. And we're definitely getting a lot of resistance repetitively at the third of a dollar in the same way that we are now. This seller has been targeting the third of a dollar quite a bit, okay? I keep setting up, even though he gets clipped on the way up, he sets up again at the third of a dollar. So here we are showing the quarter dollar, the fifth of a dollar, no continuation. Gonna have to keep my eye on this one. There it is into 30s. Again, look at this guy, bro. He sets 33, 34. It's the same seller coming in at the same price. Now, who wins, right? Who's got more money? Who's got more conviction? So that's what I'm a market observer, not a market mover. So continuing to watch here. Let's see a decided move above the half dollar. We're definitely not getting that. So I'm just going to go ahead and wet the beak here, lest we drop and, give back some here. So I'm just going to continue to watch to see either I get stopped out through the break of 8 or we take out 8.5. And then, I'll be looking to possibly even add into this position like a psycho. But for now, I don't do anything, right? Kind of at the midpoint here. There's nothing for me to do, just to watch to see who's going to win out this battle, because basically there's an equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers as we're in a bit of a consolidative state. 40 showing up again, 38s, but no continuation through 50. Look at that. Keeps doing the same thing. Now, a lot of buy orders coming in showing 40s. We need that big buyer to step in and kind of just decimate some of these sellers here. Sellers or short sellers, whatever. But we're definitely not getting it. 45, 60, it didn't print me, man. I was waiting at 69. There's 60 again. And there is 69, and there it goes into a local area high. We're looking for more now. We're looking for 9s. Let's go ahead, set up that 888s, okay? And then we're going to wait at 905. We're going to wait north of 9 to test liquidity there. Let's see if we can get 8s. We haven't got 88s quite yet. 73, 72 showing up, looking for a bigger move through the 4/5 of a dollar, and then we're looking for the whole dollar here breach. Hence why I set up at 905. But doesn't look like it's going to do it in a straight line. Continuing to watch here, the 70-ish seller step in. And so at least we're riding the right trend. So now we can see where the seller's coming in. He's coming in the low 70s. My goodness, pushing it right back to the 30s. We got to hold the half dollar here, man. We definitely need to hold the half dollar as a local area of support, and we're definitely not doing that. We're dipping on the bid into the third of a dollar. The ask does stay most of the time above the half dollar, but the spread opens up when that happens, and that creates a little bit of trouble. So I'm just going to continue to watch this, Joey, and we're going to see if we can kind of beat through some of the sellers here at the half dollar.
All right, man, there it goes. Yeah, so I put on a 3-minute time frame. Yeah, we have to get out. I don't think this one's going to rock and roll for us here today. So what I'll look for is I'll take one more attempt, but you can see we go 0 for 2 on this. And, we'll take our at-bat, right? So we'll take 3 swings. So once things start to turn around, maybe it just needs to absorb a little bit more liquidity. But this is what I was referring to not too long ago. It's just that we sat on it for a couple of minutes, but we didn't have the ability to hold. Now, I'm not going to allow it to continuously fake me out, but it's not looking overly strong here today. Some good sessions, right? So expect a little bit choppier of some price action, and that's totally fine. So back-to-back really, really strong days, and today starting to cool down a little bit, and you can see punch through VWAP, but then we started to head lower a little bit. So, it is what it is, and it's not good. It's not great, but it's not horrible either. So SSPC, see what we can. Maybe we have to roll over to small cap land. So this is what I'm thinking. So let's compare the charts, right? So I go long here. This is SSPC inverse SpaceX, and this is the TQQs. Now we get stopped out. If it turns around one more time, I'm not going to allow what happened here on SpaceX, because if you get back in at the lower end of the range, look at the risk to reward. So the market will play those games on you, is where, okay, yeah, you go long or you go short, and then it's like, all right, yeah, never mind. Let's just kind of phase everyone out and then just go back to where it was before, and then you eventually run into your target. So we'll be patient and wait for another opportunity to enter back on the NASDAQ if it does display itself, all right? So, other than that, man, I'm just relaxing, looking for some high-quality opportunities, whether they come long or not.
Chilling out, maxing. right by
Chilling
the
up
school.
chilling
And when
by
a
the
couple of
school.
guys that were up to no good,
Ooh.
they started making trouble in my neighborhood.
Oh.
I got in one little fight, and my mom got scared. She said, "You're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air." All right, man, let's have a good time here. I'm out. INLF, limit down. It's halted. Now, sorry, guys. We're looking at ZYBT. We're looking for a move above 375. So this candle here is jokes because it's engulfed the red candle prior to it. So I'm talking about the 1145 candle on ZYBT relative to the 1140 candle. We have a high on this candle, 370, a low of 302. Prior bar high is 356 and a low of 310. So entirely engulfed, right? And now we're getting basically a seller in and around 60 to a half here. So just want to pack the patience on ZYBT. I've got ZYBT up on the 5-second chart. I'd like a nice move above 375. That takes out local area sellers. And it's also a previous area of support, that 370 area. So now it looks like it's being recycled as resistance, which is okay, right? That's what we look for this kind of, I don't know, what am I saying here? For the technicals to hold up in the way that we anticipate. Resistance becomes support and vice versa. So continuing to watch here. If we get a move above 370, I'm likely going to punch back into this one, but we don't have that quite yet. Love that show, Prince of Toronto. Eh? Yeah, right, brother. But it was like one of my after school specials, man, growing up, right? You come home, you don't want to do any homework, right? You just smash Prince of Bel Air, which was always on some cable network, obviously. But that is it. Having a good time here, guys. Love sharing this with you guys. Looks like you guys are having a good day as well. Shout out to Tisha. I think Tish is calling it a day. She's printed up multiple storms on some of these names, and she's out. But we got Casey. I don't know where Bovin is. Bovin was messaging me earlier while I was at the gym, and he's like, INLF, and he said another one. I agreed on INLF, but the other one I was like, right? So hopefully Bovin will be here sooner rather than later, and then we can get, the what are those? The customary booms that take up 4 or 5 lines. You gotta love that, man. What are you looking at, Joe?
Yeah, so I added again. We tried it again, man. That's it. We struck out here on the Nasdaq. Tried it one more time. A couple good signals displaying themselves, and then sure enough, now we're on the brink of elimination. So we have to be really cautious on. Not yet, but we're pretty damn close. So I mean, when you just push here, it doesn't work out, and it comes back against you. You have to be prepared to get out. And I was like, yeah, you're not getting me today, because when you do fight it, watch, boom, it might go here now, and if it does, man, dirty dog. All right, what are we gonna look at here? I mean, a couple small W's and we're right back in it. So I don't have too much going on. I believe it's that lunch hour, so we have to be patient and wait for some good quality opportunities. Now, what's Robinhood? A lot of people were screaming Robinhood this morning, saying that was going on a nice little ride. Yeah, it's a bit tougher of a look, without any question. This pullback, I think that's justifiable, and then maybe you can go a little bit higher, but it might be in limbo at this very moment. So Coinbase, we'll head over to our watch list. Apple, SpaceX still down. Is it going to bounce off of the volume-weighted average price? Who knows? This name not doing too bad here. So 4 strong days in a row, and then sure enough, I mean, I think at this pace, we're going to head at this 236 high, which I'm going to be just continuously loading the boat on. It's been a lot of fun buying this stuff up. What's up, Michael Burry?
See what he said today?
No, what did he say?
He was basically saying, he feels like there's a major top coming, and he's calling for a correction similar to the one that we got in 87. Was that Black Monday, boys? Like that 87 that he refers to there, was that Black Monday? We'll have to do some checking on that. Yeah, but he's awfully bearish at the moment. But he's been bearish for a hot minute, right?
No, he's short everything right now. I mean, all the big names, all of this AI trade. So, hey, man. If their own. If you think that's coming, then by all means. When was the last time? I don't think this is the first time ever in history where we've had major corporations spending this amount of money on infrastructure. So if you want to go against that, then by all means, continue to do so. I'm going to try to go where the money is. And whether it works or not, all I can say is that I put myself, which I believe would be the right place and the right time.
All right, Joey. ZYBT took out the $0.75, so we're going to give this the old college try. It has to hold the $0.50 here, otherwise I'm out, right? It's about to lose a $0.50 here as we speak. So yeah, this one looks like it's going to be a little bit tough. Into 65 we go. Let's see if we can get some prints here in the high 60s, low 70s. Let me just throw out my stop on this one. Yeah, and there we go. So let's see if it can hold up. It doesn't look like it's holding up here, quite frankly. Seller at 57, looking for a price spike up into the high 60s, but we're getting selling almost at every level. So to me, I was looking for that 70 seller to get moved out of the way, right? Because that 70 seller was the one that was holding us up. So now it looks like, possibly a bull trap here. We'll see if this one fails, but it does look like there are buyers stepping in somewhat here at the $0.50, preventing it from dropping, but I don't know how long that lasts for, especially since we're not making any local area highs. So the local area high is 381, I believe. So we'll have to kind of hold the area low into 340, and we'll have to take 380 out if we want to resume trend. And down goes into the 40s as it popped back up. Yeah, they're selling at the $0.50 now. So it looks like, yeah, once we lost that $0.50, the short stepped in pretty aggressively here, and down it goes. So we will give back a little bit there as we do get stopped out on ZYBT. Sucks, but hey, what are you going to do, man? You got to take these shots. I'm looking to see if that 40 seller buyer is going to step in again, because we had a 40 buyer there momentarily. But it's not curling up. Here's what I'm looking at, guys. This is the 5-second chart. So I was looking for this seller to get taken out at 70, which they did, right? So then I punched in there. I was looking for continuation in the 4, but we didn't see that continuation, which sucks. So let's see if the buyer at the $0.50 here who's hanging out continues to hang out, and maybe we can get another kind of breath to the high side here, Joey. That's what I'm looking at now.
All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, Gorb, I mean, that's what happens. Hey, man, anything can happen. As long as that print holds up, then by all means, you're still in play. But again, I just had really, really tight risk on that one. It's fine. Managing risk is hell. Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, your boy has a chip in a chair, 2 o'clock. Watch out, man. Things get real dangerous in this neck of the woods, obviously being sarcastic. But SSPC, let's see what we got going on there. Have a little sip of water. Cool. This was definitely the banger. If we held to that, man, we just mess around with a couple of small caps, so scalp here and there. But I started to push and kind of got a little bit greedy. And that's what happens, and then we'll flip back over. So I've only really traded 2 names today and 3 trades. But to add into this bad boy, it didn't work out for us. If we broke that and headed into 75, then it was a TQ's party, that's for sure. It's a party. And then this one, I'm glad that we got out, because this could have been absolutely disastrous. No rebound. I think, what, Gorb, honestly, I'm just thinking wait till 2 o'clock, 2:30, maybe even before then. And if you happen to get some form of a truth or anything along those lines to boost what you have going on, then by all means, I think you'll be sitting in a good position. But you can see that what I was referring to earlier as key, like, beautiful, like the stars were aligning, right? This is exactly what we're trying to identify, but channel down just took over, and a little bit of the selling pressure, considering the run that we've been on for the past couple of days, just managed to overpower what we were thinking. So there's that. We looked at the memory names. How's DRAM doing today? Not too bad, man. A nice little snapback on this bad boy. Still 32% off of the highs. Nothing to get overly worried about, considering we were cut in half at one point. Western Digital holding onto some positivity. But see, this is the thing, right? So this is where I stand when it comes to this, considering that you have a bunch of individuals with regardless if you're leveraged or not, you can see the weakness, even though we are up 30% off of those lows. Each day is a little bit weaker than each green day is a little bit weaker than the weak ones, if that makes sense, than the selling days, which can add a little bit more of conviction that, hey, maybe we're not ready to completely recover yet. You'll have sellers step back in and hold some key levels. And I think that's going to be the narrative. Eventually it will find a rebound, but I think it's going to take a lot longer than what we're expecting to kind of get back to those all-time highs in some of these memory names, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're in a pullback state right now in almost all the big movers. ZYBT into 3, it's looking flat bottom breakish. You guys need to be careful with this one. I'm not saying it's going to flat bottom break, but it's putting lower highs with essentially a 3-ish bottom. So that kind of sets up for lower high, flat bottom break. Now, you can entirely change trend here, but what I'm seeing more often than not are lower highs as opposed to any higher highs. So keep your eye on the trend there. INLF, open, it was just halted. It's above 7, it's above VWAP, but it's got a downtrend, so I'd be careful with this one as well. YXT still halted down. This one is really losing trend. 2089 is the high. We're halted at 1265, and the top is now showing 12. So things are coming in. They're coming in fast and furious to the downside. JLHL still hanging at 12 2/3, 12.5, but it's still a downtrend as well. It's got some higher lows, but I'd say that the lower highs are more operative at the moment. And if you're looking for a small cap, but you're not a big fan of these multiple halters and the speed at which they trade, look no further than KLTR. Shout out to Grunfeld. I think he's printing on this. It's a slower mover, but it's at a key level now. We got into $2 high a day, showing 97s, but it's been awfully respectful of trend. And the trend here, it can cut many different ways. Here's what I mean. Look at the pullbacks. They all hold up at the 10 EMA, but that's not exactly the only sort of trend that I can pick up. Look how it's stair-stepping up, holding structure as we call it. Look at that 185 resistance, then it clears it. It goes to about 96, comes back down, holds 85 as support. I like to see that stair-step up structure because it gives you a key area that you can say, well, if it fails this general area, I'm wrong. And that helps limit, obviously, your losses. So KLTR, for those who are interested, keep your eye on that one. But INLF is at VWAP. Yeah, see, I don't want to get in here just because it's at VWAP, because look what it did over here. It lost VWAP for a minute from 10.05 till it was able to reclaim it 10.50. So, you know, we're looking at past history here. It's not a glowing endorsement to get in at the volume-weighted average price. To be quite honest with you, though, I'm thinking that ZYBT looks like the best of the bunch right now, even though it does have that lower high, you know, 429 area high. Then you have a 380 area high, and now we're rejecting at 340s. All the while, a flat bottom break could be brewing through 3. Maybe you guys could look to see if you can short ZYBT or how much locates would cost. I don't have it on my platform, but of course we have it with real trading. It'll just be about how much this one costs. Katina, man, just for you know what and giggles, yeah, I appreciate you, Katina, man. Katina's always doing it live. He's gonna find out exactly how much real trading, of course, the prop firm for which we work would charge for. And when I give you guys the price, it's for 100 shares, so what we call a lot. And this is looking like it's gonna lose 3 here, man. This looks awfully good as a possible flat bottom break. So we'll keep tabs on that. We'll let you guys know. What do you, $10 for 100. So you got to do the math, right? What's the price move down, and you know what should you really kind of be expecting in terms? Exactly. You need 10 cents per share there to make that back, and it's failing, Katina, man. It's losing 3, Katina, man, and this flat bottom break, especially if we lose 280, that is the limit up level. So we're at 3, we lose 280, it could be big trouble right now for ZYBT. Something the hell is going on with Google over here. What is going on with Google?
Yeah,
it's bleeding its own blood. Chief scientist, what is this it? Or is this coming in earlier? I have no idea.
No, volume just stepping in, man.
Chief scientist is leaving after 27 years. Is this new or is this old? I don't know. Help me out, guys. To start his own AI company, reporting the Journal. Google is bleeding its own blood here. Down goes Google. It is now negative 1.5%. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, guys. But I just want to let you know, this is what I'm seeing. I don't know if this is the reason it is moving, but those all came in at 12 o'clock. Here's my news blotter, and you'll see on the news blotter, Google's chief scientist is leaving. Did I see that earlier? I'm just looking here to see if this chief scientist story came in earlier. I don't see it, so that could be it. I have no idea. Are we going to Sia? Because I hear her talk. No? Okay. No worries, Sia. No worries. Take your time. Okay. So so it is that story. Let's send it to Sia.
Yeah, that speculation is correct. Wall Street Journal is currently reporting that Google's chief scientist is leaving after 27 years to start his own AI company. That is why Google's having such a big uptick. If there's any more developments in the story, I'll be sure to let you know. But currently, Wall Street Journal reporting that Google's chief scientist leaving after 27 years in the company to start his own AI company.
Thank you so much for that, Sia. I appreciate that. Let's dig into the story a little bit more if we can here. Now we have time. Do you have something to talk about? Can we look at this?
Yeah, go right ahead, man.
All right, so Jeff Dean, Joey, that's his name, one of Google's earliest employees and an architect of its AI strategy for the past 15 years. He's leaving And as Sia mentioned, he's going to start his own scientific discovery company. He joined Google as its 30th employee in '99. This guy's an OG, bro. Yeah. He's going to be chief executive at a new public benefit corporation called Discovery Loop, and that aims to accelerate tech by automating complicated multi-step science and engineering tasks. The startup will initially focus on automating the process of machine learning and engineering via its own internal tech. Eventually, it plans to apply its tech to a variety of areas, including hardware design, drug discovery, love that, and global challenges such as clean energy, according to a news release. Okay, so we're not going to belabor this story anymore. You guys understand why Google is bleeding its own blood. Look at this. My God, there's no bid. I don't know what the market cap drop is right there, but we were at 381. We're at 362. This is really losing it, and it could be at 350 sooner rather than later. Google is really coming down now. Careful here, guys. For this, but yeah, wanted to give you that information.
How's it not? Like, I mean, the NASDAQ did sell off a little bit, but I mean, with that pace, it's funny. You know, honestly, this is, again, the guy's been there for a long time, but this guy just probably raised a couple, I don't know how many billions of dollars off of the market cap right there. Whatever $10 would be, it's a great opportunity to buy a little bit more.
Like, is this guy like?
It was on a big run.
Important, Joey, because he's been there. Like,
well, I guess he's not. Trust me.
Yeah.
I mean, the street may perceive it that way, and it's like it might be a big deal, but Google will be just fine, regardless. I think who is at. I shouldn't say at the helm, man. It's just how business works, right? I think it's a good buying opportunity. It's just been on such a big run. You give it a little spark, and then next thing you know, you have this kind of issue. It was on a nice 3-day run, so sell it off, man.
All right. I think Adira's got news. Let's send it to her.
Bigger story here with Google. Looks like we're actually going to get the Demis Hassabis of Google's DeepMind stepping down as CEO. So again, looks like we've got Demis Hassabis of Google DeepMind stepping down as CEO of Google DeepMind. Sounds like he could be, it says to be chair. Not clear if this is going to be the chair of this new company being started by this Google chief scientist, but if so, this Demis Hassabis stepping down would be a much bigger deal than the Jeff Dean story. Again, guys, keep an eye here on this Google catalyst. As we get more details, I will keep you posted. And again, as the wording of this story, gets a little bit clearer, I'll keep you guys posted as well. But either way, you've got two heavyweights at Google reportedly leaving the company. It's time to see what's happening now over with Sia.
Thank you so much for that, Adira. That report, that is actually crazy for Google to bleed that much. Let's take a look at what is going on with the markets right now. We have the context for the Google story over there. SPY currently tilting a bit towards the red, just slightly. The triple Qs down 0.5%. You have the Dow that's up 0.74% and the IWM up almost IWM down almost 0.5% on the day. Two things that I have for you now. The ITA, that is the iShares US Aerospace and Defense ETF, has up to an intraday record as of today. The fund is at an all-time high that is dating back to its inception in the year 2006, and the ITA had last hit a record on the 7th of July. Shares currently are up 0.30%, 0.42% to be precise, trading around $251 region. Next up, we're talking about SKT, that is Tanger Incorporated. CEO of the company, Stephen Yeloff, has said that the store operator has seen traffic increase in June and July due to international and domestic tourists that were tied to the FIFA World Cup. SKT, that is Tanger, still flat on the day, but just a couple comments that came in from the CEO. But before we send it back to the show, Neil, tell us your lesson for the day.
Thank you very much, Sia. Crazy action over there in Alphabet, which is trying to hold on to the low. I don't think anybody's even heard of those people, but it doesn't really matter. It's moving. But I want to talk about the bank error in your favor trade, because there's a lot of ways that could happen. Like, I don't know. Let's just say whatever reason you were sitting in Alphabet and then you just happen to get lucky, like you're short and you take advantage. But there are sometimes, and I'm not saying that people are in the know before a headline drops, or again, like, I don't want to get all conspiracy theory, but if you looked at what was going on in Alphabet before, it was a program sell. And it brought me to two things that happened yesterday in the market. And one of them was on Warner Brothers Discovery, and another one was on eBay right at the end of the day. And in each one of those cases, like there was a headline about the negativity on the deal, again, more delays for when it might possibly or might not go through in Warner Brothers right in the middle of the day. But the interesting thing about it is it had just done a false consolidation break, and then right as it's breaking the all-day trend line is the moment everything falls apart. That's when the selling on the news comes in. And it's not about knowing that that's going to be the case, but before the volume comes in, the volume candle is here. The break of the trend is on a very small, very infinitesimally small volume bump that breaks an upward trend on the day in a stock, by the way, which had been selling off the day before. And I'm not saying anybody knew. I'm not saying someone jumped in and front ran that story and caused the trend to break, and that could have been your indicator. I'm just saying it's something that, hey, maybe you're looking at. If you like a trend, you go for it and take a shot. And I'll give you another example of something that we all knew about what was happening at the end of the day, which was EA being, not kicked out's the wrong word. I mean, if you're kicked out of the index, it means you stink and someone's going in for you. If you're removed from the index because a deal is closing, sometimes there's sell pressure at the close. So there was an anticipation for a gigantic sell imbalance that comes out at 350. And then what was this stock doing? Doing absolutely nothing, if anything, just slightly ticking up every couple of cents, gets to the prior day high, and then right before the imbalance is coming out, it's breaking a slight trend. And everything is fractal in the market. If a stock has a 10-cent range and moves 3, that's still significant. And when it moved that little tiny percent down early, you could have said, okay, well, now all of a sudden the sellers that are anticipating that leaving the index are jumping in, and you could short this. Look at the move down. That's still 5 times the daily range at that point up into the day, and a short to the high is like a 5 or 6 to 1 trade. All day long, there was no ambiguity about what was going on in the index. You knew it was coming out, but the stock wasn't selling off. And then once it starts to sell, it just accelerates after that because the event that everyone's expecting causes it to come down at 350. And you don't have to be sitting in it. You can just wait for it to do something different. In this case, it literally lost VWAP and broke a bit of a trend, and then all of a sudden it accelerates. And then Warner Brothers, sort of a similar thing on that trend break. Now, I'm doing the whole market's going down. So I'm in it today for a couple of reasons. 1, because it's an all-day trend break and it happened to work yesterday. 2, it's in a downtrend. And 3, if the market's going to fall, if a deal's not going to go through, then one of the things that ends up being true is you have to trade on your old laurels. So therefore, this thing should move with the market a little bit more than it normally would. But it's just about putting yourself in the right place if you can. Like if a strategy, if a setup that you like gives you an indication that, hey, oh, this is going to turn, and on top of that, there's like an underhang or a current or a slight volume spike that maybe something is going on, that can give you the extra alpha. Now, I don't think anybody front ran the Alphabet thing, but it did seem like it was, like this looks like it was a program like 45-degree angle, or whatever, like a 45-degree angle like to the downside here, and so linear, and then it absolutely drops. And when I saw that in eBay and the Warner Brothers, which by the way, I am saying someone knew the Warner Brothers thing. Like that's as far as I'm concerned. That's what it looked like to me when I went back. If you looked at when the news hit, it was right at the top and it broke the trend line on a volume spike, and then like a minute later the news came out. So if you can put yourself in the position where you have a technical trade and you're already in the money or it's giving you indication to be in, you can just get the benefit of the doubt if someone happens to be front running. Because sometimes that's all a trend break is, or a flat bottom break, or a trend in general like Alphabet was doing. So, we want to blend it into something that's happening, because that's the most interesting thing about the market. It's going to teach you something every single day, and maybe this is a great opportunity. Like, before we throw back to the midday, guys, I'm just going to look at Alphabet on the daily chart and start to ask. The 50 period, it's not close. I thought maybe we were closer to the 50 period here on the daily on Alphabet. That's down at 353.5-ish. So about $5 away. There's a spot that we could be looking for on Alphabet. That looks like a good one. Good quarter, a couple people leaving, but hey, let's see if that 50 period is going to be able to hold. The shepherd's pie was all right. I don't know. It was pretty It's normal. Like it wasn't good. It wasn't bad. Should have put like hot sauce on it or something. To give it more than like a 6.5, if I added hot sauce, it'd be a little bit better. Vegetables were always good. So we'll throw you guys back to the midday. Hopefully Google can bounce that 50-period moving average. And sometimes you can see something brewing because when news drops or a major headline, there's little signs in there sometimes in the tape or the chart that'll show someone had it early. You can get lucky if you just happen to take a shot on a normal technical break and then the news hits after. Good luck on Alphabet. Good luck on all the midday trading. The market just went red. Yes. Boo. Peace.
I want to go over Google again here. So as GeoOGL continues to make new intraday lows, we had two separate stories that came out at the exact same time that are tangentially related. So we'll start with the one that came out first here. Wall Street Journal reporting that Jeff Dean, who is a chief AI scientist at Google, and as Sharif mentioned, longtime employee, he's been there for 27 years. He is leaving with 3 other veteran Google scientists to found a new startup. Now, apparently the Google DeepMind CTO will become the new division head. Then we got the second story here, this one reported by Bloomberg. Demis Hassabis, who was the former CEO of Google DeepMind, he's stepping down from the CEO role. He's still going to be the chair of Google DeepMind, and he'll become the new Alphabet chief scientist. So that's the deal here. Two separate stories with GeoOGL, both related to some, not turmoil, but certain turnaround here at the company, and that's the deal with GeoOGL. Before we go back to Joe and to Sharif, I want to mention UiPath. This is not moving at all, but this just came out here as well. Apparently, they're expanding their Google Cloud AI infrastructure to scale agentic AI. Perhaps a story that would have been better received by the market had it come out, say, 10 minutes earlier. Back to you.
Wow, it has been a very eventful afternoon, and it's going to get more eventful. VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, and they delivered more than 70,000 EVs globally. Guys, that is up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing, of course, the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And by mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. Shout out to the good folks at VinFast.
Yeah.
You know what I saw, Joey?
What'd you see?
I saw VinFast for sale on my favorite area to get new things.
Oh, yeah?
Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, really?
There was a lease takeover that looked fantastic. And can I say, I do like the idea of lease takeovers. It's a contingent or it's a limited liability.
Okay.
So, say the lease expires in May of 2027.
Yep.
You know, I just give the car back. It's
car
like
back.
almost like having a rental. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
You
yeah.
just get to
Pretty
enjoy it for a little bit.
Yeah,
And then give it back. And I was looking at the VF9 specifically.
Oh, really?
Beautiful car. A little bit longer, right? So maybe some people who don't
More
like.
sedanish.
I would say more wagonish, brother. I
Oh,
can
yeah,
show you what it looks
yeah,
like in a
pull it
minute.
up,
But
yeah.
yeah, pull up. It looks actually pretty good. If you guys don't mind for a second here while Google continues to hang out. Free gas, Katina Man says. And then he would know. Well, he's got the Model 3, of course. And now he's using FSD. And I think that's kind of one of the things that I'd like to see FSD on the fast. Anyway.
You have to. You're gonna listen. In my opinion, I could be totally wrong on this, but it's gonna be such a major disruptive service to the auto industry. If you don't have autonomy, then it's like I don't want to hear this. I like driving. No, you need to have the option.
You need to, of course. Absolutely
trust me,
agree.
you're not going to.
Yeah, one sec. Okay, let's go to Adair, and then we'll talk a little VF9 when we get back.
First, we'll talk Shake Shack here. SHAK, this is a big move to the upside. The headline that I'm seeing here is that Smith says Starboard has taken a position in Shake Shack. So I looked up who this Smith was. Seems like it's probably Jeff Smith, who was the managing member, CEO, and CIO of Starboard. So either way here, looks like Starboard's leader and chair has announced that the group has taken a position in SHAK. Let's see if we get anything else shaking up here, but nice push to the upside for SHAK. I just looked up the volume on this name on the day. It's over 2 million shares, so decent volume move here as well. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. Great call out. Here it is, Assassino.
Yeah.
Tell me in my ear, brother. What do you think, man? Say again? He likes it? I like it. Katina Man, what do you think?
Katina Man likes it.
Yes or no? Maybe so? 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Neil,
Whoa, that's
yourself.
high.
He wants to see the back.
See the back.
He kind of likes it, right? Look at the tan interior, Neil. I don't know if it's coming out on there, but this is tan interior right here, man. So it's blue on tan. Sia, I know you love cars, so I'd love to get your opinion. What do you think about this? Yeah, just throw it around, yeah. What do you think?
The interiors?
Absolutely, you can see the interior. Let's put VinFast VF9 interior. I think Neil wants to see it as well, so let's throw this on. I'll show the tan interior because I like that. I like that. I like that. Where the money at? What do you think? Neil, interior. That's nice.
It's mad
It's nice, man. I really do mean it. Like we're not saying that just because they're sponsors. I actually like the car. And that's the truth. Anyway, you know, it's Vietnamese, whatever. I don't really know them for making cars, but hey, you know, that could
I like the
change.
V too.
I like it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. And this color, you know, my
How much is
affinity
it?
for blue.
But the only thing that
Very good deal. Bro.
How much is this gonna run?
We're talking like Canadian, maybe 3 and change bi-weekly. It's reasonable, man.
I don't know.
Reasonable.
We gotta buy these things cash around these neck.
Well, not everybody's Joey Ops, right?
know
Buying
what I mean?
all their cars cash.
Well, we gotta see what it's going for over there.
Yeah, look, I'm liking the response there in the chat as well, man. Why do you want such a big car, says Renshu. I don't know, brother. I like big cars. I don't like small cars. It's just not my thing, right? Looks ugly, says Black Hole.
Oh.
Yuck, your owner says. Looks like an Acura, says Saul, sorry. Tilster Tis loves it.
What?
Juan Padilla's opining that Sia doesn't like it. Jesse Martinez,
Yeah,
my man,
He's back.
is back. Beautiful interior. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm just trash, says I Smoke.
That's
Come
crazy.
on, bro. It's not trash. Juan Padilla says it looks like a Honda Pilot. I actually agree with you there, Magabones, on the fact that it looks like the Pilot.
I
But
think it looks good, man. The interior looks good. I think with this new generation of cars, if you don't have that big screen and that luxury interior, then you're in a little bit of trouble.
100% agree.
Right?
100%.
You know what I never understood is, we'll get back into the markets momentarily. The Audi Q3 interior is so, like, it's like, man, what am I even looking at here compared to what some of these other German
You like
cars?
it? So you like what you're seeing?
In the interior of the
Yeah,
Audi?
yeah, yeah.
No,
No,
it's so
no.
hard. It's so hard to carve, man.
You want to see hot garbage?
Yeah.
Pull up the interior of the new BMWs.
Yeah,
What are these
see.
hexagons, bro?
Let me see.
Hold on, let me see. What is the 5 Series interior?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see
5
what we got going
Series
on.
interior. It's new. I don't even think it's this one, Joey. Maybe 2026. Let's see that. No, it's not this one. It's one of them is like a hexagon. Get it, Katina man? What is
that's
going
a
on
big
over
recovery,
there, man?
man.
The Katina man is $7 in the money on the Google
Oh, man,
log,
what an
man.
opportunity
Absolute
there.
bottom pick in there. Good job, Katina man. He's printed up Storms. I can't find it right now. I don't know which model it is, but there's like hexagons in some of them.
Oh, yeah?
It's just like weird looking, Joey. But
Man.
I think Beamer is.
Yeah, I know.
They need to fire their designers or something
Oh.
there, man.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
+1.
Say it again. +1, you agree? Yeah. I think Randy agrees with us as well. When I showed him some of that interior, he wasn't happy. Renshu.
Have done better. They have done so much better.
They have. Like Joe's X1, like that time in Beamer's development, I think is prime Beamer.
No way.
Yes, that's my opinion, bro. That's
fair,
prime Beamer,
fair.
bro.
That's
Like
fair.
Renshu, can you guys get the Xiaomi SU7? That's literally the best EV money can buy outside maybe a new Cayenne EV. I couldn't agree with you more, brother. I couldn't agree with you more. Go ahead, Sia.
BMW Z8 has one of the best interiors.
The new one? The new one? The old one. Okay, I'll check that out. Thanks, Sia. But yeah, I do love the Xiaomi SU7, and I think the high-end model is like it's the fastest production car, I think, in the entire world, right? But it is electric. I think, and it can jump too. Like, I'm not even kidding. There's videos of it on YouTube jumping. Like, I don't know what the hell you're gonna need to jump puddles when you're driving, but the fact is you can.
In the Mercedes?
No, the Xiaomi SU7, dude, it jumps because it has air suspension.
Yeah, you see the Mercedes, the Maybachs that do that?
What?
Yeah,
No
bro.
way.
They said he'd be doing that, man.
The engines are the issue, Sharif, says Save Man Woman. Very interesting, Save Man Woman. Are you?
Man,
All right.
Gaurav, hold on. I need to figure out before we do that. I got to figure out from Gaurav if he's in this long. I mean, there it goes. Finally broke this channel to the downtrend, to the downside, right? So now 5-minute candle on the backside, and up to the race it goes as Google finding a rebound as well too. So nice work there, Katina, man. With a low of approximately $356 all the way up to $365. So a nice move there from our guy to the right of us. Let's send it over to the desk.
Let's take a look at the IWM at the moment. That's down close to 0.5%. 3 tickers for you today. CDE, that is Core Mining, is up almost 8% on the day. It's reporting earnings after the bell as of today, and revenue estimate for the same is $1.24 billion, and an EPS estimate is at 26 cents. Second up, we have IONQ, that is IONQ Incorporated, that's down 2.5% on the day. IONQ and Sandia Sandia National Laboratories have signed a memorandum of understanding to accelerate quantum code design for national security applications, but the stock is down 2.5% as of today. RKLB, finally, Rocket Lab is up 1.5%. The company has secured a $397 million contract from the U.S. Space Force, according to a press release late yesterday.
Thank you for that, Sia. I'm watching YXT, guys. I don't want to punch in on anything right now. I am not liking any of these small cap gappers. But YXT was halted. It's still above the volume weighted average price. You know, guys, even though there's been a lot of selling, I mean, you don't need to be a chartered market technician or the NOS boss to see 11 support here. And here we are, like we're still holding structure despite the fact that we're about $7 off the high. Look at that 11. I'm showing you guys the bottom chart right there. 11 has been a major area of both support and resistance. And I'll submit to you guys, it hasn't given way. Now, I don't want to get in here because it's lower high, lower high, lower high into that, you know, $11 area. We know what that is. It's a flat bottom break. So the way that I get back involved with YXT is if it takes out the candle high, the 12-10 candle high on the 5. The high of which is, it's not going to let me do it, so we're going to bring in the multi-time frame. We'll put it here, YXT. The high of which is 1550. It takes out 1550, we got another thing coming here because then it changes trend of lower high, lower high, lower high with 11 as support. So, you know, that obviously does leave me with, you know, not getting a good price by getting in here, but I'll trade that off for more, I don't want to say security, but a better entry, at least the way that I trade. So I got nothing. I do apologize at the moment. Everything is on a breakdown. JLHL has lost VWAP. It's at 10.5. It looks like it's going to lose 10. YXT is the only one that I'm really looking at. INLF is below VWAP as well. The problem is here, for the shorts anyways, that you have 5.5 support. And ironically enough, you are still holding a higher low. It was 5.5 local area low. Now it's $6 local area low. So be on the lookout for that. ZYBT lost VWAP as well. It's bleeding its own blood. It's an unbroken downtrend after 429 high. So there's nothing. For me, there's nothing at this point. Really saving except for some of the slower movers. KLTR, maybe GERN. Those ones still hanging out. Rob, long echo since 82.50. Room to 95. That's ambitious, Rob. I do like that. Let's have a look at ECHO.
For sure.
For sure. I'm going to hit that. Show.
GTA trailer 3? Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
It came out
Man, listen, again, I play more chess than I do video games. I haven't played video games in a long time. But the game looks wicked, man. It looks really
better,
really good.
bro. How many delays?
Yeah. It looks
Right,
really
it's
good.
better,
The detail on it is pretty insane.
Yes. So, Rob, $95 is, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I would be aiming for at least is just maybe local area high. So yesterday's closing print on ECHO was about 91.50. Let's throw that line on there. About 91.60, Rob. So before, you know, we start looking at 95, I'd say let's get to 91.50 first. Let's get, you know, break even on the day because we're negative. And then maybe we can look to the topping tail candle that hit yesterday at 4 o'clock, which was $93. But nice ascending wedge pattern. Great call out, Rob. I would say a flat top break through 89, higher lows all the way throughout. And then you had that 89 implied balance high that rejected before we dropped down to 84.77. Good recovery there for ECHO. Thanks for pointing that out, Rob. Let's see. Ox Long, BJDX. Sorry, options, man. Do you want to cover something? Because I'm just looking at the chat.
What a recovery here. I mean,
GOGS?
No, on NVDA, like you go down to 218.50s, you're right back up at 221, almost at the high of the day. And at this pace, I think you're going to breach it. So a nice recovery, man. Patience is really key, especially on some of these trades. Market turned around and off to the races it goes.
BJDX, Joey, that's what they're calling out in the chat. Grunfeld calling it out as well. Shout out to my man Grunfeld. Look, guys, I don't hate this, but facts are facts. This is still a lower high setup. I need to see a move above the high of the day into 165. We have to break trend of the lower highs. What am I talking about? Look at that 4 or 5 a.m. candle. 178 high. Not bad. How about that implied balance open right at 935? 165 high. Now where are we at with that latest pop up there? 162. So it's high, lower high, lower high. Let's move above 165 on BJDX. We get involved. In fact, I'm going to throw this one on the side chart over here. Ooh. We're going to take off NG, which is, you know, a little slower of a mover, put on BJDX. And if this one definitely catches a bid, I'll be involved, I promise. But we'll see what this one does. That's it. That's
all right,
it,
man.
all right.
Let's head over. Yeah, you don't got anything really going on. Let's head over and see what SpaceX is up to. We could throw GOGS up just to figure out what's going on if we're getting a full bounce. Like, I don't know. This is a fantastic question. I'm sure we can figure out how much market cap was erased off of this, and I don't think a handful of individuals are going to have that much power on this major corporation. That's just on a big time run. I think it's a good opportunity to buy here at 357. Boom, off to the races it goes. Here goes AMD. Listen, I was thinking, you know what? I'm sure we're going to talk about it here later on in the day during the news, but there's a couple of interesting things. Now, I like what Sean was saying as well. It's just, it's really expensive, but it's holding up so much better than I've ever anticipated it to, which is totally fine. But I think at some point you're going to head into some areas where like, oh, you're not really expecting that. I think what's really big, and we'll talk about it momentarily, is one of the points that I will bring up. I'll leave you guys hanging a little bit of a cliffhanger on that one. But speaking of cliffhangers, there it is, 417. I'm surprised that this level hasn't been broken just yet. It's really, really shocking to me. But hey, by all means, if people want to continuously buy it up, then for sure. Let's send it over to the desk.
Keep an eye here on HPE. This stock is pushing a little bit higher as we get an article from Barron's called, quote, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise stock looks ready for another breakout, close quote. So Barron's basically calling this one as a long idea, seemingly on technicals, and you do get this push to the upside. I mean, again, nothing massive, but for a stock of this price, not a bad move here either on HPE as it makes moves towards the high of day. Back to you.
Yeah, Trav, hold on. Yeah. You have something there? As soon as you're ready, let me know.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, there it goes. A nice recovery here.
All right, guys, quick reminder. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's My Daily Morning Research Note every single trading day that I am here. We are talking about the big market stories, things that are moving the market, the key technical levels, and not just the levels, but the trade plans, what you're looking for to get in, what you're looking for to get out, and the catalyst, and what we're actually watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos. You get custom posts and emojis, as well as those loyalty badges. So make sure to hit join below this video on YouTube to sign up. Thank you for everybody who signed up. And just by way of example, I got to show you guys the morning note. It was stacked today. Because, well, it's in the middle of earnings, Assassino, and we know how things, you know, there's a lot moving during earnings. So you're just going to go, once you signed up, you're going to go to the Trader TV Live homepage on YouTube. You have a series of tabs right at the top, home, video, shorts, live. Click posts right there, this bad boy right here. And then mosey on down, it says members only. And now I've put the link right at the top because people were like, yo, I can only see the first page. Where's the rest of it? Well, you didn't click read more. Now you don't need to click read more anymore. You're going to see it right there. Click that link and the boom. SpaceX spending spooks investors despite a strong quarter, reads the headline. So make sure to sign up every day, or make sure to read it every day. And thank you for those who have signed up.
This guy's thinking $1 trillion. Think SpaceX can make $1 trillion in revenue?
I heard him
in like
say
the
that
next
in
couple of
2030.
like, yeah, man, which is
Look,
pretty crazy.
Bro, you know what? You know, he has his way.
He does have
He has his way, right? He exaggerates a lot, but most of the stuff that he like will project at least partially comes true, right? I would say FSD is probably as close as you get right now to, you know, autonomous driving. I don't think anything is better on a commercially available car. Maybe Waymo, but you can't buy those, right? So there's a lot of stuff that he does, right?
Yeah, it just takes a long time.
His timing is off.
Yeah. I mean, just a little bit off. Yo, what's going on, Mike P? Yo, glad to see you in the chat. I haven't seen you this morning. We're in my, okay, all right. But hey,
Welcome, Ray.
all right. You and Sharif were in my dream. We were getting loud. Oh, okay. Dara was on the show telling me to leave y'all alone because y'all were late for work. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The man to the right of me is never late for work. So it was only.
I don't come late to work.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like a paranoia of mine, right? I just don't like show.
You don't
Neither
like,
do you, though.
Dude, yeah, I know.
Neither do you.
I had to be early all the time.
Yeah.
Dude, listen, if there's any, Sharif's the same way. I know this already. If there's any form of obstruction on my way there, it's just like, just like, yo, what is
Get out of the
on?
way.
Yeah, so crazy stuff.
QYBT's moving.
QYBT, did you want to cover that? Because we're only like a fraction of a percent off of the high of the day on NVDA. Market's starting to come back in. Who's dragging it down now? Listen, I don't even know what's going on. Why is the NASDAQ so weak? Do we have to go and look at some of the cybersecurity names, which CrowdStrike is up 0.6%?
They gave it back. They were up big this morning.
Yeah, they were up
was
big.
Up 4.
CrowdStrike hit all-time highs today.
Yeah, so did
AMD hit all-time highs today. So it's just like, okay, where's the weakness really coming from here? And I honestly
the Meg, bro. Everything is negative except NVIDIA. NVIDIA on its own 4 1/3.
Yeah, but okay,
everything.
So what?
And the chips are negative too.
No,
Joey.
but what I'm getting at, Sharif, is like if you look, a lot of names are above the volume. Oh, it's Meta. Oh, okay.
Meta's getting clipped?
Yeah, well,
Meta's down 0.89,
But
man.
look where it is from the volume-weighted average price, right? Like Google is south of VWAP as well, too. That's more or less what I was correlating with, right? Like usually this name is enough to drive and hold it up, but you can see that it was just straight trend down. And I'm looking for the names that are doing that, like, okay, and Amazon. So you did have you had a couple of these names, because when I was looking at them earlier, that wasn't necessarily the case, but it is now. Hey, listen, this was insane. You run into all-time highs in Amazon in the span of 72 hours. So, I mean, there's nothing really you can say when you pull back a little bit here. You get 27% just like that. And the same thing with Microsoft. Like, expect these things to pull back a little bit.
Just before we go to see you guys, Charlie, got it, bro. Thank you for joining, brother. Make sure to get my morning note. You're in the YouTube homepage. Click post. We also got Ray Presidente, 4067. Thank you for joining as well, brother. Make sure to get my morning note in the post section of the YouTube homepage. Thank you for joining. Let's send it to Sia for Sector Watch.
The SPY is currently tilting a bit towards the green. Not a crazy move here, but it is up, trading around the 771 region. Let's take a look at what's moving in these sectors. Electric tech, right off the bat, strength in NVIDIA. That's up 4.3%. Apple, Broadcom, Cisco, and SanDisk are flat on the sector. Oh, just as I said that, they have turned green. Cisco up 0.5%, AVGO, Broadcom up 0.5%, but AMD continuing to slide down close to 6% on the day. We're going to discuss earnings in depth in the news segment along with SpaceX, so don't go anywhere. MU up 3.2% on the day. You have GE, that is also up, Dell, RTX. However, TXN, that is down just a little bit, 1.5% on the day. WDC flat. Qualcomm also down 2.7%. Tech services, you have Google. We heard the news story about 2 people leaving Google as of today. Right now, Google down 4%. Meta, Microsoft also down, as is Oracle, Palantir, and PNW, but Netflix stays flat on the day along with CRM. Finance, BRK, Visa, and MasterCard a bit flat look over here, along with AXP. However, you have JPM, MSGS, WFC, Bank of America, all up on the day. Citi is also up at the moment right now, with Robinhood up 1% as well. However, KKR is down 3.2%, as is AMT down 5%. Retail trading of Amazon down close to 2%. Walmart is considerably flat, however, a bit towards the green. Costco considerably flat as well. Home Depot, however, up almost 1% on the day. TJX up over 1%. However, CVS is down 5.2%. Health Tech, strength right off the bat here as well. Lilly is up, leading 4.4%, along with ABBV up 1%, over 1%. MRK that's closing to 1%, and J&J up close to 1.5%. Produce manufacturing, if AMT, LRCX lagging a bit behind compared to the other names. CAT that's up 1.4% after a strong earnings report yesterday. GEV is up 8% as well. Consumer non-durables, we have a lot of flatness and a lot of mixed sentiment across the board for this sector, as well as industrials, commercial, and transportation. But a highlight in transportation is that Uber is down almost 7% on the day. Health services, UNH up 1.7%, HCA up 2.5%. Two names, DNA that's down 18% on the day, and SOLV that's down 2.5%. Finally, consumer durables and utilities. Consumer durables, Tesla down 1.3%. Rest of the sector looking a bit flat here, with names like GM and F, as well as NVR and LEN. But utilities being the lagging sector here, almost all names in the red, except NRG that's up 1.5%.
Get it, NRG. I wanted to mention a couple of names. Bovin, first of all, Bovin's in the house.
Ooh.
So now I'm pumped. Get it, Bovin. Bovin's calling out RITR. So let's bring this in here. Ritter, RITR. Not a bad look, Bovin. Sub $1, obviously, as you can see there. High of the day is in the pre at 805, 34.94 HOD. That's not the technical, but that's the factual high of the day. The official high of the day is a 12:15 print, which is 31.73. We're showing 26 and change. We've got a little bit of a downtrend, but we're still holding the volume weighted average price. So shout out to my man Bovin, calling out RITR. I'm also watching YXT, of course, because it's halted, and it will be at least a 10-minute halt case, because we're past 12:37.10. That would have been 5 minutes. So now we're waiting for 12:42.10. That's the halt time. That's 10 minutes after the halt time. The tap is showing 16.11. The halt price is 15.64. So be on the lookout for that. We're waiting here. If we open up in this way, we'll have taken out prior area high, not day high, but prior area high. And that's what I was looking for on YXT. I didn't want to try to guess or whether or not, it was going to hold the higher low area. Now we're kind of riding trend with the higher high. So very much fixated here on YXT. Let's see if we can get in to some of this. Shout out to my man Bovin. He's in the house. Not yet. Still driving. Bovin, put the phone down. You're implicating yourself.
Yeah, man. That's crazy.
Nah, Bovin, be safe, brother. And while you're being safe, Bovin, you know who's not safe? The longs on JLHL. Down goes JLHL. Joey, limit down is 956. We're showing 996 right now. VWAP is 1150, so we left that bad boy
That thing
behind.
was up 400%, wasn't it, at one point?
Yeah, Joey. I mean, we were at 1614 high. Now we're trading at $10. So yeah, you give a little,
Could you
take a little.
analyze shop?
I'm buying. Don't do it, Case. Don't do it.
Whoa.
She's so combative, eh? She likes to say, if you say left, she goes right, bro. That's crazy, Case. What's going on over there, man?
Going over the desk momentarily. Shopify. Getting into, I didn't go over the full report, but it seems like some pretty good numbers here. Strong gap up, right? Probably a lot of this has to do with guidance as it takes a big time move through some key resistance zones at 135 and then off to the races, but starting to come back in a little bit. Shout out to O Canada. My friend was an early investor. I know this doesn't mean anything to you at all, but a long time ago, one of the first stocks that he ever owned was Shopify. We'll zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. And let's see if we got ourselves something rolling here. $2. Yeah, I mean, this is insane pullback all the way from 175 there with a, did this reverse? Oh, no, it didn't. What an odd time to split. Okay, anyways, aside from that, I mean, hey, we'll go over the report momentarily. Make sure you guys stick with us for the news that might give you a little bit more of an insight. Pug Life, what's going on? We're going to head to a high of the day on the king of the chips themselves, NVDA. Let's send it over to the desk.
Let's take a look here at USO. Nothing really moving here, but I just want to provide a little bit of an update on the whole Oman-Iran negotiation with the Strait of Hormuz. First news out of Iran reporting that, according to an informed source, if the agreement between Iran and Oman is finalized, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is going to be requiring separate arrangements that also include the fulfillment of U.S. commitments. So as we expected, this whole agreement with Iran and Oman is separate from anything that happens with Iran and the U.S. So more complications here with the Strait of Hormuz and USO. Back to you.
No, not you. Oh, it's open. Here we go. YXT is open. Let's see what this one does. 16 buyer generally. Are we going to clear 17 here? Looking for the step in. 1650 buyer. Let's give this one the old community call. Let's try 17 seller. They killed him, Joey. Into 18 we go. Watch for the flush through 17. It's bleeding its own blood. Right down into 17 again. Looking for a move up here. Watch out for the flush down, though. This is what is dangerous about these ones. They can turn on you quicker than you can say, how do you frickin' do? So continuing to watch your 1650. Limit down, possibly incoming here. We'll give back a little bit there, but let's see if we can step in here. Joey, right back into 16. What are you looking at, my man?
Good stuff, man. I'm looking at the Toronto Blue Jays in last place in the division. How do you go?
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what a disaster here. Unfortunately, where's Neil? He's not here. All right. Anyways, aside from that, guys, once again, I don't have too much going on. We're going to be waiting, so probably not very many trades. We can go over what we took here today. A couple attempts on the long side for the NASDAQ. No recovery whatsoever. Sells off. Comes back to these levels. Now, we had a nice move on SSPC, which would dock our big win. We should have just walked away at this point, Shree, but we don't have the ability to do so. Wow, that's not very nice, Jeremy. Anyways, nice move here with the double up on the position. Like, this is key. We just want to make our winners as big as possible. Did we maximize on the opportunity? No, but we extracted profits, and that's the objective, okay? This move here would have made the story completely different, but we tried again, didn't go for us, decided to find a little bit of a bounce, and we're not too far. But I think at this point in the day, considering we've had some strong sessions, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more sideways price action. And then guess what? Come Friday, it's going to be a rocket Friday. No, I have no idea in regards to that, but I hope so, and I do believe that will be the case. Now, as for the NASDAQ, we have SPY and the Dow Jones, the diamonds themselves running into all-time highs. Wow. Once again, 2 days in a row on the Dow. IWM, are we there yet? New all-time high today. NASDAQ, not quite there yet, guys. We're only about 2% off of that level. 4%.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, 4%.
Right back in, guys. We did well on this latest entry in that 16. We took out 17 3/4, but it dropped right back down. Here's 17 again. Looking for a decisive clearing of 17. You're not getting that. We did get that big price spike up, but we dropped pretty aggressively, so I had to stop out. But I saw what I saw at 16, and here we go again, man. Right back into 16 1/3. There's a buyer here locally at the third of $1. So continuing to watch here, want a bigger move up, man. We need a 17 decisive clearing. We are certainly not getting that right now. So gonna pack the patience. This candle is undecided out. What an out there, wow. I saw that flush pretty aggressively, man. These flat keys, they gotta be a bit quicker here, bro, because there was a little bit of a delay. So did well on this last trade. Very, very happy with this last trade here because, well, the first one didn't work. So let's continue to watch here. I think that there's another buyer stepping in locally at 16 so that we could possibly get back in. Let's wait and see. Let me just flip to the 5 on YXT over here, the 5-second that is. So I can spot areas of support and resistance. We're still showing 15.97. We have a double bottom generally. I want to say, well, not really double bottom. One's 15.15, the other one's 15.40. But we're zigging and zagging right now with the $16 level. So I wonder if this holds up. It seems to be more lower highs than higher lows though. So I don't want to jump in here yet. Maybe if we get above 16.50, 17, I'd rather a decisive closing of 17 before I jump in right back down into 15.80s. Let's see if we hold up above 15.40. That's prior area low. If we lose that, then we lose trend of higher lows. So going to continue to watch. Nothing for me to do here. Wow, 15.60, 15.30, okay. Wow, yeah, that's not for me. Down goes YXT into 15, 13, showing 30s now. Does it hold 15? The answer is maybe. It's at 15. Whew, 14.92. Oh, not touching this. No thank you. Yeah, this is it's a little too volatile for me at the moment, so we'll leave that one alone. I'm also watching BJDX and RITR. So we're going to leave those ones on the side chart there to see if we can execute on them. But right now, I didn't like what I saw from YXT, especially since we took out that key level and we didn't hold. Now, we still have higher lows. So if you're looking at the local area low at the 1155 candle, the low of which is 1010. And then the local area high is the candle we just printed. Oh, jeez, this thing, YXT. Sorry. Yeah, we'll go 1 second. YXT, so local area high, the prior area high, 1790. That's where we got the print. So 1010 local area low, local area high, 1790. We're obviously somewhere in between at the moment. So we'll pack the patience, see if we can reverse trend, and we'll jump in. But we're going to send it to Adair.
Keep an eye on CMPS. This name already having a really good day on earnings day one. They reported before the bell today. The stock currently about $13.50, although again, we're at high of days. This is continuing to grow. Basically, this analyst who goes by the moniker, quote, the Raven, posted on Substack that it's, quote, tough to make a case that CMPS shouldn't be looked at by other big pharma companies trying to get into the psychedelic space. So the psychedelic name here on earnings day one, now getting a nod as a potential takeover target. Good look for CMPS, Compass Pathways.
Okay. Yeah, notorious good stuff. Yeah, it's Casey. It's definitely revoked. Unfortunately, with what you just said to me, there's no chance.
Blocker.
No, yeah, she asked him, yeah, blocker. I'm like, yeah, Blue Jays. She's like, go Yankees. Blocked immediately. No, we're obviously messing around. Listen, Notorious, I like what you had going on there in regards to gold. Listen, this is a big time downtrend break, right? So when did we start selling initially? Wednesday, January. So it's been 8 months. I mean, this could be a good opportunity to get involved. And you can see there's multiple tests of this $365 level. It breaks, you're now at $389. So things aren't looking too bad on this ETF GLD. Silver, a little bit different of a story, but we're heading right into this downtrend, right? So the backside of it, can you open up maybe north of $60, I think is maybe where you'd like to get involved on that. But gold's starting to look pretty good and intriguing if you ask me. So not too bad of a play there. Notorious. Iran says it won't accept foreign interference in Strait. All right. So, yeah, so more news in regards to that. Now, Sharif, I don't know if you have anything going on, but Google does look like it's going to curl back over. You do have something going on? Yeah, I'll let you punch keys, and then whenever you're ready, you let me know. But what we do have right now is that we have a curl over in the SPY. Gaurav, are you still holding on to this position? Because I know you were long somewhere in around this neck of the woods. It did get a nice bounce, but now we're just starting to move sideways. You can see that there's a clear structure between 772 and where we're sitting at right now. Now, as for this, come on, break up and head up into 25. But no, don't do that just yet. We need to buy a little bit more, Sharif. But it's been pretty good. This is what I've been talking about. Now, listen, I did believe that we were going to break through this support level, but this really held up well. The structure was absolutely insane. And then sure enough, let's see if we go and test this. We're only a couple of strong days away from that point, but I'm going to take something from Brian Shannon. And what he said is A B equals CD, A plus B equals CD. So what I'm looking at here is, even though we did have a little bit of a move, I'm going to be expecting a little bit more in regards, because we came back, we retested, and we bounced. Now, where's the potential target? And when I calculated this, it puts you north of $300. I'm not saying that's going to happen immediately, but I think at some point we'll have the ability to be there.
Yeah, we did hear well here, Joey.
All right, Mike.
Decidedly positive on the day now. We got pretty aggressive with the entry at 15, and we added like a psycho on the way up. 15 initial entries, 16, and boom, into 17 we go. Very pleased with this trade here on YXT, but I got to tell you, let me tell you something. We're pretty consolidative here, guys, with more bottoming tail candles than I'm seeing topping tail. But you're not getting decisive clearings of area highs, right? You got that 1750 area high, and we couldn't mosey on up there on the last attempt. We rejected 17. So I don't know if this trade for me right now, but it would be definitely a good looker if we could clear 17.5 pretty decisively. And the thing about 17.5, guys, is it's not just resistance from a random, candle at 1240. It's the halt level that we had a 10-minute halt at. Take a look at the 1125 candle on 5. I'm talking about this one right here. Look at the halt level open. It was 17, right? These intraday halt levels act as, yes, intraday areas of support and resistance. So we're dropping down to 15 now. I'll have nothing to do with this one until we can take out 17.5. So going to leave this one to cook or do whatever it wants to do.
Let him
and
cook.
while you, what?
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook. BJDX, guys. Bovin, this is hanging out here, I would say, at VWAP. But it did this before. I mean, how do you guys see this? Bovin, Grunfeld, I don't think Tisha's there anymore, but, and Case. What do you guys see over here? Like, we had this move above VWAP into 165. We dropped to 131. Here we are again with a lower high, but it feels like we're hanging out at VWAP a little bit better than we did last time. The problem is we're still putting in lower highs. So I definitely want to see a curl, like a rounding of this pattern and maybe some higher highs. But BJDX looks pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to execute on it at the moment, but we're going to keep it on the side chart in any event. So that is what I'm looking at here.
All right, my boy.
Yeah. What else are we looking at here, man? There's some stuff coming in.
It's only a matter of time, I think, at this point. We're only 6% off of the all-time high in NVDA.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 6%.
6%?
6%. Now, May 26th is when we previously made one.
Is that right? May 26th. Did you hear that, Case?
Oh, get it? All right. Oh, no, Case, what happened here? Was that you who sold all
Yeah, it
of
was
this?
her, bro.
And then you had me cursing the trading gods themselves. You say Ram?
No, I said blame her. No, well, we can blame Ram as well.
Oh, no, we can't. We can't anymore, man. She's going
that's
on
true.
Yeah,
we got to be careful.
Yeah, we got to be really careful. 6% over here until we see an all-time high there in NVDA. How far are we? We're a little bit more off of those levels in AMD, I believe, at this point, but I could totally be wrong. What are we sitting at, Sharif, from a percentage metric? What? This thing is just prolonged.
You must be in a good mood today, bro, because I know you're heavy in NVIDIA right now.
I'm not heavy enough. Let me put it to you that way, man. Not heavy enough. Well, but listen, I keep buying it up, down.
All around.
Yo, honestly, man, up, down. Listen, I bought a couple more here today. I was buying some more. Yes, I bought some every day this week. It's only Wednesday, though. I bought some last week, the majority of the days. But again, it's only like a couple here, a couple there, right?
Bro.
Try to get in at good levels. But yeah, for the next year and a bit, until I see capital expenditures cool down on hyperscalers, then I'm just pedal to the metal on this one here. Let's send it over the desk.
Yeah, man.
Keep an eye here, guys. I mean, no movement on these stocks, but I was just saying to see off camera, one of the oddest headlines I've ever seen. You've got AWS, that is Amazon Web Services, and JP Morgan announcing a collaboration to advance quantum computing research and development. So Amazon upping its quantum R&D with the help of JP Morgan. It's also worth noting, for context, you're going to get 3 quantum companies reporting over the next couple days. So you're going to get tonight IONQ, tomorrow morning QBTS, tomorrow after the bell, Rigetti. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Adair. You know, I did. Listen, Ren Show, I did. I truly believe that we were going to see that. Just from where we were sitting, right? I thought we would get a little bit of a structure breakdown. And I said, but again, if you're going to bring up the point that I said, hey, we said Joe was going to, we're going to see 180 on NVDA, then you have to bring up the fact that I said I was going to be buying it hand over fist at that point as well, too. But instead, I got to buy it up here at 221. What's the PE? I don't know how much market cap we've had. We're probably quite a bit on this bad boy. But other than that, listen, within here, this would have been my golden zone, right? And then off to the races to 300, looking for that 100% return. But unfortunately, we didn't get it. So what I have to do is try to grab some over any form of a pullback. But yeah, man, listen, that's my conviction. That's where I'm staying. And it was even better. I looked at my phone after the report, after the SpaceX report, and next thing I know is that this thing's up another $5, $6. And I'm like, what is even going on here? Shout out to Elon Musk for helping us out, man.
All right, KC 526 dropping 10 beauties in the chat. Thank you very much, Case. Uncle Sharif, will you look at TBI, breakthrough trade to swing? Love it, Case. Let me just look at what this is, called True Blue. Trades on the NYSE. It's up a respectable 30% on the day with a $303 million market cap. They specialize in workforce solutions. Segments include People Ready, People Scout, and People Management. They provide on-demand skilled labor in a range of industries, including construction, transport, manufacturing, retail. Okay, we get it. Now let's look at the technicals. Case, this is the weekly. So I'm just going to start with the week. Let's look over here, throw on that ticker so everybody can follow along. TBI, the set ticker, clearly a very prolonged downtrend here that, with respect, has been broken. Okay, and in fact, that downtrend line, which was acting as resistance, funny enough how this works, now acting as support. Beautiful break off that 3. Looks like 3 acted as an interesting area of support because you have a bit of a double bottom there back from early May and then again in early June. And since that time, it's been a bit of an uptrend. But what you're seeing here is that touching of the blue line. That is the 200 exponential moving average on the weekly. So we're at a possibly an important area of resistance. And, you know, if history is any guide, Case, we did kind of reject that 200 moving average. This is a long time ago, though, the 2019. That's December of 2019. Let's flip to the daily. Beautiful breakout through that 875.9. So there you go. You get that kind of higher low, higher low, higher low. And then boom, that 875, $9 seller gets clipped. And into 1025 we go. Let's talk about expectations now. Let's talk about where to expect, you know, some profit taking. Let's go ahead and look at this. Okay, so first and foremost, what's glaringly obvious are the COVID era lows. So what I see here, Case, is $12 resistance. You have double bottom there. So clearly a lot of support there. Does it act as resistance? So I'd be looking out for possible resistance at 12. And then if 12 clears, a lot of interactions here with this $16 area. You had it as resistance and you had it as support back. The support area happened June of 22. Resistance happened at about December of 23. So that's $16. So if you can get through the 200 exponential moving average on the weekly, Case, I think you're going to probably make a beeline into 12. Whether or not you clear 12 decisively, you know, you're going to have to wait and see at that time. But I like this. Good breakout, good technicals. Shout out to you, Case. Hope you print up multiple storms. Good luck there. All right. It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
It's 1 o'clock, thereabouts.
See what
We
our
all know
guys
what that
got
means.
on.
YXT's open. Luis, was that you shorting YXT? Luis? No, I'm kidding. Good morning, brother. Or sorry, good afternoon. Good evening to you. Happy Wednesday. How's it going, brother?
Thank you. It's going good. We have a pretty crazy day with a lot of runners.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
JLHL, multiple halter. YXT, INLF, ZYBT. What is going on, Luis? When it rains, it pours, right? You guys know about that, the rain in Spain, right?
Oh.
Well, you know, after yesterday runner AMX, we were expecting today some craziness. Of course, maybe not that much as we had today, but we always talk about this. When we have one crazy runner, it was AMX yesterday, I think it was 300 or 400%. You could expect a little bit of craziness today. We were talking in the room here because it was 4 and nothing like very serious had happened, you know, in the meaning of going up crazy, some stocks. So we were smelling the blood a little bit, you know, like something was going to happen. And then it happened. But look, you want to review those 4. I had something for you. I prepared something for you. Look, I'm sharing the screen here. This one. Okay.
You have all of them ready. I love it.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, we try to find some red flags when you short the stocks. First one is if we are in a runner cycle. Yesterday we have AMX, so we were expecting today something crazy happen. And then we have several red flags. First one, did it has reverse split like a month ago or a couple of months ago? You see over those 4, 2 had reverse split, very recent reverse split. Second one, do they have float, low float, less than 10 million? All of them.
I like this.
Third one, and the most important probably, are they Chinese? All of them are Chinese. Do they have criminal record? You know what I call criminal record is within the last year, did they do some crazy movement over 100% or 200, 300% and all the way back? If you check the chart and they have this kind of movement previous month, you could expect that it happens, Only YXT, it didn't have any crazy movement for the last year. The other three, they have crazy runners. CYBT, I think, was from $2 to 10. This one was a couple of weeks ago only. All of them, you can check the chart, they have crazy movements. And the last one, are they under a possible VWAP reclaim setup? And I'm going to explain you what it is. It is when we go up, okay, let's see the first one, this one, CYVT. They go up crazy, pre-market or in the open, they go down, they go a little bit below the VWAP, and then without volume, they reclaim the VWAP and the pre-market highs. Did it happen? Yes. So you will not short above this and above this, never. Okay, second one, the same, look. This is JLH, the same. Look, we have an opening, it went below VWAP, okay, and all the way up, holding VWAP, and again. And all of them, this is probably the easiest one, INLF, the same, went up, down, lost VWAP without any volume, reclaim, it goes like that, okay? So all of them, they have, the last one was YXT, sorry, same. Okay, there it goes, okay? It goes up crazy, it goes down without volume, a lot of halts, it reclaimed VWAP and pre-market highs or market highs in this, and it goes crazy. So what I mean, when you're short bias trader, you have to set up some red flags to not short some stocks, or at least not short early enough to get killed on the way up.
I love this checklist. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially how you have the categories. You have the China category, which we know a lot of them are always, without a catalyst and breaking out technically, and we don't know why, and they usually do revert back pretty quickly. I like the criminal history. That's a really good checklist. Ask Joey. I just took a picture of that. I want to go through that same thing too. Let's get to some of these movers, Luis, because the technicals on them are quite interesting here. So let's start with JLHL. This one was a big mover, right? We had this higher low, higher high pattern. We never even got a VWAP test, Luis. What we did, the only time that we had a test was when it lost VWAP all the way down to 1050. Was that one that you were looking at, and did you enter at VWAP? Or I know how you like to trade. You like to, set up where close to highs so that you get stopped. Your risk is very little. So I don't want to speak for you, of course, but 16, 14 high, maybe you get short 15 and 2/3 so that your stop is pretty close to your entry. How did you look at this one?
Well, there were here two possible entries when you are short, or let's say three. According to my style, you could short this one here when it fails the first high on 1450. That was a nice short. Of course, first exits always around the VWAP. You can hold something just in case lose VWAP and it goes all the way down, but stopping if it goes higher again. Second entry, not here, but here, okay? And it failed highs. Exactly. You can short there with a tight stop. And first exits always around the VWAP. You can hold some. If it breaks VWAP, it might go all the way, all the day fade. What is called all day fade, right? Again, if you are holding part here, set up a tight stop around over these highs of 1350s, okay? So if you are now probably like $3, $4, $5 in the money on this one. I had to say I tried to avoid a lot of shorts today because it was scary sometimes. It's just about survive to trade another day, and days like this, that there are so many, you can only get one wrong and you're out of the game. So I was trading very small on the short side today on all these Chinese stocks.
Yeah, I completely get that, especially when, it felt like there was a lot of continuation today. Some days, you don't get the continuation, you just get constant failures. I think those are the beautiful days. Sure, so I completely see what you're saying there. How about you show us what you traded on the day? Let's go through some of the entries and the exits.
Yeah, first of all, I want to show you because I'm very proud of this. Okay, I'm very proud of this. Look at that. Oh. Yesterday on AMX, right? Look at that.
Are those longs?
Those are all longs. Yeah.
Oh my
Those are all
Lanta.
longs. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want to
You
see, baby.
Well, that's what I was gonna
I'm
ask him
I'm
about.
learning from you. I'm learning from you, man.
Oh, wow.
What I have to improve here is holding a little bit. I know you hold when it's with a lot of momentum, you hold a little bit. I have to improve that. But you know, this stock was trading above VWAP, about pre-market highs and previous day highs. Good news, and it had everything to go long. I have to say also, locates were kind of expensive, although it didn't give any good short entry. Only maybe when it failed here or here.
Right.
You know, this is a nice short with a tighter stop. But in all the way up, you were shorting front side, quite crazy, you know, so it was very difficult to short. And locates were expensive also. So
Right.
since we have the PDT rule, it seems that locates are going more and more expensive. So let's see if that's a game changer
locates?
or not.
Yeah, I mean, Luis, we've had the conversation here on the show before, just one of your traders themselves actually gathering the data saying that when the locates are increasing in price, there's a higher probability or he has a higher profit factor, I should say, when it comes to the downside. So, and that was going to be my question to you because I have it pulled up, AMIX. Are you looking at the backside of this now? Because, I mean, yesterday was a whole bunch of fun to the tune where you go up to $24. Now we're actually cut in half from that point. Did you take any short opportunities on this today?
I went long on that one.
You're saying you went long on it. Oh, you went long on it today or yesterday?
Today as well. Today
both
as well.
days.
Because
wow.
it seems,
Okay.
Let me show you here. I think I can show you this. Oh, hold on. Like this, okay. Yeah, I think I was long in the consolidation of the VWAP. You see, I was long when it broke the VWAP and holding here. I went long here, took a couple of losses, but then it went back again to VWAP. And again, when it broke these market highs, I was trying longs as well. I didn't go short on this one. Probably here, if it could have reached $15, that's a nice short, you know. All this way, it is the same pattern. Look, it is strong, it is breaking VWAP, it's losing VWAP without any volume, and then it reclaimed VWAP. So for me, it's not a short, taking into account what cycle of the market we are. At the same time, there were like 3 or 4 running crazy, you know? So we were expecting losing volume and losing VWAP. Locates were a little bit expensive, but it was probably worth it to pay on this one. And also we were waiting this what I call shift of volume, you know. In order to AMIX to fall, we need to see other one running up. So the people move to that one, you know, all the volume go to the one running and they lose interest on this one. And that probably when you see all these crazy fades or what we call death candle, you know, after this death candle and losing VWAP probably is a very nice way to backside. I don't like to go short so aggressive down here or down here. Some people does it. It works pretty good, but that's not my style. I'm waiting for this pop near VWAP to go short again.
Yeah, fantastic. So before we lead to my next question, there's actually Zion in the chat. Once again, a major fan of yours here. Luis, rest of the day, thoughts on INLF and YXT. So I'll let you answer that, and then I'll proceed with a question after.
Yeah, both of them are very likely to become a very nice short. The problem is what type of day are we having? We are having a lot of reclaims, what we call reclaims, you know, where the short seems to be confident and, you know, and comfortable with the short, then it reclaims and they get a squeeze. Right now it's the same, you know, it looks like an easy short, but this is Chinese, this is low float, so if they want, they just keep buying until 740, 760. All the shorts are out of the price. They have to get out, and you know the squeeze comes and halted and so on. Yeah. So if you short these stocks right now because they are backside, it's very likely that they close below these lows. You have to work with tighter stops because you don't want to get caught in a movement to $9 or $10. Okay, so if you short these ones, just set up stops and be very aggressive in case you are wrong. If it fails highs and it keeps going lower, just hold until the end of the day. That's what I should suggest to you. it's not my strong point to hold trades for hours or all of day, but that's how you should trade here, because winning ratio, if you are, this is like, it's difficult to balance. If you want to have a high risk reward, you cannot have a high winning ratio. And in my opinion, in this kind of stocks and in this kind of day, you have to be very aggressive with the stops in order to not get caught in a short squeeze. So if you are very strict with the stop loss, you're gonna fail a lot of trades. Your winning ratio is gonna go probably 30 or 40% only. But if you are right, because your winning ratio is 30, 40%, you have to make 2, 3, 4 times what you lose in a losing trade.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I heard you talking about this. This is my next question for you, Luis. Is that I heard you talking about it this morning. Is that the other day, last week I should say, you were trading some of these memory names. They didn't get going for you. You tried them again earlier in the week, I believe it is. But what do you think about it? Because sometimes the small caps, as you bring up from a data standpoint, because you guys collect a lot, sometimes they're not running or selling off how you want them to. Do you like having that additional trick up your sleeve, those extra tricks in the bag? Because I think it's good to be able to go from point A to point B when sometimes your system isn't working. What do you feel about that?
Usually it's not good. We believe it is better to be focused on when you are good rather than being versatile and trying different things. It is true that the market sometimes changes and you don't have so many opportunities. So good, take your time, relax, collect data, review, journal your trades, whatever. There is a lot of work to do, not only trading. Being versatile, it is only worth it when really the market changed for months. Let's say like when we had the COVID, for example, we have the tech companies running crazy like NVIDIA, Tesla, all these companies, I think was 2021, 2022, they were crazy. Okay, then you trade that for a few months, but then you're focused on that one and you just keep a small cap for a while. But trading different styles, different products is very, very tough. Look, trading is already tough enough to try to play different styles, different strategies, different products. So we believe the scalability, it's being in what you do good, do it more often and do it bigger, not doing different things.
Well, I was gonna say to Sharif, well, you fear the man who practiced one kick 1,000 times opposed to 1,000 kicks one time, right?
I don't think I've ever heard a better example.
There you go.
I couldn't agree more with that, Phil. As soon as you said, Luis, that focus on what you're good at rather than trying to be good at many different things, you immediately struck a chord with me because I believe that wholeheartedly as well. Luis, let's get right down to work though. Okay. So you and I have never met before. And in just 2 short weeks, I'm going to be moseying on over to the other side of the pond. So Luis, I have a very serious question for you. What do you want from Toronto so that we can bring it with us?
Oh, no, nothing really.
No, Luis, that doesn't work, man.
It doesn't work like that.
It's not going to work, man. It's not going to work. Yeah, you're going to have to say something. Right? It's something memorabilia. I don't know, something, Luis.
Bring him a poutine, man.
Okay, I'll think about it. I have a very good friend who was living and working there in the head office, so I'm going to ask him what's worth to bring here.
Okay, perfect. I love that.
Some maple syrup is a good one. People putting that.
Yeah, a lot of people are putting maple syrup.
I'm gonna tell you a story about this.
Okay.
I met this guy. He's an unbelievable good friend. Probably you know him. Is Robert Nass from head office, right? And when I met him first time, I think it was 20 years ago when I went to Budapest office. He owned the Budapest office, and he went to the airport with a Maple Leafs shirt. Waiting for me because he came just right from Toronto. So
that's his favorite team.
That could be a nice. We do exchange. You bring me the Maple Leafs, I bring you the Barcelona shirt.
Oh, we got a trade on our hands here, Joey.
What you're gonna do? Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're gonna trot around with the FC Barca.
I already have an FC Barca shirt.
Whoa,
I had to.
You had to.
I had to. I got one for the OG, bro. Messi, man.
Okay, all right.
We gotta put some respect on Messi's name. But even though I was not very proud of his behavior a little bit in the final, but that's okay. Nobody's perfect all the time. Bro, he was acting like you, teacher, he covered his mouth. Like, what are you doing, bro? You're one of the best players in the world, man. Like,
listen, clean your mouth. Before talking about Messi, right?
Yeah, exactly,
he was
right?
God for 20 years, so let's forgive him in the last match of his career.
I agree with
That's
that.
something really.
No, I have to agree with that. You can't just judge a person by one moment in time. I completely agree with that. Luis,
Luis, fantastic.
you got any more questions, brother? You good to go?
Well, we don't need to know
Sayan asked also about
teammate looks warm. Is it warm out there?
Sorry, hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Luis.
Sayan also asked about YXT. Let's give
let's go.
That one up before.
in here. It is kind of same or very similar setup than in the other ones. The only thing here, you add the halt risk like very, very high. Look, halt. And it was not 5-minute halt, some for 15, 20 minutes halt. So, very uncomfortable to be in a position where halts are happening all the time. So if you go short here, I would recommend check the limit up, limit down halt, and set up a stop loss just before it reaches there. Okay, so if you go short here and you see the limit up, limit down halt is in $15, set up a stop loss before it gets there, so you are not getting stuck in a halt. Okay, that would be my recommendation. Probably this stock close in $5 or $4 or $3, who knows? But if it goes up, just get out before it reaches the halt limit.
Perfect stuff. Thank you so much, Luis. YXT. It was all over the map today. I couldn't agree more. But I felt like a lot of them were really volatile. And when we started the show, Luis, it was like so hard to concentrate because I'm trying to trade the most momentum names. You're in one and the other one starts breaking out. I know, like in those cases, you need to focus on what you're doing. It just becomes really hard, especially when we're on the show. Everybody's trying to tell you, hey, this is moving, that's moving. You're trying to put on the best trade. So today was definitely all over the map a little bit. But I have
to say I admire you guys. How can you trade and chat and being live there? It's unbelievable. I couldn't do it for a day.
I'm sure you could. All right, Luis Barbado from the Barcelona office in the beautiful country of Spain. Thank you for joining us today. Luis, guys, in case you don't know, has a course available. Okay, reach out to him. A-Day Trading. Luis, how many spots are left in the small cap course, if you don't mind my asking?
Around 2 spots. We could raise a little bit, but 2 spots, 3, that would be the ones left. So if you want to join us to the team, get ready. We will start the last week of August or the 1st September, depending on the people. There will be 1 week of theory. And if they like the theory, I think they might take the practical course as well. Right. So it's 1 month trading with us, guys. Every day, daily coachings every day, 1 hour class where we review the trade, we use our platforms and everything. So get on board.
All right.
Fantastic
Perfect stuff.
Brother.
Thank you, Luis Barbado, for coming on. And people are asking, how much is the course? What's the information? Reach out to Luis. A-Day Trading right there. And Luis, give them your X handle one more time, if you don't mind. Your Twitter.
Yeah. I think I got it somewhere. You have this.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll
image that I sent you. I cannot find it now, but I will find it. Don't worry.
No. I actually have it here because I sent it to Joey. Okay. I always send Joey things when I lose them myself. Here it is, guys. Let me just bring it in. There we go. All right. Yeah, just give me 1 second. It's this one right here. So there we go, guys. A-Day Trading is his X handle. There's his phone number. Email is right there. And the website for adaytrading.com. It's Luis and Mark who are going to be leading the course. So make sure if you're interested, reach out to him directly if you want costs and everything like that. I'm sure they'll get back to you. Perfect.
Perfect stuff. Luis. Yeah, no need for us to find out what the weather is over there because it's nice here, probably equally as nice, but fantastic stuff.
It's nice there. Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's a lot. There's definitely
35 degrees, 80% humidity. It's terrible.
No. I take back that clap. I take back the clap. The humidity. No. We can't handle the humidity, Joey. Well, you can, but.
You handle the heat, baby.
All right,
brother.
Thanks for coming on, Luis. Take care.
Have a good one.
Hey.
Yeah, a lot going on in the meantime,
My
guys.
days,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Katina Man, you've been
Katina
pounding
Man's
the
back,
table. Yeah,
bro.
he's been pounding the table about this SpaceX short.
Katina
116,
Man.
I believe, is now down to one. To one.
Oh.
Short 117.50.
Get it,
All right.
Katina Man.
What? Dude,
Put some respect on his name, man.
Whoa now.
Whoa.
Easy now. All right, $12. So was that 1, 2, 3,
Show him the number.
$5. Listen, I will not get it wrong anymore. Oh my
He's got $6.
Shut it down.
And you should have heard him when he got in.
the
He's
show.
like, easiest long ever. He just waited.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying what you said. Can
Bro.
we show us chart SSE?
Bro said
If you have a
respect us.
second there. There we go. So he was adding, but you knew that there was going to be a bounce at some point, right? I mean, like, it's not going to go down a straight line. What's your lowest price there, Katina Man? 56s, eh? 57.13. So good entry there by the Katina Man. Way to stick to your guns, baby. Way to stick to your convictions. Shout out to the Katina Man doing it live, baby.
Yeah.
All right, it is. I'm long here, guys. INLF. I'm in at 58. 69 just showed up, Ozan. So we're going to have to take the print over here. Shout out to Ozan. He's in his vacation property. He's doing it live in Florida. He's sending me pictures. It's actually his investment property as well. So shout out to my man Ozan, who did tell me about that when him and I met down there. So yeah, is he in the chat? No, he was texting me on Instagram. Well, look, dude, look at the vacation property he's got here, man. It's actually, look at that, man. That's beautiful. Yeah, look at that white sand. You got the whole thing. It's called Destin, Katina Man, Destin, Florida, for anybody who's interested in joining Ozan there. But as I mentioned, it's almost 25 after 1, and we all know what 1 o'clock means, so let's send it up to Sia to start the news segment.
Let's talk a little bit SpaceX. I want to discuss this with Adara here. I want you to come in on this. So total revenues there, as we saw, we were covering SpaceX late yesterday, discussing it. Total revenue was at $7.8 billion, which is up 92% year over year. But there are a lot of metrics to also look at as to why the stock is now 10% right now. Net loss has come in at $541 million. CapEx, $18.37 billion, all driven by a massive scaling of AI infrastructure. Now, the Starlink connectivity AI compute segment also will talk about that. Starlink at $4.29 billion, which is up 66% year over year. It's reached 12 million subscribers as well. And AI compute segment at $2.56 billion, which is up roughly 247% year over year. It also faced certain initial segment operating losses as data centers continue to expand here as well. But space launch services as well at $962 million, which is up 29% year over year. CFO, however, of SpaceX, that is Brett Johnson had said on the earnings call yesterday that the company is on pace, I quote, to reach $100 billion in annualized recurring revenue by the end of the year. Elon Musk also told his shareholders in his opening remarks on the earnings call that SpaceX plans to build its AI data centers exclusively using only NVIDIA chips as well. So we're also going to probably discuss that later. And he had said that he expects to end this year with over 2 gigawatts of compute, growing closer to 10 gigawatts of compute. That's a big number by the end of 2027. CapEx has jumped more than 6-fold from a year earlier to $18.37 billion in the second quarter. Most of that, Adara, as you do know it, $15.83 billion of which has all been AI. And total CapEx figure has now exceeded the $13.22 billion average analyst estimate coming from FactSet. I know you do have a lot to say about this.
I have a lot to say about this. I made one infographic already. It's already on XTTV Research. I cranked out 2 in a fever dream over the last 20 or so minutes. I don't even remember making these. All jokes aside, here's the CapEx visual for SpaceX. So I see, I know we talked about a Q2, but like, that's, you know, we're already talking about Q2. So I did H1 2026. So all the infographics I have on SpaceX are going to cover Q1 and Q2 cumulatively. Now I apologize because I downplayed how severe the CapEx was. I was like, well, it was a little below estimates. And then I looked at the CapEx for the first half of 2026 and oh my goodness. So not only are we accelerating here, and I can just tell by math that we're accelerating. So it's 28.476 billion. So we're going to say 28.5 billion CapEx for the first half of the year. But we had over 18 billion in CapEx for Q2. So that means we accelerated from roughly 10 bill in Q1 to 18 bill in Q2. So that's already sequential CapEx acceleration. Let's talk about this year over year CapEx acceleration for H1 2026. Now this infographic I'm not going to post until the weekend. Sorry guys, I like to keep you in suspense. So we're not going to see this on XTTV research yet, but this is wild to me. So as Sia mentioned, we know most of Q2 CapEx was AI. Almost all of H1 CapEx was AI here. That's 23.55 billion of the 28.476 billion total CapEx for H1. That's all going to be AI. Now, if you look at the CapEx growth year over year, I have to change that. It says U.S. revenue. I digress, but 610% year over year increase in capital expenditures for the first half of the year, only for AI CapEx. That is some wild AI spending, guys. This is pretty crazy to me. Total H1 CapEx increase 400%. So I apologize for downplaying SpaceX CapEx, like, oh, it wasn't as bad as we thought for Q1. Yeah, it's maybe even worse than we could have imagined for the full first half of the year. If you take a look here as well, this is revenue, again, for H1 2026. What I found fascinating about this is space revenue, for the company called SpaceX, is down 2% year over year for H1. And I don't want to, I'm going to stop belaboring the point here, but this is another visual income and adjusted EBITDA per segment. As you guys can tell, big, drops in income, or rather increases in losses for 2 of the company's 3 segments and for overall income from operations. Again, this visual and the CapEx one, not yet out on XTTV research. So stay tuned for more infographic goodness. But yeah, I think the moral of my story, and maybe the moral of this report, is sometimes it's nice to not just look at the one quarter. Sometimes it's nice to look at the whole half of the year, so you can be truly enlightened, I'll say, by what companies are doing, and in this case, how much money SpaceX is spending on AI.
Also, the Shiba Inu plushie as well is something you want to keep in mind.
Okay. What I really liked yesterday was the direct to cellular commentary on the call. That, to me, is probably one of the more disruptive things that SpaceX can get into, because it's already a developed industry. And that's the thing. You don't have to prove that there's going to be customers for your launch cadence. You don't have to acquire new customers for Starlink, which they're growing pretty nicely. But to me, you want to take what the telecom has already got. They've already got paying clients. They're sick to hell of having these roaming fees. Like, I was just looking at how much it's going to cost me per day when I'm in Europe. Like, imagine if I actually had Starlink direct to cellular, and I didn't have to worry about that at all. You don't have to worry about anywhere you go. And you don't need new phones. That's the thing. It works on already available iPhone devices. So I love that part of Starlink's business. I like the corresponding trade that comes with that, with shorting telecom, unless they can diversify in some other way, and they really haven't shown us exactly how they're going to do that. So telecom, to me, super important here, because it's already an industry that's raking in money. And you've seen like how the telecom industry is sort of, kind of reduced their CapEx, or not adding as many towers because they've kind of maxed out on growth. Well, imagine now that a disruptor comes in and starts stealing their clients. Where will they be then? So I'm going to keep pounding the table on this trade to take on telecom, kind of short telecom, go long SpaceX. I like that. So that's just what I heard on the call. But let's actually get down to the nitty gritty and talk a little bit about these numbers. $25 billion free cash flow deficit. Well, how'd that happen? They generated $3.5 billion just in the last 6 months, positive operating cash flow. Well, their first half CapEx, $28.5 billion, and that drove their free cash flow to negative for the first time in a long time, $25 billion, the negative on that. And I mentioned this yesterday, and I want to keep mentioning it again because I think it's super important. As much as I love Starlink, as much as I love the new version 3 satellites they're going to put out there with Starship, as much as I don't like how their average revenue per user keeps contracting. Well, why is it contracting? They grew. They added almost, I don't know how many new customers year over year, but they have about 12 million. And they grew 66% on that top line number. While their revenue per user is going down because of 2 reasons. One, they're focusing more on individuals like homes rather than businesses. So I'd like to see an enterprise push. And number 2, they're focusing more on international markets where they're able to charge a lot less. So the North American market, of course, probably the highest where you can charge, but the European market as well, not tapping into that as much. And something tells me, and he didn't say this, of course, on the call, that these are political headwinds. I'll just give you guys an example. So Canada announced yesterday that we're putting these low Earth orbit satellites into orbit over the Arctic. The idea is here so that our forces can be connected when they're defending the Arctic against, of course, the Russians. They chose not to go with SpaceX, despite the fact that SpaceX already has a constellation there. They're going with some new Montreal company that has like a few of these things up there. They're barely like, it's like 1% of what SpaceX has. Well, why did Canada do that? Because they don't want Elon Musk having his button on the cutoff switch. And so you're seeing this push now to having, you know, sort of national sovereignty over your network. And I think that's a big headwind for Tesla, unless he can somehow, SpaceX, unless he can somehow kind of assuage some of the fears there. So think about that. If Canada's doing it, think about what the Europeans are going to be doing. They're going to even be more aggressive and not going with SpaceX. $100 billion cash cushion, though. They got a lot of money in the bank here. $85.7 billion they raised in the IPO, and then they went to the debt market in June, raising another $20 billion. So they got a nice, cool, and easy $100 billion in the tank there they can deploy for CapEx. And their cloud backlog, we've seen them already kind of rent compute to Anthropic. They're renting compute to Google. But who else is going to buy compute from them at the frontier model? I submit to you, it's not going to be OpenAI. So unless they can expand their deals with Google and Anthropic, probably that's where it ends up hanging out. And then the lockup period. Tomorrow and next week. Be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the outlier for this, for me, what really stood out is the EPS beat coming in significantly better than expected. So you're almost turning a profit at that point. And if you continue on this path, then next quarter, you will see some form of profitability. Now, as for the low Earth orbit, satellite Street, I like what you had to say on there. 10,000 already up there in space, looking to add a little bit more. 12 million paid Starlink subscribers. But listen, when we talk about the total addressable market, and we've gone through this before, it's not necessarily within all of this space exploration and everything that Elon has been forecasting about. The majority of the revenue is going to come from the AI play, from building the data center. Like we talked about $16 trillion potential total addressable market, with the majority of it falling on XAI. So what they have with these small deals, or with these deals with Anthropic and Google, is totally fine, but just don't forget, put everything else aside, this is going to be the main runner. I understand that the name may be a little bit misleading, but it's Starlink and XAI that are going to be the driving forces of this company for the next couple of quarters, in my opinion. And listen, Elon Musk, I mentioned this earlier before, mentioning $1 trillion in revenue. Which I think is he's saying there's a non-zero chance, all right, which I find extremely interesting. Non-zero chance there. But this is where the majority of the money is coming from. Starlink is great. He says he's already addressed that we're going to just absolutely take market share left, right, and center from some of these other names, whatever's in the States, the T-Mobiles and everything, and whatever, AT&T, I believe it is, Horizon, all those. Listen, they're in trouble. We understand that. But again, I think it's going to be a small fraction of what the AI segment can do, considering revenue climbed 247%. Look into the total addressable market, a smaller fraction of it is coming from actual space exploration. See ya. Okay.
It's you?
Oh, no.
Oh, it's her. Oh, my days. Oh, my God. We love you, Ram.
That's
Got it.
crazy.
Okay, let's take a look at AMD now. EPS at $1.66 adjusted versus $1.62 expected. Revenue at $11.54 billion versus $11.28 billion that was expected. Overall, AMD revenue has climbed 50% to $7.69 billion. A year ago, that is a sign of the company's central position in the market for AI chips. However, Elon Musk does feel differently about this. AMD's data center unit is what is driving the company's growth here. Data center sales are up $6.7 billion, up 107% on an annual basis, which the company has all attributed to central processing unit, that is CPUs, and graphics processing unit, that is GPU sales. AMD has also said that it expects about $13 billion in revenue for the current quarter, plus or minus $300 million versus LSEG expectations of $12.52 billion. Analysts have also been looking for guidance as high as $14 billion. AMD CEO, at the same time, Lisa Su, in an interview today, brushed off comments from Elon Musk also that SpaceX had been committing to exclusively use NVIDIA's AI chips. She said that, I quote, "I have tremendous respect for Elon and everything that he has done, and so we look forward to continuing to partner over the longer term." So yesterday, like I mentioned on the earnings call, CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk, had said that NVIDIA had, quote unquote, the best architecture, and also touted the close cooperation and partnership with NVIDIA. But as of last year, in May, he had told CNBC that his AI company would also buy chips from both the companies, if not more.
All right, so here's what I like about AMD. I like the ROCm software, okay? A lot of people want to kind of be able to bring in their own open weight models. As Katina Man was explaining yesterday, and as I explained, these frontier models are almost in direct competition with you. So you gotta be able to bring it home. Bring home the hardware as well as the frontier or whatever model you're gonna be using. And that's what AMD is gonna let you do through their ROCm software, because CUDA is closed and ROCm is open. So you're gonna definitely be able to put your own application layer as well as really heavily customize it. So I do like that. I like that kind of different pathway that AMD has taken rather than going the closed route like NVIDIA. It's a key differentiator for them that could open up a new market. So you gotta give them credit there. I do also like the kind of the burgeoning demand, or I would say re-burgeoning demand, if that's even a word, for the CPU. As we grow more and more reliant on inference AI and agentic AI, the CPU will have a larger role, and AMD does CPUs, at least for the moment, better than NVIDIA. So despite the fact that it's down 6.25, I still feel that they have the advantage there. Now, with respect to the actual earnings report, man, they secured a landmark deal, of course, with Anthropic, 2 gigawatts of the MI450. That is their latest and greatest, MI450 and MI455, as well as with the Helios rack and the EPYC CPU. So all three sort of, 4, if I could say, because ROCm as well, 4 different sources of AMD specific products that are going to be making their way there. But one thing that I didn't like, obviously, is the weakness in gaming. Gross margins as well were a little interesting. But obviously, because of the CapEx, we kind of know that they have to spend there. So mixed report, I get it's down 6.75, but maybe it's just the CapEx. What do you think?
I think there's actually a couple of things that I find when I was reading through this report, Sharif, that was kind of hidden. I'm going to get your opinion on this momentarily. Listen, we already know that this company trades on a stretched multiple, all right? So it went on this big-time run. So unless AMD blew absolutely everything out of the water, I didn't think they were going to continue to appreciate. This thing's up 200-300% in the past couple of months, all right? So big-time run. I'm not surprised by this sideways consolidation. The numbers were good, right? But were they surprising to the street? No, that's why I believe we sold off a little bit. You have the increase in capital expenditure. We've mentioned time after time that the street is making companies pay for this, but I believe it's between, this is what I found extremely interesting, where we have NVIDIA on the GPU side of things actually gaining shares from its customers, opposed to what we're seeing in AMD, where they have to dispense 160 million shares to Meta and OpenAI for their CPUs. And that's what I found
if the
upon delivery.
Yes,
upon in tranches,
yeah,
right?
exactly,
so
yeah.
they're still giving up, and it came to
Well
a
said.
total of 18% of the company, and that's where I found really interesting. Where and going back to my point, where NVDA is gaining share from other companies, where AMD had to release share
that's a great point, brother.
to
That's a
other
great
companies
point,
in
man.
order for them to obtain these CPUs.
Agree with that.
So that is one thing that stood out to me personally. Aside from that, they're going to be number 2 in this race. They have been. They were lagging for a bit, and it's gone on a big time run. But I'm going to keep an eye out on that, just in case the street doesn't like it in the near future, and it's more at the front of everything.
But they're open to dilute though. So even know, they will dilute if they issue more shares, because they're going to have to issue more shares.
They're going to have to.
But in addition to that, even when they issue more shares, they can dilute them out as well, right? Like the OpenAIs and stuff like that. But then by definition, they're diluting everybody else.
Exactly, and that was 18% of outstanding shares right now, which is a hefty sum if you ask me. Again, I don't know what the float is exactly, but again, I think that at some point that might be brought to center stage, and I don't know if the street's going to necessarily like that at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you, because people were complaining about that at the time when they did announce it. They're like, really, you're giving up 10% of your company? Possibly.
Exactly.
Pre-dilution.
I don't know if it was 160 each respectively or 160 million split amongst Meta and OpenAI.
I remember the OpenAI deal. I remember the Meta deal came after, but I remember OpenAI was about 10%, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I
pretty
guess
sure,
it's
yeah.
so that's around 80 million, I guess,
Yeah.
then, and then they're going to add another 10% into Meta here. So again, giving up 20% of your shares, giving control to other companies, really.
Casey's calling out ASTC. Case, oh my days. There it goes, man. 58%, $21 million market cap. I got to warn you guys, though, the volume is still south of 1 million, but the breakout is there, man. Flat top break through 10. This is ASTC. How many rejections did we get in and around that 10 area? And then that all, just rocketed through there. There it goes into 12. Let's put this up, on the side so we can see the price. 1207 high, 1185 right now. ASTC midday breaker, still south of 1 million though. Well, actually just hit 1 million right now. Get it, Case. Hope you print out multiple storms. Grunfeld called it apparently. Shout out to Case. Look at her, man, just giving other people credit like that. Keep your eye on that. ASTC, the ticker. Let's send it back to see you.
Let's talk SNDK reporting after the bell today. Revenue forecast for SanDisk. Wall Street is expecting around $8.64 billion. That's tracking above management's original guidance range of $7.75 billion to $8.25 billion. Earnings per share consensus estimates are near $34.37, which is up drastically 2 cents from per share, a year ago. Gross margins now. Adjusted gross margins are forecasted to reach approximately 81.5%. Growth driver, the main growth driver over here is surging enterprise solid state drive, that is the SSD, and NAND, that is the NAND that we've been hearing, flash memory demand for AI data centers. SNDK is flat on the day today.
I gotta tell you, I don't really have too much in the way of commentary for SNDK. Obviously, I just want to see what their prices are. Are they gonna guide higher price increases? What kind of LTAs they have, long-term agreements, and we juxtapose the price in the LTA versus current market value. We make an assessment as to what they gave up to lock in that future revenue versus what they could have had if they allowed the market to kind of dictate the prices. That's what we've been seeing a lot. I want to also see, whether they're diversifying their hand in the different types of RAM, what kind of deals they have with different companies, like all these RAM specific things, but I don't have a comment on the earnings report.
I mean, as for the report, guys, Sean and I believe it was Sean, Adara, and I, we covered the previous one. We've seen it drop below, and Brando as well, too. I believe it was there. Drop below $1,000 and then just double from that point. Now, again, the market is forward-looking, and I think that's the point where we're sitting. A lot has been erased. So if these guys come out with outstanding numbers and continue to guide higher and say, hey, listen, this bottleneck is going to continue longer than what we were expecting, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an increase in price, because it has been beaten up and it was hit the heaviest out of all of these memory storage names, all right? It was down 50% plus off of the highs. So anything positive when you're beaten up and then you just put in this guide, and if you increase current quarter guide, full year 26, whatever it may be, and you double beat, I think we're going to see some new highs in this name. Not all-time highs, but from where we're currently sitting at right now. Now, $1,500 is your potential high here on the earnings report, and $1,200 for the low potentially. All right, so we're looking at an 11% expected move. But I'm also reading we can see high as 16% when it comes to the expected move. Now, listen. I don't know how, I feel like I talk about it every day. This also is going to be influenced, in my opinion, in what happened in South Korea. When you have a bunch of participants eliminated from the market who are really involved with this memory trade, it may hinder the potential of this move moving forward. So we'll see what happens come the report. But yeah, definitely a lot of questions looming in regards to SanDisk.
Oh, what is this? John Ross.
What's up, Johnny?
I don't know what SGD is. You want to find out while I read this out? Shout out to John Ross. Thank you for the $28.98. Good day, buds. I bought Microsoft at $377 and sold at $493 for cash and rebuy at $492. What's your analysis by end of September? Is there opportunity cost? Is the opportunity cost for NVIDIA better? Interesting. What is that, Ram? SGD?
The Sudanese pound.
Oh, thank
Wow.
you. Sudanese pound. That's awesome, man.
All right.
I've never seen that once. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you very much for that. Let's look at Microsoft here just before we get back to the ladies. Let's go Microsoft. Let's go weekly.
Oh, Sudanese
got
Singapore
here.
dollars. We're saying Sudanese pound. That's great.
All right, so here's what we got. So you're thinking opportunity cost for NVIDIA. Well, I think NVIDIA is still in the range. I don't want to say Microsoft's not in the range. It kind of is. You got 350, 360 as support, right? That's double bottom there in the same way that we had the double top at 560. We got that double bottom at 350. Definitely you had a lot of resistance at 470. You had that initially in July 24. You had it again in early June of this year. You're above it right now. I think we're looking at 500 in the face. Look, to get to the closing prints on the weekly, you got to get to 530. What percentage is that? To get to from where we are right now to 530, that's about an 8% move. If we were to get to all-time highs, then it's about a 15% move, 14.87% from the current price. So 14.87% for Microsoft. You're thinking September, so that's maybe like, let's just go 2 months, right? Let's say end of September, almost 2 months. I think it's completely reasonable. Let's look at NVDA. There's gonna have to be a great catalyst for that. Now, the thing about NVDA is it stair steps. This is the weekly on NVIDIA, right? So you initially had resistance at 150. Now, you didn't quite make it down into 150 as support on this latest consolidation area, but it's more like 160 or low 160s. By the same token, you've got about 195 resistance in that same consolidation area, but you also have 195 or 190 as support in this consolidation area. So whether or not NVIDIA is able to take out that 240 and start a new stair step up pattern, perhaps 240, 250 as support rather than resistance, tough one to say. But if we were to make it up to 250, it's very similar. It's about 14% from the current price action into that 250 area. So I don't know how you want to square this circle, but they both seem, you know, at least to get into the range here that I'm thinking, 250, it's about 14%. Whether Microsoft can get back to all-time highs or just get above 500, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But I think that there is equal opportunity if you're looking at it just from a technical sense. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, man, I agree. So what I did is I just pulled up the PE respective of each company, NVDA trading at 30 times, and then you have Microsoft trading at 27 times.
That's smart.
I think there's value in both, to be honest with you. If you ask me, it's clear. I should say clear as mud, but that's pretty crazy. Listen, it was lagging for a while. You've seen a strong uptick to the tune of where it's up 25% in a span of a couple of days, and only eliminating half of its losses, now getting closer to the all-time highs. Same thing here with NVDA, a couple of strong sessions, right? I think you really have to break down what's going on. Now, where I do believe NVDA can stand out from, you have sovereign nations with their AI build-out, the continuous growth within Elon Musk stating within XAI, but then you also have Copilot, the underdog of all underdogs, starting to grow a little bit faster than people were expecting. So, I mean, there's bull cases for both companies, in my opinion. I think you just have to do a little bit more, maybe a little bit more due diligence to see which one suits your style.
Good call.
Let's take a look at WDC as well. So estimated EPS that Wall Street is thinking consensus estimates are pegged at approximately $3.30 to $3.35 per share, which is roughly double the $1.66 per share that was reported in the same period as of last year. WDC is still flat on the day, just like SNDK, but estimated revenue also that is forecasted as quarterly revenue of about $3.70 billion. More than a 42% increase year over year is what this would mark. Growth drivers here are strong AI-driven demand for high-capacity enterprise storage and data center hardware as well, which continues to fuel expectations alongside certain margin expansions here.
So here's what I like. They've got a lot of demand for that 30 terabyte Ultra SMR HDD. It's being bought hand over fist by hyperscalers, and they're able to charge essentially what they want for it. So this is what I want to see. I want to see more about storage, high capacity, high speed storage, specifically for the hyperscalers. I want to hear very little about consumer products. And they also got NAND pricing recovering quite aggressively here, and they're also looking to pay down debt pretty aggressively. So I want to hear more about those three things. How about yourself?
I'm in the same boat when it comes to SanDisk, right? Like you're talking about a bottleneck in a space in general that's been on a parabolic run. the market prices in a lot, but the whole space has been beaten up. So if you come in better than expected, increase the guide, then I think there's a good chance that these names can continue to go on that second leg in that run again towards the all-time highs.
We're going to talk next about BAC here. Adira, I know you want to talk about the story as well. Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan has said that the company spends more than $250 million a year covering GLP-1 weight loss drugs for its employees, saying that the rapidly rising cost is a worthwhile investment in his workforce. Now, the company sets aside more than $2 billion a year on healthcare overall for Bank of America's roughly 211,000 employees, meaning the GLP-1 medications are alone now account for 13% of all the healthcare spending. He has acknowledged that some employees may also leave Bank of America before the company realizes the long-term savings here as well for improved health. But he has said, and I quote, that the decision ultimately reflects a push to provide valuable benefits. He's also continued to say that Bank of America has paired access to the drugs with health coaching to help monitor weight loss as well as lifestyle adjustments. But beyond long-term preventative health, he's also pointed out to emerging clinical data with the GLP-1s as well, suggesting near-term benefits, including lower incidence of cardiovascular events. I just want to check how BAC is doing on the day before I send it over to you. Yeah, up 1%.
Yeah, so I don't truthfully, see, I'm going to be honest, I don't really think this is like a market moving story, but there was this whole interview with Brian Moynihan, BAC CEO, as you mentioned, and Andrew Ross Sorkin. There was another point that was made that I found pretty interesting before I get into the GLP-1 stuff, which again is only tangentially related to this. But yeah, so during that interview, I guess Andrew Ross Sorkin asked him about this whole Leopold Aschenbrenner and the blow up with situational awareness, where they were basically, forced to sell some of their, I think all of their public holdings to Citadel. So anyway, so what happened there is Brian Moynihan basically described this as, quote, a warning shot for the market, saying that basically leverage, if you're heavily leveraged like this, if you're getting, margin calls, this could be a bit of a risk here. So I think that was an interesting look. The other thing that I wanted to say that, again, tangentially related to this story is Eli Lilly reported earnings this morning. And my girl Eli Lilly reported really strong Mounjaro and Zepbound growth. Now, Zepbound actually declined ever so slightly sequentially last quarter. This quarter, you've got a sequential and year-over-year improvements. Mounjaro just continues to the upside. This is its 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th consecutive quarter of sequential growth, and obviously we're going year over year as well here for Mounjaro. So again, diabetes drug, it's been out longer, still outpacing that Zepbound injectable, or the weight loss injectable there, Zepbound, but still a good look here for Lilly regardless. And I think very timely that we get Brian Moynihan mentioning these weight loss drugs on the day that Eli Lilly reports, and Novo Nordisk was supposed to report before that leak yesterday. So yeah, interesting look here for weight loss drugs, and I think for, in general, just that whole interview with Moynihan.
Yeah, I don't have comment specifically on the Bank of America aspect of this, but I definitely think GLP-1s are, something to keep an eye out on. I mentioned it in the morning. Retatrutide finished its phase 3 trial. That's by Eli Lilly. It is a triple agonist. The best kind of drug we have right now is a double agonist, and that's by Novo. And so I definitely think, leading into the next year, 2 years, it's going to be Lilly leading the way. We know that because these things take a lot of time to make. And it's Lilly who's in the phase 3 trial now. We're going to either see retatrutide by the end of 27 or early 28. We'll have to wait and see exactly how the FDA clears it. But, to me, these things are here to stay. And I think, what's interesting, too, is social stuff has kind of changed with these GLP-1 drugs now. You're seeing a lot of the people who are pounding the table on body positivity and stuff like that in the early 2020s. Those people are now taking GLP-1. Well, hey, it's just an observation.
Yeah. Listen, I think it's fair, Sharif. Now, listen, we have a duopoly here, Sharif, between Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. I think this is a drug that it's still in its infancy and can continue to grow. And to his point, listen, more and more people are starting to adopt this style of drug, which I think is fantastic. We've had the oral pills start to come out, so you can sway away from the injectables. So I think considering we're in the earlier stages of this, there could be some form of disruptive service. We had Hims and Hers obviously go through their issues. for me, I love what we have going on, and I think it's something fantastic. And it's hurt other companies. It's been a complete disruptive service. But at some point, when you have a duopoly, we've seen that within some other names. I'm not going to compare apples to oranges. There might be another participant step in with some even more advanced drug treat, something that doesn't deplete the muscles as much, allows you to exercise less and still
Bone
lose that weight.
density is an issue as
so
well.
yeah,
of course,
I mean, it's still a pretty new drug, and I find it interesting in how much it's affected everyone around. Like, you see the signs everywhere, and it's quite crazy.
Let's take a look at, that could be our final story for the news segment. Anthropic Mythos model had created fake online identities as it looked to pressure humans into approving certain malicious code updates to an open source project, which marks, yes, yet another case and cyber incident that's carried out by a frontier AI system here. UK-based AI Security Institute, that is the AISI, which is a research body, had removed safeguards, also disabled certain safety filters as well, and deliberately given these models internet access. OpenAI's GPT 5.6 Soul had also been involved, in other cybersecurity incidents during this evaluation. And this is coming after a series of cyber breaches that we've been hearing about and we've been listening, carried out by these models developed by Anthropic as well as OpenAI in recent weeks. They've prompted a wave of fears, obviously, around the sophistication of AI systems, also the reach and the extent of the potential harm that can be caused on this.
I think this is an interesting development here. I think the sandboxing that these guys are doing, it needs a bit more robust of a team to make sure that it is in fact sandboxed, because this is not the first time we've heard about them not giving it internet access and it finding its way through, whether it's hacking through accounts or, figuring out a way to bypass the firewall. I mean, these things are obviously quite sophisticated, and I think that the parameters under which they work need to be equally as sophisticated.
I'm not going to comment on this. I'm going to go over a couple of questions in Super Chats here before we end the day. APLD, I'll gladly take a look at it. You've been asking me all day, so I'll get that over with. Listen, I do like the company Applied Digital, big time contracts as well too. So, oh my God, what happened here?
What happened, Joey?
Well, I lost this here. There it is.
Oh.
Bang. Now we got it back.
Boom.
Just like that. APLD. I think it's like a $300 million leasing agreement. They've received, APLDS. Why do I keep typing that in? And then we'll get to your Super Chat momentarily. So yeah, I mean, it went on a big run. This is another name that just was going parabolic for quite some time. You go April of last year, $2, yeah, right, all the way up to a peak of 40, and then it continued to climb up to $50. That's a big time move. Now, I'm not surprised by this sideways consolidation. Expect that, right? When you go on, like, this is crazy, 1,100%, minting a lot of millionaires. I think what they have in the pipeline is good, and I wouldn't be surprised. Just keep an eye out if this $23 level does crack, that you might head a little bit lower, but I wouldn't be surprised with how things are holding up. Now, with that being said, we'll take a look at that Super Chat.
Boom.
Now, $5 Super Chat from our good friend Chain Reactor. I plan on buying 25,000 shares in SpaceX tomorrow at the low. I'm calling it on RKLB, selling that garbage stock and transferring everything into SpaceX. Yeah, I think you've been pounding the table on what your dislike for Rocket Lab is, and I mean, I don't know, RKLB, I don't know how you feel about that, Sharif. I don't think it's a
Well, brother,
play.
it's just, it's not ready. It's not as developed as a company as SpaceX. Can we really expect it to be, though, right? I think if you're getting into Rocket Labs, you should be buying on the dips, never into the highs. It is putting in some higher lows there, Joey, to be fair to it, but that's a technical perspective. I know that they've got some stuff going on there. They're also talking about direct-to-cellular connectivity, so you may see that from them. I don't expect SpaceX to be the only, company that offers that kind of thing.
No,
right?
No, I don't think so either.
But do they have the money? That's the thing. Do they have the money for the
compared
R&D?
to SpaceX? No. Yeah.
Well, don't forget now, SpaceX is not just a space company; it's an AI company. So their capex gets kind of diverted in multiple avenues.
In multiple streams, yeah.
Exact streams,
absolutely.
yeah. Well said.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to have the majority of the money right now looks like it's going into XAI, but obviously, as you look to increase the launch cadence, you're going to have to increase your the amount of thruster or the starships that you have, the actual boosters, and then just for the regular one that they're basically launching every other day, right? Are you going to increase those as well?
Well, we've seen over the past couple quarters, they actually decreased a couple of the launches as well.
They dropped a little bit, yeah.
In Starship.
I think a lot of that is commercially based, though. You have the customers that need to go,
exactly,
right? Sometimes you have more, sometimes you have less.
But to add to your point, though, even though the money is dispersed, we've seen where the majority of that can potentially come from and can help fuel the Starship side of things. So if you have that additional revenue stream, like the monster that EWS can be, then by all means, right? Like we've seen the numbers. And you know what's funny? There's one more thing that I wanted to bring up, Sharif. You brought up there's like SpaceX has like $41 billion or something in backlog in regards to cloud. If you can pull that up quick. As I was reading through the report, I kind of laughed because if you go back to Alphabet's
14.1,
14.1 billion in backlog.
Well, that's because they only have two customers.
Yeah, exactly. So that's 5% of Google's backlog. So it's not even comparable whatsoever. Google with like $514 billion in backlog, and that's why I'm going to remain bullish for the next previous.
How much of that is their own?
Yeah, like but
Gemini, that they can't.
Can you classify that as backlog though? Because you're not generating.
I can find out in a minute, but
I guess that is a good question. How much is that of Gemini? Well, I think that's important to know. But
absolutely. All right, man. 201. Let's send it over this way. See you tomorrow, guys.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, everybody. And the thumbnail for the afternoon show.
Yeah.
It's not about AMD, and it's not about SpaceX.
No, it's not.
Something happened in the middle of the day on Alphabet.
Yeah, we were watching it. We were talking about it. We were talking about it in the chat there, and good buying opportunity. If you come over to my screen here, you'll see Google just layered into it, man. Just small all the way and straight to the back end of this trade. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. This is going to be my second best trade of the day. This is the crown jewel. We talked about. It's one thing to talk about SpaceX like we've been doing all day, and I think that's obviously important. It's been a major stock and a major talk of every single person around here. But to get in there and trade it, it wasn't that risky, and that's the whole point. Is this stop out of mine was 118, so it's 50 cents worth of a stop. And right now, now that you're back into tens, I think I should probably take a bid. I didn't have any bids out because I was kind of waiting for this to happen. So I'll put a bid there and take a little piece out right now on SpaceX, as it's both of these positions are $7 in right now. So hopefully it can continue to work out. But we are also seeing some updates out of Oragenics, which is ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. This company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising said capital, and resolving liabilities, also restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go check them out. It's ticker OGEN. We want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. But yeah, like we've just been putting up on, go give a follow over there to X. We've been putting, as soon as we got into SpaceX, and again, we're not on air when this happened, but we went and put it in the chat. We put it up there on X. And there it goes, man, straight to the downside. And it was really fun, as Neil mentioned there, trading some Google in the middle of the day there. So this has been a good one. Ooh, right back up to these highs again. I'm waiting at 364.50 right into this area to see if we can get see if we can get a little piece out right now. Ooh, now they're both $7.25, but we're still going right now. Neil's got a whole bunch of names as well. ATK.
I wasn't in Google before. Well, I wasn't, but not anymore. But one thing on Alphabet, very quickly. There was two pieces of news on Alphabet. The first one was, I don't even know,
somebody left.
It was like somebody leaving, and then the second was a little bit longer tenured, and that was the secondary drop, because it actually had two moves on Alphabet. And the first move, in a second, Adair, you can clarify, but it's not about who left. It's about the two drops. Like the first one bounced at about 364, and then got into this 65 level. And that's what, like, that's the first time I tried it, because it's like the first bid I see, I'm gonna punch long, and then didn't work. And then the second hit dropped this another like $8 back in, and then it came back through 360. So there's a secondary play here if it gets through the first, we'll call it like hump here, and that first hump, right? Like it was two distinct moves to the downside on Alpha. That's why I had two distinct trades myself. But just quickly, yeah, the other thing is just like that's just a range trend break on a deal that just moved to a new price. So always talk about things like support and resistance. Everything is fractal in this world. Once something sets a price level, there's the prior high, it broke it out, there's the wick top, it literally bounced off it, so I risked a cent to make 4, and then that's pretty much it, and I will sit in it. It was similar to sometimes what will be in like WBD, like we were talking about that today. Like WBD did a trend break like yesterday, came into VWAP, but then I have my break-even stop. So like one that works, one that doesn't kind of deal. But this Alphabet, you got to keep in mind, we've been seeing so many of these stories. There's lots of different news-based catalysts, but in particular, it feels like the "this person is leaving" story is not one that fails to have a dip. Just anecdotally, and I'm not gonna. We're just talking anecdotally here. Like I can't think of a time where you had follow through because so and so is leaving. If it's the CEO, fair enough. But in this particular case, sometimes it's more of an opportunity. But there was two very distinct moves on Alphabet there, and you could see the bottom tails on that 3-minute.
Yeah, if they tie it up with SpaceX here. Just telling our one friend about Tesla, and he wants to buy more of it. And I said, yeah, it's not a bad idea if it does tie up with SpaceX. We did hear that today again from Kevin O'Leary, but we'll have to wait to see if Tesla's a buy at these levels or not. I mean, down to $300 there, not well received, obviously, and on their report, and straight down, but did find a bid that goes back to last year at this time. So it's not like it's unbelievable the move that happened. It just gave up all the profits all year. We always talk about that, right? It's like, this is why I feel like sitting in an index is a very smart idea, because it generally will trend, and you're at all-time highs today for both the Nasdaq, well, close enough anyways, not today for the Nasdaq, but for the ES and the Dow. Meanwhile, if you've just been sitting in Tesla, unless you're smart enough to rotate in and out of this name, you've been a dog for a long time on Tesla, right? I mean, this name is actually, if you just sat in it, and if you sat in it from the time it, IPO, then fantastic. But, this goes all the way back to November of 24. So basically 2 years right into this area for Tesla. So not doing a whole heck of a lot there. So we'll have to wait to see if it has any juice to it to get back upside here from these spots. But I think it's a decent level to maybe look at some Tesla. This Google is really like, man, we definitely got that. Yeah, there's OpenAI and Microsoft news with Adara.
MSFT dropping here, though, already recovering, trading back at the prior day low. Basically, reports are showing that Microsoft's AI sales mostly come from OpenAI, according to disclosures. So that's Bloomberg reporting that. Based on some disclosures, most of Microsoft's AI sales come from OpenAI. Apparently, OpenAI revenue reached $24.1 billion in FY 2026 for Microsoft. Now, in case you're thinking FY 2026 isn't done yet, Microsoft is a couple quarters ahead of the market. So when everyone else is reporting Q2, they just reported last week that Q4 and FY 2026 data. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the algo's got a hold of that one, and it's right back to where it was before. Yeah, the futures they're looking like they're trying to break out a little bit here. It's been a long consolidation on a higher level. This is a NASDAQ. I know the SPY is, when we talk about the market, yeah, the SPY. But a long consolidation, and this is pretty much where we settled at 4:30 after all the earnings yesterday. So it is a bit of a level in there. Silver's at VWAP, so we're in this one off the volume weighted average price. There's the breaking VWAP. There's the stop. Just looking for it to play in the high. The last time pulled into VWAP, we took a breakout. It tried to go, didn't take it a second time because it was just way too weak going into it. But IBIT here, we got back into IBIT on the way back upside, but it's now starting to curl. I got to use a 15. Just to give you an idea what IBIT's been able to do with the market looking weak, it's still holding upward trend, but it's having some trouble through the top. Like the top end of the move isn't really going, so I don't want I don't want to give this all the way back. I want to find another spot to join that trend because the market goes, this has been strong all day long, relatively speaking. I haven't been able to say that very long. But today it's definitely true. For whatever reason, it doesn't really matter why. No specific story when it comes to Bitcoin, but it is trending up relative to the market. We're going to go to the desk with Adara because he is not here.
We've talked a lot about SpaceX today, mostly in earnings, but there's another really interesting SpaceX story that transpired. We're talking about it a lot online, I guess, yesterday evening and then concluding this morning. So on January 15th, 2025, more than a year and a half ago, this SpaceX rocket took off. Now, according to scientists, they have confirmed that this rocket actually hit the moon, slammed into the moon rather, very early this morning. That is a wayward 8,800-pound SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket booster, apparently roughly 45 feet long, 12 feet wide, crashing into the moon with nearly 3 tons of TNT of force at 5,400 miles per hour. This crater could be as large as 100 feet wide and 16 feet deep. So I know a story that we haven't discussed a lot, but kind of an interesting look here just to reflect. In addition to earnings, SpaceX also literally went to the moon and apparently collided with the moon, according to scientists. So interesting look for SPCX this afternoon.
Now someone's going to say, it's not real, it didn't actually go there. They could look at the crater and be like, oh, no, it's fake.
Yeah,
the world is flat, it didn't go.
Yeah.
I'd love to, that sounds pretty cool. Like I would love to have seen. The problem with it is like all the really cool stuff, you don't get to see the video image, like a clean, clear video image. The landings are fantastic, but obviously crashing into the moon the Russian way. You do it first. And that's the thing. Like, it's a big success. Like the Russians, when they were first,
I just can't wait till we finally land on the moon.
First. Well, eventually we'll get there. We'll get there.
Finally happens.
Yeah. It's hard to do it's hard to launch something successfully off of flat Earth. That's the problem.
Yeah. They're gonna get that figured out once
logistical
they do.
challenges.
They'll have that. Walmart breaking the lows of the day here as well. The market's not doing a whole heck of a lot, but I just was on the scanner there for my Walmart, and there it is. Right here, trying to get below this little shelf there. I mean, the low exactly would be 111.40 right there. So we're going to try to figure out what that is up to. We haven't looked at SK Hynix in a minute, SKHY. Let's have a quick look to see what that's doing. Today with the NASDAQ flat, ES flat. I mean, NASDAQ down 0.29, ES down or up 0.08. SK Hynix, yeah, interesting here when you look at the daily chart. I mean, just having a little problem getting through this 155 area, that could be a good, bid long through there if it does continue to, hang around this area. These almost look like monthly candles here, but of course, just daily. Gap fill, into the lows, 115. Wow, I don't know what happened there. We obviously heard about that hedge fund sell-off there, right? And so as that comes in, that made a good bottom of 118. I really feel like these are the levels between 140 to 155. So a breakout out of that zone, I think, gets us cooking a little bit there on SK Hynix. I want to zoom this back out there. Too many. It looks like a barcode down there. AMD, what I also want to talk about was, wow, got me nervous there at the middle of the day there, Intel, when you came right back into the lows. And again, this is where we bought some shares this morning, right off the open. I was able to get into Intel. It does come right back in and probably give you the opportunity to buy shares even at a better price. But there it goes, upside into 102.50. I hope this is the lowest Intel gets for a little while. Put a little bit more money to work over there. I was thinking about also buying some Qualcomm, but 158 and change, not really there yet. I believe in Intel a little more than Qualcomm right there. But yeah, we're just, small shares left on Google. Depends on what everybody considers small different, but we'll wait to see what happens. We just got a great out. Like this was big because it was right into here. So it was right into these highs. So that's where that offer came through. I do have, maybe if we break 360, then we can get out, of the rest of them. But I still want to try to hold on to a little bit there. And then SpaceX, I mean, we had written down 110, at the beginning of the day that we really liked that long. We actually touted the fact that we didn't do anything about it the last time it was here. There at 110. And now we're getting that opportunity to do something about it as we're getting closer and closer into those lows right now of 110. So it's good that we're short 118, 117.50. But, a lot of that cash out happened pretty early. Then a lot also right into here as we're at 114 to 115. Because remember, Neil was saying it earlier, like, this is 50 cents worth of an out. You know, so when it's in the money now, you know, $3 or something like that, and it's only 50 cents, that's where we start to get it out, especially when we see some backside support right there. So yeah, man, SpaceX, again, if it's a day that ends in Y, you know I'll be on SpaceX. So there it goes, nice downside play there. And now we just wait, thinking about dumping and getting long, but I want to sort of see something, and I don't really know what that's going to be. So we'll just continue to watch out for SpaceX and then talk to you guys about whatever you want. I mean, XYT.
It's
there's another one.
1969 is the tap.
Yeah, and that's going to be a good one. I don't know when it's going to open. I'm assuming soon. It's supposed to be in 1 minute. 2 minutes. Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes. So 1824 past close. Now 1970. So should be an interesting open there
Only
for
15%.
yxt.com. Should be good. And then Bitcoin's up to 65,000 again.
You know what I just noticed?
Oh, Palantir, I have a story about
ETH
that.
is, forget about, for a split second, when I flip stocks, it still had the 600% on XYT. And I was like, what the heck? No, it's 2.5% for ETH.
Yeah, that's a big
if ETH goes up 600%, the entire economic system has broken apart, obviously. But yeah, it is stronger than IBIT. So rightfully so, whomever pointed it out. Like early on, there was a good reversal in IBIT, and like it's trying to go, it's still upward trending. Probably BM&R might be BM&R looks really good too. ETH is doing better than even BM&R. So even, that's interesting because I'm not used to seeing ETH lead the way, and this gets really interesting. Obviously, this is ETFs. I'm not talking about spot prices. What are we sitting at right now? I gotta refresh it. We're still under 20,000. 19.2 is where we're sitting on ETH. So like, there's a big potential breakout. I guess that'll be the 2,000 mark. I might have just said 20, but you know, I mean 2,000. But look at this sideways accumulation. Let's call it consolidation, fine, but accumulation as well that's going on in ETH. This does look spicy. Like you get a nice break today. Obviously, in hindsight, that's better than. Like look at the technical break on that versus like IBIT was kind of it was more like just play the reversal and weasel your way in. ETH, nope, completely different story. You could have just had this on a clean breakout of the highs a little bit later on. It still does the same test of the lows. Yeah, but this should be a watch. If I get out of IBIT, or if we just even get a good dip, maybe join the trend here. Super strong in Ethereum. I have no idea. Why? Who knows? It doesn't really matter. As long as it's moving, you want to give it a chance. Our friend YXT.com. Oh, the tap's higher now. That's all.
Oh, wow.
$20 it's now indicating. The high is just underneath 21 bucks, so it looks like it's going to open up just shy of the high break on YXT. Remember, they're around for a good time, not necessarily a long time. The daily chart's what I wanted to show. That is a daily chart.
Yeah, YXT.
I chuckle.
Yeah, no, that's a big one.
Next week, this stock will be at, where did it start? $4. Volume started at $3.
Sorry, $3
Let's call it
today.
$3.43 this time next week probably, or maybe $4, something along those lines. They tend to only be like very short-lived, especially the Chinese ones lately, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I just saw. Yeah, Sharif was trading that on the midday, so it was a good one there. Yeah, I don't. It should be. It's going to be a 10-minute halt right now. It's not open. So it last halted at 2:12:05. So that's a little looker right there. Yeah, AnyNet there today, or sorry, Arista Networks. Yeah, good look. Up today, 6.5%. Off earnings, right? I mean, a nice shoot up there yesterday, 224, 225. Breaking out. So Arista Networks now trying to break out. That was a great report. We always love when some of these high-end names take out levels, right? Especially ones that they've been bouncing off of a little bit there. That's a split. So, but anyways, right into there, nice move for 190. I believe that's a split. I don't think that there was too many problems with that stock. But let me see here on eSignal, the low there. No, I don't. Well, I mean, this looks much different on our chart than this. So I don't know what was going on there. This move is from 160 down to 120. We have, oh, there it is, 4-1 right there. The split happens back in 24. So yeah, so that's what I thought. So okay, so that's all good. So if we look at this chart, I just want to double check. Our charts don't have split adjusted pricing. So There's the move down, so all good. So if we get rid of that, because that's a nothing. But right there, we're taking out those levels. So 190, nice upside move there for Arista Networks. And, we've been talking about, SpaceX and what's going on with that. Arista today up 7 and looking like it wants to hold. The only thing is it's been coming back in. Good level there, 190. See, so when you see these levels, like that would be the spot. Obviously you're not going to be in at, you might be in at 190 if you saw it double touch, right? So that would be a great long there, $13 in the money. We would have liked to have been in that one. But yeah, just didn't look over here. Good level. And look what it comes back into, right to where we were pre-earnings. Comes right back into that 192, shoots the moon, right back in, hits the moon again off the open, boom, up about $4 or so, opens at 208. It's 214, maybe even higher, 215. So up $6-7, and then dropping dramatically back down to 192 and change there. Before catching a bid up to now 204. So yeah, an interesting level down there for Arista Networks. Could have been looked at for sure.
There's a lot to cover.
There's just so many names.
We didn't even talk about
I saw someone in the chat mention that. So shout out to you guys in the chat. Keep them going in the chat. We'll look for some.
We barely mentioned Uber today, although, probably with good reason. I think everyone's probably frustrated enough with that stock. Unless you're riding the short in Uber, forget about it. Like it's so disappointing. And it dropped, it fell further, it tried to bounce, it died, it's still dying. 6.5% down. The good news is it didn't actually make that flat bottom break, so it hasn't done it yet. That'll be $65. It's not really a flat bottom break. It's like loose support between 65 and $70. It's bounced at a different spot every single time, but it's somewhere between 65 and 70. It's at 67. 165 goes. I don't know what's going to get this one. I don't know what gets them going. That's the reality, because the story was all about autonomous, and now it's like you want them to have exclusivity as the platform. And Waymo will be a good deal for them, but what are you going to do? Like, Waymo's far ahead, and Waymo doesn't necessarily need them, and that's a bit of a problem, I think. Full-blooded Texan. Long story short, Uber sucks. If you guys were heavy in cash, where would you park it when the market is all-time highs? Anything other than money markets, etc., paying 3 to 4%. If you want a time frame, you're holding it for a year. You want to hold it because if you're not in money market, if you want it to be liquid so that you can put it in something else, and you don't want it to lose money, like you just want something that's going to be flat, that's going to give you a divvy. That's an interesting one, because there's sectors that I like that I think are decent dip value buys. Like I like a lot of the what are the good healthcare stocks you're doing, I almost said AstraZeneca, but AbbVie's a stock that I feel like it's in the midst of a value pullback right now in a nice upward trend that I feel pretty solid about there. And that's at 240, but it's not without risk. Like, everything's going to have risk. I mean, the first thing that came to mind is what is at a technical level that I already observed that's a buy, but I'm already in it. And it's prior high, double bottom in the prior high. It's got to 50. But I like that for a tight stop play there. I have to think on that, because to me, I'm more I put it into cash and yield, and then I can deploy the money when I want to. That's the way I look at it if I'm just parking somewhere. Just very quickly, 22.
Here comes 110's going to break. There's a lot of size on 110 right now on SpaceX.
See it? 5.
Yeah, so it's about 3 or 4 million. That's just showing. It's hard to see now. Darn it. We were just there. You'll see when it comes back here. If I keep it down low, you should. Anyways, once we see a more level 2, someone just needs to wipe this down a little bit. There, you'll be able to see. But anyways, yeah, it's still 110 flat break right now. We're still short at 118 up top here on SpaceX, and was thinking about even shorting. Here it comes. There it is. There. 36.99.
Oh, that's half a mil.
Yeah, half a mil. Well, it just got hit right there pretty easily. So the Nasdaq's going to get taken out right now. You are SSR, so anybody hitting the bid right now to take this out has to already own shares. So you're going to have somebody that's sitting in shares that says, nah, I want to get out, and dump them onto here. So looks like that is happening, and see you later, alligator, as it's gone through 110. Last time it did this, we did see this. We were watching it live with us. I mean, it just seems like Seems like deja vu. We were watching that exact level breakdown here, and then I was even saying, oh, they're following it down, they're following it down. And then when they were done with that, they got rid of it. So right now it's eight bucks now in on these shorts. And yeah, just a good overall look here for SpaceX today on the short side of things. It was a great long early. Now the shorts have come. Remember, wow. All right, man, this has been a, yo, what's up? I know Zane's not in the chat right there, but there it goes. And, you know, give a follow because, you know, we had, not only did we talk about SpaceX pretty much all day, but if you're going to look here, I don't know when the first time, oh, it's right into here. So I actually sent this trade. We were still at 116.50 here on SpaceX when I sent this through over 2 hours ago when we started the short on SpaceX. You know, so, and then it just started. There's our oh yeah, I want to talk about Palantir as well. There's the SpaceX, and we update ourselves there when it's at 114, and now it's at 111. We give a little bit of an update. We haven't done anything since. So I'll put this in the chat, guys. Go give a follow. You know, we all have our accounts. You can go have a look. I'm posting up there all the trade ideas that I have every single day. Also, posting if you don't have SpaceX, if you don't have that, go over to Instagram right now and give a follow here as my lovely wife has been putting up these stocks. Ooh, 21 likes with 2 comments. That's good. 20 from yesterday, 16 there. Changing the way. It used to be like this on a carousel. Now it's like this. So you go in there. It's very easy to share and look at, you know, just a short. Come on, man, Lucid. That's too bad. But anyways, Palantir, then here's all the talking about it right there. But go give that a follow as well. And let's see if we can get those, you know, followers up a little bit and, you know, spike these algorithms. But yeah, lots of fun times happening right here, right now. So, you know, enjoy the show. And there goes SpaceX down to 109.70. It is a stock that has provided a lot of into the pockets of traders. So yeah, SpaceX has been a good one here. And we'll see what winds up happening now at 109. I mean, the all-time low is what, 106 or something?
I think it broke sixes. I mean, we looked yesterday or
think
2 days ago.
there.
I thought it was like 5, 6.
Yeah, it's 104.83.
Well, someone's 104.83. I felt like our chart's probably wrong. I thought when I looked on the P Pro A chart, I thought I saw like little 5. It doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, the even dollar at 105 is going to be a big deal. Okay, bad news for the XYT people. Sorry.
XYZ?
XYT.
Oh, XY. YXT.
YXT. You know what? That's because Block reports tonight. That's my bad. You know, you always think about the names that you actually know or give a darn about first. So like in my brain, I see 3 tickers. It's like, oh, it's the end of the alphabet. It's Block. No, it's it's YXT. It's halted downside after opening high. So actually, it did open at 20 bucks or just above that, flashed to 23, and then immediately halted down. Like almost instantly, it rejected the breakout of the high. This is what it did the last downward halt. Like it did a couple of nasty ones in a row and then caught a bid. This is a different situation. So it's halted down. The tap is up. So it's indicating an open at like $19.50 right now, which is unique. I don't think I've really seen it a couple times where you get a crazy topping tail, but now it's saying flat. Oh, now it just opened back up. So sometimes that indicated open doesn't really matter. Looks like it is heading lower. Maybe that 1943 is telling us something if it can close above that. But that's just initial orders before it opens. A lot of people will wait until the last second to decide. You know, they know it's 5 minutes long, so you don't have to put orders in until like the final minute, and that's what they end up doing. So this one might be on the back end. It did a halt twice in a row, then caught a bit of a bid there. Not really going to be paying. Again, people are watching it, so that's fine. Like we'll be discussing it. Silver got off VWAP, took half out. Now we're going to wait for the HOD. That continues to look relatively strong. Still ETH more so than IBIT, but that's coming a little bit back. I don't know if I want to reload that. I feel like on a dip buy, it's better to get involved in ETH because it's stronger than try to dip buy Bitcoin. Nvidia just broke. No, it did not. Someone in the chat said Nvidia broke the high of the day. It broke the high of the afternoon. The high of the day is actually $222.22. And that is one of my favorite. 22 is one of my favorite numbers. Maybe my second favorite number. I like that price. That was the exact price that I bought Tesla not recently, but the last time I bought Tesla shares was at $222.22. If only we got out of everything at the top, but you never do.
Nope, you never ever do. And yeah, that's always the problem, right?
That's just how it goes.
So, all right, we'll just continue to keep going there. I think it might be time again, to buy a little bit more Tesla. Now, maybe, we'll see. I'm trying to get a little less. You know, one thing that was Oracle was another name here that, and again, like live on the show, right? We sold Oracle up in the 300s. It was crazy there. And I've always thanked Adara for that play, but you could see right into here, you know, good level. I think anyways, now in and around this 134, 135, you know, you get some of that garbage out of here, right down here between 115 to 130. And you know, a lot of that, again, was the selling off there of the hedge fund. And now we'll have to wait to see if it does start to bounce back up. The whole market really got some pretty nasty sort of headwinds, I guess a tailwind with the pushing down to the downside there. Now you're starting to get back upside now on Oracle. So this could be another one of those names where it's just beat up so far that maybe it's just so good. I mean, we were just at 250 all the way down there to 115. Just as it went one way, it came right back in and even harder. So I think this is a good buy, actually. I mean, even right now, but whatever. The best spot would be around this 135 marker, I feel like. But I'm not that price sensitive. Like I just buy it and hold it in the account. So we'll see what winds up happening with Oracle. I have not yet stepped in, but normally it's on your level 2 window. You know what you're looking at stocks and everything like that. Then you're thinking, well, it's from the window to the wall. And we have a segment now with Adara.
We're here to talk about Uber, guys. U-B-E-R, in today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where we pull up a chart window, we look at it at the wall. I apologize, the white font, kind of hard to read on here, but I'll talk you guys through all of it. So this one is about beep, beep, Uber. Why am I talking about Uber today? Because as I've said, during earnings season, I mostly just make earnings-related infographics. So if you have any that you ever want to see into the window, into the wall for specific days, please just let me know in the chat. But either way, we're here. We got in the Uber, and we're now going to talk about UBER. So I wanted to look here at gross bookings and revenue by segment, because interestingly enough, they have the same segments for both of these categories. And then I also wanted to look at year-over-year growth, because there's going to be something really interesting that you'll notice in revenue, but we'll get to that in a minute. So let's start with gross bookings. It's actually considered one of the largest or most important metrics, rather, for UBER, like it is for, I mean, we know with Roblox, we're looking at bookings as well. For a lot of these companies that have services that they provide, sometimes bookings are more important than what you're getting with revenue. So for gross bookings, you've got mobility, the vast majority here, that's just under 50%, $28.98 billion, so just under $29 billion. You got $27.5 billion for delivery, and then roughly $1.5 billion for freight. Now, year-over-year growth, really strong. The largest year-over-year growth here is in delivery. That's a trend you'll see in revenue as well, up 26% year-over-year, but you still have strong freight growth. These mobility growth, though, which is, to my understanding, when you actually order an Uber and get in the Uber and then get out of the Uber, et cetera, that is growing the slowest, but it's still, you know, double-digit, more than 20% growth. Now, when you get to revenue, things get kind of dicey here. So UBER, as we know, they actually missed on revenue here and only inline EPS. So this was just in general not a great report. But I found some really interesting things here when it comes to Uber's revenue. So you've got mobility here. Again, largest portion of the revenue, little over 50%, $7.36 billion. But it only grew by 1% year over year, which makes me wonder, are we seeing companies like Lyft stepping in and providing some real competition for Uber in this category? That is something I think to flag, because then you still have strong growth in delivery and freight. You're actually growing better in both of these segments than the growth we saw in gross bookings. So that to me is significant. Either way here, that's today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. Expect more SpaceX, CapEx stuff. I know we talked about that during the midday, but I'm going to give you guys that infographic here a little bit closer to the end of the week. Because again, we've got to spread out the SpaceX love and excitement. We can't give it to you all in one day. In the meantime, we're going to give you back over to Sean and Neil for more trading excitement.
Lots of
Lyft
excitement.
is better.
Lots of excitement.
Like but I'm using air quotes because it's actually off of the lows. Like it's not doing anything particularly special, except for the fact that it's in a gentle uptrend. So yeah, I would venture to say it's doing pretty well. They got good like partnerships, right? Like they got the Amazon Prime thing going on, and you know, like the argument for Uber was supposed to be that they got more going on, that they got the freight, but sometimes having a laser focus can end up being a good thing, like just not being a little bit of everything. I don't know, it's kind of worked out pretty well for, if you make the Coke Pepsi comparison, like Pepsi's a little more stretched than Coke is. But yeah, Lyft looks pretty solid. Whatever. Like I haven't even gotten out of all the old Uber shares, which they're just a disappointment. Like they're still in the money, but it's like it doesn't really make a difference because it hasn't been doing anything. Lyft probably has a good short float too, which will help it get to the upside and press higher. That's a good looking short, back over the 200 period moving average and upward trending, which is surprising to me. The other thing that is surprising is this is one of the few days where, and by the way, like gold is also breaking out on the daily, but there's a but. See that candle? Look at that curl. Yeah, that tells me that even if VWAP, like I have the stop underneath VWAP, but I'm not even going to give it that much more room. I feel like if I continue to see gold go down, then I might as well just punch out if I see another crazy spike. I have the stop under this prior low, but when you see GLD move like this, and it's moving better than what you're seeing SLV, they're both up 4 points, but look how much stronger gold has been. So there's been a nice flight to safety here today. And for one of the first times, crypto is somehow being included in that. Like the market's down, metals are up, and crypto's gone with it. That's a very positive sign if you're looking to be bullish on crypto.
Yeah, that's oh boy. Not too much bullish love today for SpaceX, and glad that we had changed up our first thoughts of 110 long. And there it goes right now into the zone of 109. We just ran into 109. The day's low incoming is here now on SpaceX. So still trying to hold, man, and just waiting to see, what kind of fun we can have here on SPCX. Right back into 109 right there. So looks like I don't think it's gonna have any problem taking it out. It did just bounce off of it. And remember, there's gonna be a lot of dark pool love here and everything like that. Like, I started my career trading penny stocks and watching out for the level 2s and watching gateways and everything like that. So, definitely comfortable, watching out for these kind of breakouts and breakdowns and watching these. It's going to go now. It has to right there. So there, yeah, okay, it's gone. So bye-bye. There it goes all the way to the downside there. So that's just even if you want to scalp that for a quick 1,000 shares, make a quick 10 cents there, $100. That was an easy play. But now we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here as we continue to move lower on SpaceX, man. 109. Can we put up $10 on this trade right here? Yesterday we had, I don't know, $6 or $7 or maybe more than that in Palantir. Today we have it in Google, and we also have it in SpaceX. And, it's too bad because Lucid today, oh man, that was the #1 trade idea. And we already talked about the follow over there on X, on Instagram and all that. We had Lucid as the #1 idea at $7. And man, we were short. We were short serious amounts. And we're still up on it. So it's all good. We covered, and it was a good job covering what, when it tanked. Like we have an 80 fill there and yada, yada. I think this was probably 20% or so that was left right there. And we even got another fill there at 05 and brought that back down into the low 90s there. And then the reason why is we got a good majority out right there once it broke 10s. And then upside, and we just got overfilled because what we got out, we punched a little bit more, so we immediately got out of the long, and then it was just like, like in a matter of 10 minutes later, we were all the way to the downside there. So our day could be infinitely better if we didn't get out, but it's okay. Still a big day. And then here we go right here as well. Palantir actually just came right back into that level again. We could have maybe looked at it, but we were talking. But there it was right there. We were short. So we were long, short, print, take it out on the 200 period break. So unfortunately, it does break our back a little bit there with PLTR. But yeah, a good bounce off 109 potentially for SpaceX. Let's see if it winds up holding it or not. Was that a call or?
I think so. Yeah.
Or Sia.
I think we're going to the desk
let's go
with
back over.
Sia. What's happening now?
I guess.
What's happening now is we're going to take a look at the market, then head into some of Disney's earnings that I want to share. So SPY currently up very, very significantly, very little, but it's still in the green. The triple Qs are down almost 0.5%. The Dow is up close to 1%, and the IWM down 0.40% on the day, 0.37% to be very, very precise. Let's take a look at DIS and its earnings and what it did. So earnings per share at $2.06 adjusted that have beat estimates. You've total revenue at $25.25 billion, which is a 7% increase year over year. Net income at $2.63 billion. Share repurchases targeting at least $9 billion in fiscal 2026. Their entertainment revenue also has risen 6% to $11.35 billion. And this is aided all by the box office success of Toy Story 5. Also, theme parks and cruises have delivered a solid growth here as well. Global attendance has been up 4%. Sports as well. Operating income, however, now for this sector has fallen 17% to $858 million due to rising costs for live media rights. Now let's take a look at the same time at what happened with ratings. Morgan Stanley analyst Sean Diffley has said that there's quote-unquote lots to like. Disney's fourth quarter operating income guidance has, however, fallen short of Morgan Stanley's estimate, but the company has nonetheless reiterated its full year guidance. Analyst has also written in a note today that quote-unquote underscores the durability and diversification across the business. Most importantly, the sale of its A+E stake to Hearst underscores that new CEO Josh D'Amaro is willing to take a fresh look at the portfolio and simplify and optimize with a clear move away from linear. He's also reiterated an overweight weighting and $123 price target, my apologies, on the stock that implies a 25% upside from yesterday's close. So Wells Fargo at the same time and BAC have also reiterated their overweight and buy ratings respectively. Disney is currently trading around the 101 region and is up 3.3% on the day.
Thank you very much. See, I saw a few comments from TikTok. Red Eye Sky was saying like we're missing out on DraftKings reporting tomorrow is in a buy. And then the real Gary, we have a super chat we'll get to, and the real Gary was asking about Shopify. It's at VWAP. Do you like it? Shopify, there's no, you can't sugarcoat 19%. 19% up is fantastic. It gaps. The problem is if you didn't have the pre-market move or like that first dip, there's been some smaller opportunities. Like I liked 143, but the reason I'm not as juiced about it at VWAP is it bounced to 43, stopped at 48, then bounced again, stopped at 48, stopped at 48, and then it's getting like tighter but smaller, obviously smaller range, but $2 range bound. That 48 needs to go, and then it's got a little bit of room to run to the upside. So yeah, I think I like the quarter on Shopify, but it's been a profit-taking kind of day. It was almost like the breakout went too far for Shop. Guidance big. The guidance was pretty huge. I mean, they're talking 30% growth, which destroyed the street. Low 30s, I guess, percent growth, which was much better than what was being anticipated. And, you know, if you beat big, great. If you beat small, people have been getting punished, but it plays both ways. Huge breakout day on Shop. The problem was a lot of it was just accomplished with the gap up in a matter of seconds. And then after that, you're left for the scraps of trying to get a couple bucks here or there on a stock which had moved 25. I'm not on the right page for the super chat, but Nick is asking about Cliff. Now, there's a name we have not heard in a very long time. Everyone's not favorite. I doubt it. But Nick, you usually like things that are breaking away from a consolidation or breaking out highs. It looks to me this is all about the major moving averages. Like, it's not terribly exciting because I think when you have something here, if you're looking technically, which is what we always look at, it's okay, there's your long area. You've got to stop maybe under 11, let's just say, and then there's room to $15. But that's a pretty big triple top at 15. So you kind of know where you're headed. From that standpoint, that looks pretty good. I think it gets more exciting when you start breaking out above that 15, because then you're in some uncharted territory. Like, you like to get to places where you can start filling in the gaps, but there's nothing, like, it's not bad. It's above, like I said, above both major moving averages. You're making higher lows. That's fine for sure. And then Roland Espinosa is asking about DVLT on a rebound. Why? By the way, YXT's halted again. Tap is $23, which is above the high of the day. So that one's actually going this afternoon. DVLT, I feel like we got a question about this, and oh no, that DVLT. I'm thinking of a different one. This is a penny stock.
DVLT.
What? There's the other one that was a runner that was very similar.
Data Vault or something? What is DVLT?
No, DVLT. Ugh,
Is
Data Vault. No. Whoa, on a rebound? What, huh? It is? I mean, it's not. Like, it's really not. On a rebound? See, that's an interesting question when it literally just broke its lows. And on the day, on 125 million shares, it made a small bounce. Oh, fine, if you 27 cents to 29. But if that's the case, then you had to have already pegged this entry at 27.5 cents. Right? Like that's, which is fair. Like there's trades here too. Like you could have tried it at 31 cents. That was kind of okay before it broke down. You probably lose. And then you get this one here with a nice little bottoming tail. You take 27.5 cents. You get it in the lows 27s. You risk half a cent. And then you try to take a bunch out there 28 to 29. That's over because it's already pulling back. So that's an opportunity, but yuck, and more yuck because I think that opportunity is gone. And our friend, the YXT, again, tapped 23 bucks, should be open in about, this will be a 10-minute halt. So give it 3 minutes, and then it'll be open again. Longer halt just means more implied volatility. The only reason they ever do 5 minutes, or sorry, 10 minutes versus 5 minutes is because there's a lack of liquidity to open it up in a reasonable fashion. And it looks like should have reloaded the same price on IBIT. Was hoping ETH would give a better pullback. But if it breaks out the top, I'm looking between 75, 80 for a fill, and then we'll try to ride it a little bit higher. But penny stock and rebound, 2 cents is not that, it's not that great unless you've already taken it. Stay away from those.
All right, yeah, no, I agree. And this one is going to, now it's 22.40 and 22.50. It's sort of turning around right now. We have less than a minute and a half now. Well, now it's back to 23, so it's probably going to open up around that 23 marker. So, yeah, watch out for XYT coming through. Yeah, just a little look. Well, whatever. It'll open up, but I'll call it back up for you guys in just a matter of moments. $93 still on Robinhood. Let's zoom this back up. We can have a look at the market. Yeah, okay, flattish on the day there for Robinhood. A quick little look at SoFi maybe. 1850, that's not down, but that's not bad. Like, you know, we'll take it. And, you know, we, even before earnings had come for SoFi, we'd always talked about the $20 marker as a possible area there for SoFi. And it looks like we're going to fail off that. I mean, hopefully we don't. I mean, today's not a marker of, you know, anything other than let's wait to see if that is the turnaround. What you're looking for to confirm that this is possibly going to be a problem is right into there. You want to cover up yesterday's candle. So in order for that to be like a doji star, like kind of like what we were here, although this was green, you know, you come back in once you break this, the level after that topping candle right there, that's when you want to get into the short. So that short around 1775 would have brought you down to 15. Risky business heading into earnings, but that's what the trade looks like. And then upside from there up into $19 right now. And look what a surprise, bouncing off of those levels. But it's like, why am I even messing around with SoFi? If every time I thought about SoFi, I just added to my position in JP Morgan, then we would be laughing all the way to literally the bank. As right now, JP Morgan looks like this. And wow, unbelievable movement off that 280. We were talking about earlier about that 280 being the lows. And it's just sort of kicked it off from there up to 295, bounced around there, and then just absolutely mooned, including last earnings call, gave it the juice to get going back upside right now. All right, that YXT is now open, so it's open. Okay, it's going to halt down right now. There it is, so it's halted down at 21.40. Just saw it sort of pick up there, halt down. Now you're going to $20.93. So looks like the long might have been okay for now, but we'll see.
It's almost like you just have to.
Yeah, it's like because you would be in, if you're in on the last halt, you're in at 22, so you're still okay.
Yeah.
There. But I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure how people are even trading these things. It's not my cup of tea, but definitely something that we'll look at. And wasn't there another one earlier today, like really early?
No, I think it
was just YXT there, wasn't it?
No, there was another one.
Oh,
but
JL,
I think
it was this one.
JLHL, right?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, that one dumped. I knew there was another one, but I knew it dumped.
Underneath VWAP right now. So I think
maybe
12 short.
Maybe that's not a dump.
Might be what it is there. 12 short into 950 there. So yeah, I'm still trying to find out a little bit more there. Amazon getting murdered, someone said. Yeah, we were short Amazon right there. We went long early, then Amazon downside. Shout out to Farley Man. What's up, Farley Man? Chris Farley. What a talent. But rest in peace. May he rest in peace. There goes the movie, the downside. Yeah, Amazon getting wrecked a little bit there today with my good friend Google. And unfortunately, Google still down in that 4%. And we're still holding the long. We have a small piece left in both of these names, and it does look like SpaceX does get that 109 bounce. It only bounces to 109.50, I believe, or so. Then right back in again. So, yeah, SpaceX still thinks it's the one here at 109. I was so interested for tomorrow.
I was only gonna say, because you were bringing up JP, like that's another, like there's always a bull market somewhere. Like the financials have been like fantastic. Like they're starting to arch up. And if you look at what's going on, oh, that Dell weekly chart looks fantastic, by the way. But that's what I had on last, so we're just gonna leave that up. But if you zoom it out a little bit further and then look at the XLF, like on the weekly chart, like this is a breakout that's accelerating over the prior high. So it's continuing to make higher lows. Everything is upward sloping. Like the last time it did like a breakout of the prior high and started to accelerate, like you got a nice like 10%. It actually went 20% from the break. It did pull back, because what are you gonna do? That was April, so April 2025, everyone knows what happened at that time. You can't really do it. You can't do anything about that, but it gave you the dip back into the breakout price, which on whatever the next turn is, I'm thinking like 50 period, or if it does get into the mid 60s, then dip into the breakout price would be a play to go for the XLF. Again, there's been strength. Like at one point, it was that those the healthcare biopharmas were fantastic. They pulled back. Little bit of opportunity to get in, and then you're seeing the same thing with the financials. You know, one little pullback. It's easier to buy an uptrend than it is to try to catch a falling knife. Let's go up to the desk. Sia, what do you have for us, Sia?
Thank you. The IWM is currently down 0.37%, same levels as when I did the happening. Now, to be very precise, let's take a look at two individual tickers. Now, Kratos Defense is something that launched their earnings. They reported, earnings yesterday. After the bell, we did briefly touch it, but we didn't get into it. So let's just take a look at what happened here. The stock is up 7% on the day, trading around the $55 region. It reported revenue, which has grown 30.5% year over year. And in Q2, that's driven by acquisitions as well as organic growth. Net income here is more than doubling the 6-month period. Backlog has reached $2.084 billion, and the company has ended the quarter with $1.44 billion in cash and no long-term debt. Not a bad look for the company. Kratos Defense and Security Solutions up over 7% on the day. Let's also take a look at URGN here. That is Eurogen Pharma, that's trading around $45 region right now, up 12.5% on the day. Revenue has surged to $72.5 million, which has been led by Zosduri, which is a gel medication that basically treats recurrent low-grade intermediate risk non-muscle invasive bladder cancer. So the rapid adoption of this medicine that was approved also by the FDA in early 2025 and strong community uptake. Net loss for the company has narrowed to $14.4 million. And at the same time, you have cash and equivalents that have risen and totaled to $108 million. So you have URGN that's up 12.5% and KTOS up over 7% on the day.
I'm probably like 9%. Sorry, thank you there, Steve. We're just talking about banks and long-term accounts, and I was pulling up a TD chart for myself because, like, for me, like I have to double check. Probably 8 to 10% of what I have is multiple Canadian banks, and then I have two because I actually got into this one because whatever. I got into it because a friend worked there, and it was a good-looking chart. And Canadian banks only go up. I'm not making an excuse. No, they have a U.S. exposure, but that's what made it lag from the time I got in. If I had bought more of CIBC at the time I bought TD Bank, I would have made 30 to 40% more. But that doesn't really make a difference. And then Enbridge, I have a bunch of Enbridge. My fear for the Canadian banks, their economy stinks relative to everybody else. And so when you get that, if it loses to 50, I feel like that's almost a trend. And when I say stinks, I mean, whatever. People don't care about the Canadian economy. Like we have a very high youth unemployment rate. Our growth is one of the worst, and we have the worst comeback financially since the COVID bounce. Like of all the major economies, I'm pretty sure we're either the worst or the second worst in terms of bounce back in GDP. Don't at me. I'm pretty sure we're the worst. So there's a lot of concerns, a lot of things under the hood that don't look very good. There's just not much happening. So I'm going to, we're back off VWAP, but not doing much with it. So take what you get on that and see where it wants to go. There's really nothing popping off on the scans outside like SpaceX is dropping like a rock. Oh, by the way, remember SpaceX, the lockup tomorrow. So lockup expiration on SpaceX, one thing to think about is, and I'm going to be more open-minded about it because last time there was a huge lockup expiration that I can remember was ARMS, its initial one at least, and there was this big overall sentiment that it had to dump that day. It's like, oh, it's going to dump. And I remember even talking to some traders, oh, it's going to be like the greatest short ever. And like the first thing it did, like right at 9:30, was a heck of a big up candle. Which, because I think that's like sort of the, if everyone anticipates one thing and then it doesn't do that right away, there could be people, especially if it's trending down in the pre-market, there could be people like getting squeezed and short covered like right away off the bat. So that's certainly something to watch. For 9:30 tomorrow, the lockup expiration. And I know there's tranches. This is just the first. There's another one that'll come up a little bit later. But that's the big story after the earnings, which there weren't any. Still think it was a pretty good growth quarter, but it doesn't matter. It was good growth.
Yeah, we also had, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of good stocks there in Canada. And funny what you guys are saying there on the chat that you do care about us because of the 51st state. That's pretty good. All right, so this has been a lot of volume here today. It's not halting or anything, but this INLF is up 100% as well as we enter the hour of power right now. But yeah, that's another name. You break through VWAP. I think this could be interesting there at 715 there on VWAP. So I think that could be a good level there, breaking higher if INLF gets going. Just wanted to bring that to y'all's. See, I mean, starting to get more Texas-like there and a little draw y'all's attention over there. I mean, I still don't think Canada says, we don't say about. Like, people are saying a boot. Like, I don't know.
I don't hear
a boot someone for saying that, but yeah, no, I don't know.
hear our.
Neither do I, but I'm sure it exists. I mean, you guys tell me. Yeah, Halifax.
I'm in Halifax all the time.
Whatever.
I go to Halifax
those people are
year.
different to begin with.
I actually, so I did debate, which is weirdly very like East Coast. I also have a very good friend who was raised in the East Coast, and that accent is real, but it doesn't come out all the time. Like there are times where like, you know, hear people from that region talking like,
oh, for sure,
up there, and it's pretty heavy. And I also know like even in there was this guy in Big Brother Canada season 6, I think his name was Will. He was from Newfoundland, and his accent was so heavy that if he drank like a drop of alcohol, they had to add subtitles. So it is real. It's just in certain regions of the world.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. Canada has a strong. I mean, out east has a strong accent. Man. It's just, very, very strong.
I would say you have to get outside of like Halifax. Is not even that big, but like my brother lives there. It hasn't changed one bit. But then he's
not born and raised there.
Like but his in-law who lives like just like 1 hour and a half north will come and visit. And I'm just like, what?
Oh yeah, no. If you're from the East Coast, you speak differently.
You just leave any major city when there's no one around, and it's crazy. I can't understand how.
SpaceX right now is $10 in the money. So Yahoo on this one. Yeah, I mean it's the same as everywhere, right? Boston has their draw, and everybody has something about them. But there goes SpaceX, man. I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is a trading show. This is, I mean, every day we're trying to put on multiple dollar winners. SpaceX just continues to go downside right there. A good hold. I mean, if you guys are playing options, man, you made a lot of money on this. But there it goes down to 108. You know, approaching all-time lows of 104. I'll probably just hold this the whole way, man. At this point, I regret not punching short at 110. That was the trade that we should have put on there, but you know, I didn't do it. We're still going to hold on to this and watch it bleed down to the downside. Oh yeah, and we did get out. I mentioned this before. We got out of Google there. Only have one small piece left now as we get out, as it bumps back up, and the market's trying to bleed a little lower. So that's that stock there. Lucid still doing not much. Except for going downside, down 17% there off of a good take early on, but just unable to hold it as there that goes now. Back down to the downside goes Lucid. All right, so that XYT just opened again, XYXT. And yeah, like we said, it doesn't seem like you're in that much trouble yet with this name. Maybe if it halts up, we can break back above, but that high there was only temporarily at $25. So we could see if it wants to blast just a little bit, but I don't know how to, and maybe you guys can tell me, like how do you know that this is going to do this? Like we are down at $7, $8, $9 there, and I would just love to add. I think I'm proving my worth as a trader, hopefully every day with what we're showing you guys, but I want to add to the abilities and look at some more small cap names and give it to you guys and put on some bangers, right? Not just scalping in and out of them, like actually make some real cash. And right here, I like wish there was a way that I knew that this was going to happen. I mean, we talk about the short float and all that, and then you look at some other stocks. Every time I try to get involved, not every time, but a lot of times they don't run this way. And so that's that. And you try, and I've tried many times. That there was that Sky Q. There was a whole bunch of, look, man, if there's going to be small cap names running around, I don't have a problem taking them, and you guys know that. But like, to have confidence to put on some real share size would be interesting, right? I really haven't seen anybody put on like real share size into any of these names, other than what you guys are putting on there in the chat, right? Like, oh, I just made $5,000 or something like that. Like, I want to be able to do something like that on these kind of plays, because they really are daily. Like, I know I'm doing it on Palantir and all these other ones, but like, just to join, see, like now it's going to halt up, right? So this to me looks like I should probably be buying this right now, right? And so, like, given the opportunity, I could probably get long right now at 70. There's a lot going through there. I could load up any of these dark pools and probably get involved or something like that. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, just haven't really been able to see the way, and we'll get, maybe Neil knows, but way to get into these and make a lot of cash.
The only thing I can tell you, there was one trader 2 years.
This is the problem. Like, one.
No, it was
trade.
COVID,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
but his strategy was he didn't touch the average small capper. He touched the ones that had where the volatility was so big or the spread was so large that it was a halt trade. And so what he used to do is if he saw this, I know, like, he would take the halt breakout, right? And specifically, like, he would try to get filled on the bid when it's halting up on the break. And then, if it worked, meaning it opens higher, he'd take out a piece and then he'd try to hold. And then if it goes into the down, I'm pretty sure what he used to do is if it did this a couple of times, like whatever the third halt would be, he'd look to get out of all of it. And then if it didn't work, he's just like, okay, like, hopefully you just don't lose more than, like the prior breakout. So he'd try to be long 12.30, and he'd probably have to have a stop underneath $10. And if there was one or two of them, then great. But then he'd go. Sometimes it'd be nothing to trade. Like, he wouldn't get into anything. And it worked pretty well for him for a while, but he was a trader that he only liked the halts. So and that's the hard part, is like predicting, well, what the heck's going to halt? So he'd have to have a scanner up saying, like, what are the stocks that have moved enough that they're a big chance of halting? Because by the time it hits the halt band, you have 15 seconds to execute. Like, a scanner saying this stock's at the halt band, you have to flip to it. Then you have to go, do I like the chart? Sit on the bid, and then try to get a fill. You have to actually be on that stock the entire time. So I don't know. I
mean, we just nailed that idea. I was like, I should just be getting long here at 22.70, and now it's going to maybe open up at 25. I mean, that would be an absolute monster, and that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about.
It always comes down to what your out's going to be. That's the tricky thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, and that's why, like
what's the downside risk on it?
We've seen thousands of traders here. And we remember one in the last 2 years, right? So that's part of the problem.
Well, I'm specifically talking about somebody that would have traded this stock.
Right, me too, yeah.
And have a strategy for this that I have seen work. And it was very specifically the breakout, but the halt breakout. Like, if it just broke out and didn't halt, I don't think he was even taking it, to be honest. Like, I only ever saw him in halt stocks.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Well, I just see there Intel at the high of the day. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, again, another one, maybe lucky to have gotten this early, but I wanted to buy some Intel. We took advantage of the AMD weakness, really, in the morning to do that. It did come back in and give us another gorgeous long down there at $98. So I think Intel would have been one to look at there as we push forward on INTC. But yeah, man, so far so good here today. Thanks for everybody for watching us. We're going to go back up to the desk with Messia.
The SPY is in the green. Let's take a look at what is going on in the market right now and what's moving these sectors and not. Electric tech, you have NVIDIA that's up 4.6%. That's furthered its gains. Apple is flat. Broadcom, Intel, Cisco, all the names that I had called out earlier. Micron, GE, ANET, all in the green. SNDK, that's reporting after the bell, as well as WDC, both at 4:05 p.m. Currently, SNDK down 1.4%, and WDC is flat on the day. Marvell is down 1.8%. You have RTX that's up almost 2% on the day. Now, names like TER is down close to 3%. You have HONA down 4%, and NXPI down 2.5%, with MCHP also down 2%. Tech services, we have Google that's furthered its losses, down 4.3% on the day. Meta down 1%. Microsoft down 0.65% to be precise. Oracle is also in the red, and Palantir sliding further down, past the 2% mark as well. Netflix, PAW flat. However, IBM, CRWD, and CRM in the green right now, with IBM leading the trio up 1%. Moving on to... That's okay. Finance. Let's take a look at finance. BRKB, Visa, MasterCard are flat at the moment. You've JPM, Bank of America, MSGS, that's furthered again its gains, up almost 2% on the day. ACHW as well is up 1.7% right now. But the names that I called out earlier, KKR has come back a little bit from its losses, but it's still down over 2.5% on the day. Let's take a look. Retail trade, Amazon down 2%. You have CVS that has furthered its losses, down 4% on the day. Health tech, there was strength right off the bat. Lilly up 3.5%. Just a couple moments ago was up 4.1%. Now it's 3.6%. ABBV is also in the green. MRK, J&J, as well as AMGN. I want to take a look at Myrna here and what's the levels it's trading at, if I can spot it on the map. Give me 1 second. Yes, I cannot find it. Never mind. Let's move on. Pfizer flat on the day. I can't see Myrna. Am I blind? Yeah, never mind. Let's go. Let's move on. I'm going to take a look at PODD as well. That is down a whopping 20% on the day. And this proves that I do need glasses because I can't find Myrna. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that's down 2%. Consumer services, McDonald's is up 1%. Disney, that also reported. Not a bad look for Disney over here. That's up 3.4% as well. And BKNG up 6.2%. Energy minerals sliding towards the downside. Names, all of which are in the red. Bullish, bearish a little bit here on the day. Producer manufacturing as well. CAT and GEV in the green. All other names that are leading the sector here. AMD, TNLR, CX in the red. And finally, to finish it off, consumer non-durables. You have industrial sectors, commercial, transportation, just like before, and non-energy are in a bag of mixed sentiment over here. Not a crazy look, nothing crazy going on. Finally, in health services, UNH up 2%, CNC up almost 6% on the day.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on USO in the market. Not too much of a move here yet, but Reuters reporting that apparently Iran is starting to hit Gulf states if the U.S. launches new strikes. So once again, if the U.S. launches new strikes, according to Iran, they are going to be hitting these Gulf states. So again, new strikes from the U.S. could result in, strikes against the Gulf states by Iran. Reuters reporting this. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Thanks to I actually got a thought with. And it's thanks to Sia, because it was that sector watch and seeing all the healthcare stocks were strong, right? The biopharma as well, and seeing Bristol Myers down 3.5%. And then I'm reminded, oh, right, because AstraZeneca, the rumor that they were going to buy them, and then no. And then when that happens, look, it completely reverses. The rumor they're going to buy, the denial, and it pulls right back. But you know what? Last I checked, this was still a stock that was breaking up. Before this even happened, the stock was breaking out. So if it's just going to dip back in here into 62s or even better, like the 50 period, sometimes like the market does like these weird things where like something will happen. I'll use the, here, CVX. It always comes down to what's the last time something like this that I can reference it to. And the last thing I can remember would be Chevron, like you had the spike for Venezuela, right? So it goes into the spike for Venezuela, like, all the euphoria, it pulls right back in. And then it had this huge level where when it finally got past the initial breakout, things went ham. So you mark off that level, okay, well, that was a big fundamental event. And then, of course, the Iran happens. Well, what happened when we pull back in? The entire time we were pulling back, it's like, remember the Venezuela high, remember the Venezuela high. Bounces clean off the Venezuela high. So I think it's a similar thing when you're looking for stocks. Like it goes back to brass tacks, and what's the story? That Bristol Myers is a good company. That does Bristol Myers need AstraZeneca to just become the 4th largest ever? Or was it already a good stock that would have been nice if they got a deal and got an extra bump, but on its own it was doing absolutely fine. So I like BMY. IBIT is breaking, but remember I said I had the next offer was in 75 to 80, so it just tagged that. Keep in mind Bitcoin, unlike ETH it looks a little bit better for that consolidative break, but there's a lot of overhead resistance here in Bitcoin. The next at 65, 1,000 because we're at 64.9 here. When I look up, that's what I'm doing. 64.9 is what we're at because I don't memorize it. So 65,000 obviously is a psychological level. There's no exact for it, but have a look at the last time we were up here. We rejected right at about 36.90, 37. So that's where I think the top is today, and that's where I want to get out in front of because 65 has been a problem. Go pull up a daily chart of Bitcoin. You'll temper your expectations about how far any bounce is going to go. Did YXT not even open up? It's been 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's going to right now.
Oh, it's not. Oh, it's 10 minutes now.
Yeah, it's going to be right now. So here comes the, good sort of segue.
I forgot about
It's
that,
going to be just a matter of time. We have it right here on our halt scanner. We can at least see the times. Oh, XSHP. Nothing happened there. So this is going to give us all the names there and then the time. So 3 o'clock and 1 second. So we're approaching now. Oh, we could just keep it here just for a couple minutes. I just asked in the chat, I don't think anybody actually believes that SpaceX is going to $50, right? I mean, there's some people in the chat that are asking, if you do believe it, that's great. I don't believe it's going that low. I do have a stop at 110 break on this position. Here goes 1 and 1. There it is. So yeah, it does open $25. So huge move there. Well, see, that would have been a nice win there for us, but I don't have it. So now we'll wait to see where this name goes from here back up to the upside. So we were just saying we'd buy that 2270. Didn't, of course. And then there's the rip higher into $25. It looks like we may halt at some point again very, very soon. And we got to mark down our limit up and limit down bands.
27.4, I see.
27.4. Okay,
it's kind of hard to. I gotta read.
Yeah, you got to scroll all the way down and figure this out.
Well, my color's not distinct enough.
But there it is now. YXT.com right now blasting new levels. 25 million. This is the one. There it is. So it's already. It just broke through the limit up level.
No, it's 83.
Okay, so there it is right there. 83s right now. So this will halt upside. So who's taking this, man? Hands up if you're taking this trade right now. And if you're still in it, congratulations. I mean, like I said, this just moved up $6 there as we were watching it and didn't really have a feel on what to do. So a good level there on YXT as it just blasts higher. So now I'm thinking oh man, why didn't I take it when we were talking about it? All right, so SpaceX, I'm just gonna use that 110, man. I mean, I really did like it earlier, and there's the breakout through 110. Someone in the chat was like that I'm probably holding a small amount. Yeah, I'm holding a very, very small amount. But again, that depends on who you talk to, right? I mean, it depends on your share size, what the small amount is. We're just trying to show you guys the trades, right? I mean, you don't even no one cares if we're green, red, what's going on, who makes the most, who makes the least. It doesn't matter. We're just talking about these trades, right? I've already admitted that I have to do a better job of holding on and not, worried about the P&Ls when we're seeing it come through and just take. That's why we did this time. We did a good. Some of these are just small amounts of shares there, but getting out key levels. I feel like on support and resistance. I'm just a simple man. Simple support and resistance. So on the way back down in, there's VWAP. Then we took 112.50. Then we took 112. Then we took 111. Then we took 110. And now we have one piece left, and we're going to wait to see what winds up happening to the downside, and to the point of where I just want to wait for 110 to break back upside. So if that does break back upside, then we'll get out. And, just doing things that are pretty simple, right? Like these outs coincide with what we were seeing in the pre-market and all the way back down to the downside. So, what would be 5% position for me could be a full position for somebody else and vice versa. So it doesn't really matter. We don't disclose share size for that reason. So if you guys are interested in it, you can always ask us to talk about the stocks that we've been in today and review some of the things. Like I've only traded Amazon today, and that was long into the short, which we still had that. This is a good stock for me today. That's for sure. We made more than double what we made on Amazon. We made more than double. And I'll talk like this about losing stocks, winning stocks, whatever. Google, we made more than double than on Amazon. That was just a hold all the way down. And we didn't even have to use big shares for this one, and nor would I. Like when you're catching a falling knife, especially on news, I actually not very proud of this trade. I mean, the fact that it moved back up is great, and we exited out a lot right here on the 25 period moving average, but catching a falling knife, I'm screw-faced on that one. I don't, that was a tough one. Lucid was an easy trade
for sure. Just got stopped out right there at the pre-market high. But this was my number one trade idea today. And we cashed in on it. But we didn't, again, we made more money on Amazon and more money on Google than that one. We're going to be red on Palantir because of that last little stop right there. But again, nothing to really write home about. A loss there on Palantir as it goes higher there. Would have loved to have held it, but we went out for our walk. It doesn't matter. I had to stop there, and it was at the 200 period. And then, of course, the last trade for me today. So it's 6 symbols. Google, Lucid, Palantir, SpaceX, Amazon, and Amazon, and right here, SpaceX. So yeah, we're having a good day. It's a decently positive day here. It's only about 1.5 times the goal that we sort of set for ourselves, which is always nice to have. And then we'll just wait to see where we go from here on SpaceX, and then look for some more opportunities. We'll review the earnings calendar.
It's a very busy earnings calendar.
That might give us something.
It's not, in terms of like the massive market cap names, you might be a little light there, except for, obviously SanDisk is going to be a big one. But it's like, there's a lot, but nothing too crazy. And we'll get to that, I know, in a quick little second with the Derek. Because it's only 314, 315.
Yeah, it's still lots of time.
Just very quickly, it's now 28.8 for you guys with XYT. If you're wondering, I just saw, for a second there, I swear I saw the tap up at like $30, but it's jumping around. But yeah, $29, so it's all over the place. But one of the things, I think, when it comes down to like it doesn't really make a difference. Like one of the things that, and I was having a conversation in the chat with somebody, I didn't catch the name, so apologies there, but you'll know who you are in a quick little second. It really just comes down to what did you risk on the individual trade, right? Like the reason I'm not happy with this original entry in Alphabet, like at 65, because it broke up through 65, and then it came to 66, and I was risking $1. It was like the stop was at 64. And I didn't get it out when it hit the 1-to-1. And the worst part about it, you have to remember, when I'm looking at it like this. So I did not zoom out to see this gigantic, obvious problem that the first bounce at 1-to-1 rejected the prior day low. And it was a double bottom too. That might be the most obvious resistance spot to have trying to try to go long in front. But I stuck with the 1-to-1. I should have had an out there, and then you try to get, and then I would have been for sure taking it all out in front of like 368. Right? Like that's the plan. You risk that $1, go bang, bang, and then that's how you get like a 2 or 3-to-1. And the reason I like to trade like that is because I'll trade a bunch more symbols, but I believe in the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. So you'll have usually 1 or 2 stocks that takes it. So I try to risk the same amount, relatively speaking, when it's in the same pocket, and then you get 1 reversion, and then that can go. We're going to go back up to the desk. By the way,
there's news on Meta.
32.13, there's news on Meta. $32 now on YXT.
Yeah, we'll start here with the news on Meta before we get into the earnings after the bell. META, it's debuting its first AI coding platform called Muse Code. This is already previously teased by Mark Zuckerberg, but he also announced here on X alongside this Muse Code launch that Muse Spark 1.2 is their next step. So we've got Muse Spark 1.2, we've got Muse Code. Good look here for META as far as some of these releases are concerned. Before we send you back though to Sean and Neil, be remiss if I didn't go over our TTV Research implied earnings moves calendar. Here are the names reporting after the bell. I'm missing some. I think Mercado Libre is also reporting. Same with Albemarle, but we've got to focus on what the people are going to be most focused on here. So you've got Duolingo, Axon, Expedia at 4 p.m. At 4:05, you have, bear with me, WDC, Fastly, IONQ, Dutch Bros, App11, Figma, XYZ, SanDisk, Elf, and Joby at 4:10. You have Beyond Meat, and actually last quarter they reported at 4:09, so we actually could get this around 4:10. 4:15, SMR. I have earnings previews already here on X at TTV Research for IONQ, App11, and SanDisk, and SMR. BYND is going to be coming here before the bell in terms of that earnings preview. And yeah, guys, like largest expected move, and it's not even close, is Beyond Meat. Smallest expected move here is XYZ. That's the look for our earnings calendar. But guys, you're like, Adara, where do I find this? X at TTV Research. That's what we do. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. That's a busy one, but also, you know you've done something right. Beyond Meat, well, first of all, they haven't done anything right. But the one thing they've done right is have enough of a following or interest in the stock to be 62 cents and still be on people's watch lists, like when they report, and somehow not be gone. They're still listed, they're still on the NASDAQ. I don't know how long that's going to last, but they're still here. They haven't died yet. They seem to always just beat the clock and get back over $1 and do the reverse split. Do what you got to do for Beyond Meat. But the fact that it's a 20% expected move, I mean, come on. It's a penny stock. 20% doesn't actually get them off the hook. That stock needs to climb. It needs to make the buck. So you just try to survive long enough to the next split, or until they can actually get a run over $1. But that's one that's probably going down. 34.50 now.
Oh, man.
It's not 34.50. It was 34.50 the tap a second ago. So shout out to Russell Peters. But now 34.11 YXT. 1,100%. I don't like the way that they show the percentage when it's over 1,000, like 1.14K. It's a very strange way to do it because it makes me read it wrong, which bothers me. But as much as crypto's going up, you're not seeing silver fall through. You know what? I'm going to listen to the brain and punch out at flat and not even let it get to the bottom. And part of the reason why, rightly or wrongly, CGLD, like it's still pulling back. Gold was stronger in the first place. And so if the thesis was that silver would get dragged up with gold and finally start going off of VWAP, well, look what's happening to GLD. Let me zoom back in. It's starting to fall off. So if that's going to happen, there's no need to still be in silver. Let's go up to Adair at the desk.
So this story we already heard yesterday. The same stocks already reacted, but keep an eye here on FSLR and ENPH, especially FSLR. First Solar and some of these other solar names dropping on reports that President Trump is preparing tariffs and price floors to boost U.S. polysilicon. Apparently, U.S. officials are discussing at least 15% tariffs on U.S. polysilicon. This would include apparently offsets for domestic manufacturers. But either way here, FSLR to the downside at $13 to the downside here if you measure like from this wick top to the wick low. So let's see what happens here for First Solar. Again, on reports that President Trump and his administration are preparing tariffs and price floors in order to boost polysilicon in the U.S.
Okay, there. All I heard was offset, so I just thought about Migos and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, right now YXT has just reopened and halted immediately again. So, we'll have to wait to see. We did get it at 3. I mean, Neil's just talking about it, but there's a couple halts there in a row. 10s, and then was open for a minute, then opened back up at 16 or so, and closed at 16:30. So again, about like 40 seconds or so opening times for each every single time YXT opens up. We actually got about a 2.5 minutes right here, the second to last time that we halted. And this time I think it may be, I don't know, my judgment would be that it might turn around here, but I'm not really basing that on anything, as there it goes all the way to the halt side. Now it's easy to say that one is at 32.50, but the halt was 32.13. Look, like here it halted, went down, but then just ripped back up again. Here it halted, went down, then just took off again. Even here, halted all the way to the downside, then broke that one halt level. There it is, open back up again. Wow, way underneath right now. Halting immediately. This one will be approximately 15 seconds of open. It opens down at the halt price. So how convenient is that? Like, you didn't even have a chance to get anything out of this one. Opens up immediately and halts right there. And I was just like, oh, maybe this is the one that goes down. But again, cherry picking, because there's no way I would have known that. But there it goes into the downside now for YXT, now 24.55. So this is the problem with these stocks. And this is why I still really haven't gotten like a clean answer on how to trade these things. But like now, all of a sudden, you can't control your downside, which is part of the huge risk there with these names, right? We can't control where this is going. And YXT right now, tapping, now it's 27. So now all of a sudden, it's not that bad. But yeah, congratulations to anybody that's been on that one so far. My guy Joe is now back in the building there. It is a hot day.
The third halt thing, at least.
Outside.
I think that's why he
Maybe,
did it.
yeah, the 1, 2, 3, third halt.
I think he did, but the thing is, there was a couple of times I remember he'd be sitting there pissed off because something would, like he'd be out and it would go another 300% because he was getting out on the third halt.
Yeah, you're never going to take the top or the bottom anyway.
But it seems like that's not, you have to have something to protect your downside. Anyways, and I had just fixed my halt bands
to protect your neck.
I just fixed my halt bands so we can show you them live. One thing I will tell you is,
almost out of SpaceX.
If you are trading these things that move that much and your broker doesn't have the halt bands, you probably want to at least know where they are. Just going to throw that out there. Ours are displayed visually on the level 2, which this one's happening so fast. Like I want to show you guys, but by the time we pull up the stock, like it's halting almost instantly. So knowing where the halt bands are is going to be pretty important. I think, at least for myself. FSLR, believe it or not, the halt band did show up. If it had dropped I think it was another $4 that actually was approaching. I did see it at like 223 or so on First Solar. Solar's been trouble, but the sad part with this is it was on a bit of a breakout, unfortunately. And today, if you're into this sort of thing, today looks like there's going to be a death cross on FSLR. So you get negative news and a death cross as, they're about to hit the lows once again. Thank you for the super chat for AV Blank. Would you short and hold SNDK today? I've said this before. I have never shorted overnight or in a swing or anything in my personal account. Like a couple of times I've sold covered calls, stuff that I have owned, and that's about as far as it goes. And on SNDK, that'd be as scary as it gets. Like, did we just not see great quarters from two companies last night where they were down double digits? Yes, we did. Is it possible that SanDisk could do it again? True. But there's one thing I'm pretty sure about is that their numbers are going to be disgustingly good, like SK Hynix's were. So you're just kind of betting that the market's going to sell them off on good news. I mean, disgustingly good is probably the wrong word to say, but they're very good. So fundamentally, it's going to look good, and you're just kind of hoping that the market's going to sell it off. What's your downside risk? How are you playing it? Right? Like, you have to have your own plan of action. There's tremendous opportunity there because I guarantee you, what did the expected move was? Shoot, she just had him up there. I don't know. I want to say it was 11, but it doesn't really matter.
10% or whatever.
Yeah, it's probably double digits is the expected move, and easily could do 15 to 20 just based on all the leverage that we know is probably still in play. I don't believe for 1 minute that if one dude blew up over leverage in this trade that nobody else was. There were people that were following along, so there's probably a little bit that could still unwind, and this would be the exact moment that it could happen. So yeah, you're tremendous upside. I just think holding anything, gambling on the direction of earnings is one of the trickiest things to do. Buying dips on value after earnings or joining a trend after earnings, those are the simple things. It's the simple ways in life. Or you get like a bad piece of news that you think doesn't fundamentally affect the stocks. You buy the dip, like that Bristol Myers, I think could be an opportunity. Like, that's a simple thing. It's an uptrend, some kind of weirdness happens, it gets a dip, some of it might have been a little bit too far, go buy that. That would be more my modus operandi. But one way or another, tomorrow's gonna be wild. I'll probably be looking at DRAM myself after SNDK reports. It just lost 1,400 and dropped $10 for what it's worth.
Yeah, I remember last time on their last report, man, it bounced into $1,000, and we're like, you got to buy that. So maybe $1,000 again. All right, SpaceX right here.
35 down?
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? SpaceX to the downside, we just covered at 110 break, so it's right here at 110 still. So we covered it there. I think there could be some upside now into the close, but remember we have those imbalances coming through, right? So those imbalances have sent SpaceX moving around at 350, as you can see, as we got ready yesterday at 350, like up and down. And yesterday at this time we were at $130 or so there, and that's the earnings, right? But you can see right there at 350, whoops, downside, imbalance comes out, whoop, upside, and then we had earnings come through, and now it's nothing but non-love there for SpaceX. It looked like it was catching a lot of love early, and then it was just like, see you later to the downside. It makes that 108 bottom once again. All-time low, though, not touched yet, 105. It's 104.80 and change right there. Okay, I'm going to show you guys who made all the money at Real Trading, or the numbers, when we get back from SIA. So don't go anywhere. We're going to show you the top 10 traders here at Real Trading and their P&Ls from last night. Let's go back over to Sia at the desk.
We're going to talk about currencies. I also want to mention commodity here. Copper has hit all-time highs, so climbed almost 2% to settle at $6.7275 to be very precise, dollars per pound, to hit its highest levels on record that have dated back to the year 1988. Copper now is up nearly 19% this year and 11% after the war on Iran had begun. Also, let's take a look at Indian rupee and what it's doing right now, trading around the 95 region. It's ended at its highest level in a month as of today, aided by its lower crude oil prices. Also, the RBI, that is the Reserve Bank of India's widely expected policy pause that is limited some of the currency early gains. The Indian rupee at 95.1, that's where it stopped today. Also take a look at USD JPY, the Japanese yen pair. We do know that the Bank of Japan intervened and there was some help with by the United States as well here. So it has steadied, I would say, as of today after the intervention by the Bank of Japan. Currently trading around 157 and up very, very less, minutely, but 0.02%. Well, almost flat on the day. Let's take a look at the dollar and send it back to the guys. The dollar has been trading around 7-week lows as of today against other currencies. Also, as we do know it, on revived hopes to end the Iran war that have been blunted on the safe haven demand that's down on the day, 0.16% to be very precise. Also, while we're on the topic of it, according to the New York Fed, the Dallas and New York Federal Reserve banks both are planning to launch a pilot survey into the estimated $1.3 trillion private credit market after the end of the third quarter. Just something that I thought to mention. Sending it back to the guys.
Okay, thanks there, Sia. SpaceX does lose out on that 110 again, looking like it wants to go just a bit lower on that one.
What's the LOD?
LOD is Legion of Doom. It says 106.19, but it's not there right now. 108 right there says Hawk in Animal.
Top 5, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, Legion of Doom was pretty hype. Demolition also very, very good. All right, let's go find out who's making the money, and I'll just spin this because the first trader yesterday made a lot of money. And again, like, I don't know what size of these guys' accounts are, but that doesn't, here are real trading, it doesn't really matter because, you know, there's people with millions of dollars in buying power and, you know, like myself, for example, and make, you know, $1,000 a day would be huge, right? So there's 60,000 right there on Amex and NASDAQ. There's 14, there's 11, it's 9, and these are the markets that they're trading, and this is US denominated. So, you know, whether or not you're trading Canada right there, this would be 6,600 in US dollars. So they're trading the Canadian market. This is what it's at right here. This is a trader that's, and again, this is why real trading is such a special place, because we have over 60 live markets to trade with. Amsterdam, Canada, Copenhagen, Helsinki, NASDAQ, all of these names traded in Amex, NASDAQ, and New York. So no blue ocean here there yesterday and nothing like that. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening tonight.
What about the market one? That has...
right up here, yeah. So this shows you the top traders by market. So that one trader there that made 59,000, 58 of it was on the Amex.
That's the only reason I asked, because I was like, was that way?
And then I did see blue ocean.
Because then you could see NASDAQ.
But what was the top, the bottom list here was, okay, so yeah, so this trader on blue ocean right into here only made 2,700 and didn't make, you know, $3,000 more to make the top 10 list. So still a good one there. Yeah, Turkey, that's been one that we've seen lately on the market. So someone's figured something out there on Turkey, maybe some of the imbalances of the closing trades, because it's been pretty consistent there. Hong Kong, blue ocean, OTC pink, of course. We've talked about that a couple times here on the show, and then the London Stock Exchange wraps it up. And then there are markets that don't really produce a whole lot when traders aren't looking at this. Bovespa, Brazil, the Saudi Arabian market, they're $51 is the top take there on that market. So yeah, we go by over the markets, and someone in Mexico there, $500 on that one, CSE. So these change daily, which I think is why it's important that we show them. And I think that's good that Neil just mentioned that, because there are over 60 markets, but the heavily traded ones are in North America.
It's just a way that you can tell. There's a reason why and let's be real, we're going to do it again in a few minutes. Every single time we pull up the imbalance locator, if there's a big Amex name, trade or not, I'm putting it on a level 2. If there's something there that we see, which I'm not going to pretend that, like, there was a couple of days that we saw something interesting and there was some reversions there. I'm like, okay, well, you could have made there, but I've even scalped a couple of times in the last like 6 to 8 months, but it hasn't looked like it's been the close for the Amex stocks. It's probably something else. Before we go back to the desk, early looks. I swear we saw NU was on the earnings board, but 3 million sell imbalance there on NU. That's about the only thing that stands out. Everything else is pretty small. With about 15 minutes to go till the imbalances come out, let's go up to the desk. News scale was on.
It's time to go over what happened in the Asian markets with half an hour to go until earnings in the U.S. markets. Juan, take us through what looks like it was a pretty green session in Asia last night.
Thank you, Adara. Yes, definitely. Asian markets surging after a huge tech rebound and a little bit of relief over easing oil prices. We take a look at South Korea. The South Korean Kospi up nearly 4%. A lot of strong U.S. earnings last night, boosting that of AI spending confidence, lifting semiconductor stocks in South Korea. We saw Samsung up more than 3%, while SK Hynix was surged by nearly 7% overnight. Now, in Japan, more of the same. The Nikkei 225 up by about 3.6%. Tech stocks leading the rally. We had Kyokusei Holdings climbing 7.4%. Advantes rising nearly 9%, as well as SoftBank jumping 14%. However, domestic data showing that June real wages rose for a 6th consecutive month in Japan. So that's supporting that of Bank of Japan interest rate hike in the near future. More of the same in Taiwan as well as China. Huge semiconductor equipment rally as well as hardware breakout in those sections. But as we head towards the open for the Asian markets, keep an eye out on US earnings tonight. We've got SanDisk coming up later. So their guidance updates, especially in terms of memory or AI demand, that could drive a little bit of momentum, especially in Tokyo as well as Taiwan, in those hardware name sectors. And also China, okay? So China's optical and data center component right now, they've got a little bit of friction because Zhongji InnoLight, they had the biggest decline yesterday. They're optical suppliers right now, okay? There's some concerns of escalating US-China tech import restrictions, some regulatory noise. It could create further drag in that region. And, you know, unless there's been some domestic support that could provide the buy the dip window for China in terms of optical suppliers in that region.
Yeah, let's see if that dip is indeed purchased. We'll find out when these Asian markets open. And you can see one to discuss the European and Asian markets at this desk at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. respectively every day that our show is on. Send you back over to the guys to end off #PowerHour.
Thank you, Adara. Thank you, One. Thank you, James Murray, for the super chat.
What's up, James?
Yeah, what's up? James is saying Palantir is up. Well, specifically, he's saying on a 30-minute chart, doesn't it look like a head and shoulders on Palantir? This is a 30-minute chart. You can always squint and make it look like it. You would say, well, it's a double head, and then there's your shoulder, and that could be another shoulder, and then the breakdown would be 158.
It'll be right now, basically.
Yeah, like basically right here at 158 does look like a potential breakdown on that look. The other way to frame it is, I always keep it pretty simple. Like, I don't care what the pattern is. It's like, what does the pattern mean? And for a head and shoulders or the double top, it just means stock ran into resistance. And if it's a head and shoulders, it's giving you an area that it could bounce off of the support and give you a lower high entry. So does it have that? Yes, at about 161. And is there like a flat bottom break associated with it? And that would be the 158. Like, that's the support level that's going. It doesn't really matter what the pattern is. It's like what is happening in the stock. There's a flip side to this, though, that it gets a little bit more intriguing. If it does dip, now it's got the 200 period to bounce off of on Palantir, and that's at $150. I think that's where it gets spicy because this holds the 200 on the way back. There's a potential for a bigger move than even what it's already done, but let's be real, it's already been pretty good. The fact that it's not holding the $160 here after a huge jaunt kind of confirms this resistance is very much in place at 160 to 162. It kind of looked like it was going to go, but it's not over yet. You could easily consolidate right here. It's holding 58 now. A hold here for a couple of days, and then everyone forgets about Palantir because it's not moving 20%. And then it breaks out the top because it just consolidates. The other way to look at it is it's consolidating for 2 days. If it doesn't break 158, none of that matters. And it's a long consolidation. If it can hold this for the 3-day rule and then break out the top, that would be a great breakout trade. Lots of ways you can look at it. I always preferred for it to not break down. Like, I'd rather it not break down, hold up here, and then you get a breakout trade above at 165 with lots of room to go. But ifs and buts are candy and nuts. Hopefully next week we're seeing a 65 break, so I think that looks good. Let's go to
Oh, okay, here we go. Got another investment idea over here?
No, it's just, to get another super chat in there. It's not to laugh, cheese in a chair. Appreciate you. It's just, I know I'm already laughing when I see your name because I know it's going to be a good one. SpaceX just paid for my new ostrich feather 3-piece suit and matching velvet pimp hat.
I mean, if you don't have the pimp hat.
If it hits 102 tomorrow, hey, I'm thinking about taking a limo to the basketball court to buy a baby. You know what, though? If you're going to get a limo, it's really important because not all limo drivers are built the same. Just make sure your limo driver's not hitting them corners too fast. Because if they hit it's a limo. You hit the corner too fast, it swings out the back, you spill the yak on your $300 suit. And that's a problem. And Picky doesn't want that. All right? So you make sure your driver is better than that because nobody wants to mess up the $300 suit. Shout out to Friday After Next. Next Friday? One of them movies, man.
Is that what it is?
It was one of the ones with Mike
Yeah,
Epps.
there's a lot of Fridays.
Pinky was that character.
What are these, like Friday After Next? Like, they couldn't come up with something like, at that point, just call it Wednesday or like Tuesday or something. Like, call it a different, that's not.
Oh, because nothing happens on a Wednesday or Tuesday.
No, it's Friday.
Just dads like us going to baseball practice on Wednesdays and Tuesdays.
That is the highlight of Wednesday.
These guys aren't. Not a good one there, cheese in a chair. But I mean, it's good one. But yeah, we hope for the best on that. And I don't think you're unbelievable thinking SpaceX can get to $100 tomorrow. Honestly, I mean, its move here just in the last half of the day was almost $10. So if we close the day today at 110, which it's looking like we'll do something like that, then tomorrow's open could already be down here. 106, 107 in Park. And then we'll see what happens after that as that moves into $100 there. So you may, exactly, fulfill those dreams tomorrow if SpaceX does get to that 102. And I don't know what options are looking like for SpaceX, but tomorrow is going to be a spicy day when all of that.
The 100's got to be absurd. It has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people psychologically write $100, but that's why I like the 102.
With the expiration.
You might not get to, well, what is today? So tomorrow's Thursday, obviously. We just talked about Wednesday. So weeklies.
Sorry, I meant the lockup. Yeah.
Oh, the lockup is tomorrow, right? Yeah, the 6th. But then Friday's probably a very popular options level there because everyone knew August 6th was coming. And then what is it, 90 days or something? Or is it 30 days? Every 30 days thereafter, a new tranche gets unleashed to be able to sell. And what we're talking about is the early sort of investors there. I don't know how the timeline works exactly, like who's able to at what points and this and that, but that's what's been happening. And that's what we're going to see tomorrow on SpaceX is that first little. And Shreve already had a note like 30 or 40% or something of the current retail float is short. And I don't know if that's changed or even where you got that from, but that's something that we will definitely check out there tomorrow. Like if I type in here into Benzinga and I type in Benzinga and I type in here SPCX and we go like that, the short float here only says 2%. But that's not going to be it.
The problem is
like what's it going to say with the market cap 1.65? So that's about right? Because it's coming in at 1.7 there, and you can see where it is now. Yeah, where's the float?
The problem is the public float. There's a small amount of shares
it says
available.
Float, only 6 billion share float right now. But yeah, as we just mentioned there, it's what's available. So we'll see what's being unturned tomorrow, and then go from there. All right, there's Tron.
Ian Rispetto, maybe like Tron on the Chappelle Show, just plead the fifth.
Or like Fauci as well.
Yes. Sometimes, Tron, the thing about Tron, though, is like he go plead the fifth, and then he just gets a banana cognac, and he's good. Fauci doesn't seem like a banana cognac guy.
No.
Which is much to his chagrin. So someone just asked if YXT is dead. Very timely, because you put that in the chat, and it's about to halt down. It wasn't before. It was actually holding up decently well after the downhalt. As in it didn't halt down right away. It was bouncing a little bit, but now it is halted to the downside, 25, 31. There's a decent chance this won't open till 4 o'clock. It could open in 5 minutes. If it opens in 5 minutes, great. If it doesn't, then it will not open. It's at 3:42. It will not open at 3:52. If it doesn't open in 5 minutes, it is opening at 4 o'clock. That's how the rules work on the exchange. It probably has something to do with the imbalances, is my guess. But I've never actually known why they do that rule, but that makes sense to me. So just be careful. It might die, but it plays both ways. Once there are no halt bans, the aftermarket is its own beast, and things can go absolutely insane in either direction. and you don't have the protection of looking at the halt band and saying, well, I'll give it to the halt band. You don't have that in the aftermarket. Thank you to AdCentric for the super chat here. Costco, long for investment, entry, ad price. I never really looked at Costco. The last one, and the reason I'll bring it up is because the other day, to remind myself, I can now look at this chart.
Yeah.
Remember I couldn't call up Walmart for some reason?
Is it fixed?
Oh, it's fixed.
Yeah.
No, it was weird. I was trying to
I know.
call up a
Sometimes
monthly
it's
chart.
random, man. I don't know what the situation is.
So like for Walmart, this has been, I'm going to get to Costco in a second. For Walmart, look at the last two breakaways. Like this breakaway from 60, I'm going back to 2024, was almost a double up. Then the pullback, it happens. That's the 2025 pullback. But the secondary break goes 108 to the top. I had this marked off. Sometimes it is what it is. 108 to the top. It's now bouncing, but little bit. It's not far enough. It actually hasn't come all the way back to the prior high, but it's pretty close. So on a monthly chart, it's wicked the prior high, and this is the potential holding above 110. If it closes the month above 111, it looks like, then it kind of confirms the bottom wick. Problem is it's August 5th, so you really don't, like it's early in the month, it's meaningless now. Like that monthly chart, it's like what it could do if it holds 111 this month, I think is fantastic, because then you have like a bottoming tail wick for a buy zone on the stock. Costco is a bit different in that loaded up on a higher time frame. It's just a standard on the monthly. This is just a standard bull flag on the monthly. It's already shown you the bottom from the highs. It just wicked the top on the monthly, and then it's got 850. That's where it bounced before, same top. So it looks like it's just like a consolidated bull flag on the higher time frame to me. Either way, they've both been in hefty pullbacks. It's just a matter of like how long time frame are you looking at here? And that's what really matters to you. But it's a nice looking bull flag. On the monthly chart at least. The weekly probably looks different. Well, it usually does.
I feel like Costco, yeah, it's just like Walmart, right? We were talking about some of the levels there on Walmart. I think Walmart, I just saw monster size chasing down SpaceX. Let's see if this comes back. I don't know, it was maybe 1 million shares or something on the off. Look, it's done 170 million shares today. You know, I don't think it's going to have a problem. These algos are definitely hitting it, but that just had an aggressive move. I'm going to imagine that these imbalances, and someone just, shout out to whoever just asked for them from me there on the chat. There's nothing really going on with the imbalances right now. You know, the NASDAQ, which if you're looking for SpaceX, the NASDAQ imbalances come out at 350. So we got 4 more minutes until these bad boys start getting hit. Ooh, YXC actually opened up for a minute. So I'll show you this. I'll just just keep it here and minimize it so then we can call it up easily. Actually stayed open for a minute there. To 330 and just halted now again. So, you know, finally it felt like it was finding a base there. And, you know, $25 looks like it's where it's going to open up. Lucid closing, not at the lows. Wow, that was 628. What a wipeout bottom right there. Look at that volume candle there. That's how you can kind of tell sometimes about said wipeout levels. When you do get that capitulation volume spike. So, you know, huge move down. Somebody either sold it or dumped their position, nervous hands, whatever, got out and bought right back up. And that's sort of given itself some life there in that one. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Zion Lala. I mean, here, I'll see if I can put you up onto that. And I've sort of said already, yeah, that's the problem with that thing that Fabian created. Once you move off the page, it's gone. But I just wanted to show you here quickly, how do you catch those big buys and bids? How the hell did you know that, Andre? That's amazing. Okay. Thank you, Andre, for that one.
Done.
Yeah, it just comes.
Wow,
Andre's paying attention. Like, I'm not even paying attention. Thanks, Andre, for that. But yeah, no, just watching it, right? And it's having that experience of seeing this. And we're lucky enough to be here at Real Trading. So if I'm just staring at this, which I'm always doing, which sometimes why it's hard to focus sometimes on hosting the show. Like we were interviewing Kevin O'Leary while putting out trades. And I always say this, like if I'm going to be sitting at this desk, you know, first job is going to be hosting. And then, you know, second job is trading. You know, like I was given the hosting job because of the personality and everything like that. And, you know, we're hoping that we can, you know, continue. And we've now have a plethora of hosts. So it's been absolutely fantastic.
Pinatas too.
But trading was always, you know, the first passion, of course. And still is. So, you know, I can't stop doing that. So no matter what I'm doing, I have to be here looking at something. But yeah, that's a good question, Zion. And it's just a matter of seeing it. And when you see it, I just kind of yell it out because I know there's a lot of traders out there like you and everybody else that's watching that, takes what we're saying there as information that they can trade off of. So I just want to say I did see that huge seller.
What you can do, I was going to say,
now it's gone.
You're probably not at Real Trading, Andre, but I'll mention it. If you're at Real Trading, you can actually set up on your quote board or even in your alerts, you can pick a stock, you can pick an alert, and if size over X amount hits the level 1, like the best bid or the best ask, you can get an audible alert, you can get a visual alert on your quote board. So I could have it on here. I'll show you what the quote board is. Just this, a bunch of stocks. But I could make a list of like 5 stocks, and then I could say if the level 2, because there's bid ask size right here and all the stocks that are right there. So if you wanted to see 100,000 shares on the offer of SpaceX or bid, then you can set an alert for that, and then you will get an audible, so you don't even have to see it. And I don't know. Like, I have absolutely no idea if other brokers have it. I have to imagine that's something that some other broker has to have that capability because why not?
Oh,
but
shoot, it's coming out now.
If you're not staring at it, that's another way that you can do it. But remember, to take advantage of that, you kind of have to be on the stock anyways. Because you get the alert, you better at least have a level 2 open, although I could just click on it. Like I would just click on that, and then I'm looking at Google. Right? It's the same thing with SpaceX. But imbalances in like 30 seconds or so. Still just NU. GDX is a buy. Gold is having a good run today, up 4% today for gold. This is a gold miner ETF, 1.7 million to the buy side. General Motors early look sell of 1.5 million. That's about it. Doesn't look like it's anything too crazy. I'm going to have SpaceX and Tesla, I guess. I don't know, I can't think of anything else. And maybe this NU on a separate locator just to see what they come out as.
Okay, here we go. Just go ahead. Thanks for the nice talk there. Yeah, the whole team is stacked here at Trader TV Live. That's the whole point. Okay, there it is. Wow, it's a big buy right there. It's 3 million shares.
That's pretty big.
There goes SpaceX right there. Upside alert for SpaceX as it's trying to go through 110 right now on I like big buys, and you cannot lie, especially if you are long right there for SpaceX. So other than that, man, GDX. Okay, there's Apple. I'm trying to find some names that you guys may be interested in. Apple upside there. Snapchat off of yesterday, back down to 433 is what that is right there. Amazon, bad day today, and darn it, we were short, but stopped out. And we always got to trade with some stops, so there's our stop there. All right, Amazon downside. Google with a buy. We still have a share here in Google. Let's just dump out of that one right now on Google. 362 and change. We'll see if we can get out of Google right now. Other than that, man, it looks like it's SpaceX's world. But you would think the 3 million was nice, and it is nice. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, that 3 mil is
into 170.
That's the whole point. Is like, in past days when, and I don't even know what SpaceX average volume is. I should probably look that up. But obviously on their earnings day, we just got out of Google. On their earnings day there, 173. This might be the record despite their opening, I guess. Well, here, actually, what am I doing? We have SpaceX volume 2.
You can just look.
Yeah, so it's actually been pretty average.
It's blocked.
Oh, yeah, it's blocked right there. Let's get that off. If we can get that off, I'll show you guys what's going on right now.
Should be gone now.
There it goes. So yeah, there's the average volume. If I just move this up, I can show you in 1 second there. So SpaceX today, this was, I guess, yesterday. We don't have today's volume yet. 101 there yesterday and 130 the day before. So yeah, it is well outproduced. 70% more volume today at 175 million.
So much goes off at the close that, like, believe me, that spike, that'll break the prior day almost for sure because there's such liquidity at the
close. Yeah, here at the close, it'll be at least another 4 million.
Yeah, at a minimum, it might be bigger than that. And remember, the buy-in balance that has, like, you got to factor in, like, the lockup and everything. Yeah. So there could be, I'm sure there's people that are looking to offset that. That's the reason they publish imbalances, is because they want an orderly close. So people that want to sell will be like, hey, there's a big buy. Now I can dump 1 million shares. And it's really for, like, the big boys, like the like institutions and that stuff. Easy peasy in the chat. SNDK with a question mark. Okay. The 2%er for SanDisk. That's probably the biggest earnings name out there. There's a couple. I mean, look, the App Lovin's reporting tonight. Block is reporting tonight. There's a bunch of actual individual names that are interesting, but the SNDK probably means most to the market. Let's be real. This will affect how they do is going to affect the Nasdaq because memory's too big of a deal right now. But it is at the low of the day. Someone's already dumping it off. It does not mean it's going to go down. up or down, you got to keep in mind it's going into this with a bounce of about 40% off the lows in a week. So that's where it's going into it, off that big of a bounce. So there could be some profit takers happening right here that want to lock in the profits before set earnings. Let's talk about crypto, I believe, at the desk with CM.
Just before this, I'm talking to Sean about certain investment strategies. Let's talk crypto now. I don't think I'm muted, am I? No? I'm good? Perfect. Let's take a look at crypto right now. So, excuse me for the mess up over there, but we are not muted. We're going to talk about crypto. Bitcoin right now up 1.2% on the day, trading around the 64,800 region. Ethereum also up 2.7% on the day, very nicely up. 2.4% is trading around the 1,000. Please bear with me, $900 region. And Solana finally also up close, very close to 1%, almost 1% on the day. That's around $74 region. One ticker that I do want to take a look at is Circle, that also reported. So Circle Internet Group currently trading flat. It has beat Wall Street estimates for second quarter profit as of today, driven by increased adoption of its USDC token, but a miss on revenue expectations that had dragged the shares down for the stock earlier in the day. However, they have seemed to recover a bit. They have seemed to recover today and is up very, very minutely. So that's why I said flat at the moment. Demand for their stable coins has increased and strengthened during the quarter after renewed Middle East tensions have increased market volatility, also prompting investors to shift some of their funds into riskier crypto assets into stable coins like the USDC. So Circle's USDC circulation has climbed 19% in the second quarter to $73.3 billion, and the stablecoins on-chain transaction volume has jumped 151% on a year-on-year basis. So with that, Circle up now 0.21% on the day.
All right, very nice, very nice. We did get some questions about, when do you take profit and whatnot. Like yesterday, again, live on the show, we dumped some Palantir right here at 158. It was 157.69 because we had that huge move higher in Palantir right into some levels. So, we dropped about 15% of our current position, and it just goes to show, like, you never know. It could have extended out. I thought Palantir was due for a multiple day move there, and it looks like it was only a 1 day. Well, I mean, we had that recovery day, but on earnings, only 1 day there as we bust upside there on Palantir. So, nice movement on the stock, but coming back in, maybe we've seen the top for Palantir. I don't know. We've talked about 160 as being that area, and I was really happy to get out when we did come into that area. So we'll see if it keeps on going. I think we did get easy peasy with a $2 super chat there. And again, thank you for continuously supporting. I just wanted to know about SanDisk, and I just
still going down.
Yeah, I think it's a buy. So this move down here on Aschenberger there, what was the hedge fund called again? Man, I forget. What you don't remember either, I guess.
Oh God.
Oh gosh, liquidation of situational awareness.
Yeah.
Right
it's
there.
It's our football pool. It's a line from our football pool.
Is it? Okay. I don't pay enough attention.
No, we mocked the guy for that line.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just. Oh yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah. Pasha, right? Setting his lineup. Yeah. So just back into here, I was gonna say like that dump down I think was fake. I don't think like that was just hit because of leverage. So now we're all the way back and we're still not back. So this is why I really do think like, this does have a chance to get $1,700 right back up into here, sort of before that dump and back into like last week's levels. It's not that far, not that hard to, envision something like that actually going down, going up, but actually happening. So I think that move down was just a fugazi. You have that line there where you're watching Wolf of Wall Street. It's a fugazi, whatever. What's his name says there in that movie. But as you go back up, I think there's a way to go. And yeah, all we heard from AMD was demand is high. Like, so SanDisk should report a expectation of a number that we like. The only risk potentially, I would guess, in SanDisk is the fact that they don't have the capabilities of creating and meeting that demand. So if they come out and say, hey, look, we have a bunch of demand that goes out to 2030, but we don't have enough product to meet that demand, then I would see a downside and maybe they guide lower then, right? So that's all what it's about, is going to be about the guide, because as I heard Neil mention before earlier as well, that the numbers will be there. It's just a matter of what does the stock do. Like we had a good report from
Top and
AMD,
bottom don't matter. They're going to be big.
and it was down 7% at some point today. Oh, down right now. Oh, the devil's in this name. I just saw 666 there for advanced micro devices.
I thought that rejected 500.
Today, I think it did. I think this is just a zoom.
Oh,
out
that's not the
there.
full
Yeah,
day.
there's 500 right there. So at 950.
Yeah, because I would swear it
Yeah,
rejected
good
500.
take there. So yeah, I don't know. I just say may Godspeed with anybody that's taking a position.
It's got a fun. SanDisk has a fun level from 2 days ago, from Monday. Like look at the wipeout bottom down here at 1135. But the problem is, I think the expected move is 11. That's 15%. So it's like, yeah, how much do you like it if it's moving down more than the expected move? But that's from a technical standpoint, it's got a level here, 1120. So 1120, 11 quarter could be a fun one. These things are kind of cheap relative to the market. Like you're going to get them at forward PEs. Like if they meet expectations, they're cheaper than the S&P from a PE basis. Like that's the exciting thing about them. And when I say them, I mean like all of them. Like SK Hynix is even cheaper. Micron's actually even cheaper than that. Like, those are single digits.
Yeah.
SNDK is actually expensive relative to the others. Oh, shoot.
We're going to go out on SpaceX. Yeah, we could check out the imbalance. There's only
I was just going to tell everybody that there was like that what's it called? The YXT is gonna. It did do the things. It's gonna open up at 4 o'clock. It's tapping 23:33.
Be huge.
And then remember, there's no index, so there's no halt bands or anything like that after the market. But 23:33 is what it's indicating in 30 seconds it will open at.
Yeah, no. What's up, Brad Griffith? I've never traded SNDK. I don't own that stock, so I don't know. It's for me, it's a little bit too much of a roller coaster. All right, SpaceX right here, 108 coming back in. It will close at the day's low, of 108. So there it is. I mean, if it breaks through 108, it breaks through 108. But there it is. We want to thank VinFast. We talked about them today. Sharif showed some cars there early on the midday show about VinFast. Go check them out. Ticker VFS. And yeah, there goes SpaceX, man. Right down there into the lows of the day. Big time movement down at the end there. It did try to break higher on that bid imbalance into 110. And you can see that wick high was right there. It's funny because that's like right where we stopped out, 110.25, but that's been the top. So once again, we picked the top. We could have had $2 more there, but down into 107, it looks like there it is. So there's the 107 break now. So just like someone asked about 102 by Friday, I guess. Yeah, I mean, or maybe it was tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. Like if this just keeps on bleeding here, we could be down to 107 and change. Like who's going to sit there and buy this right now in the after hours, right? That just before we let you guys go, that YXT, I think this is going to be a problem here. Like now it can't halt, in the after hours. So definitely a good opportunity to possibly get long off of $22, maybe, and we'll have to see what winds up happening there with XY or YXT. But I think it was a good day overall. I see a lot of people in the chat, not a great day to trade today.
Not moving.
Blah blah blah. We were
S&P just bounced $40, but I don't think the earnings are actually out. Someone might have fat fingered here. Earnings are not out here on SNDK, but there is a big volume spike, and it did just ramp up almost $40 from the lows. But it's a $1,300 stock, so keep that in mind. I think Expedia is reported, but we're not expecting these guys for another few minutes anyway, so someone might have just fat-fingered or gotten a little bit excited because it's right back to where it was.
Iran war back on? Yeah, no, I don't know what just happened there at the last couple seconds of the day, but the market did bleed down. I mean, we can wait 2 more minutes if we want to check out to see if SpaceX hits. Or not SpaceX, if SNDK hits. If it doesn't hit at 05, I know Neil's got to go anyways, but I don't know what tanked that market right at the end of the day there. Does anybody have any ideas? Apple upside. Did Google finally give it up at the end? Not really. But yeah,
Nvidia moved down 1%.
Yeah, that could have been it.
No, not even. Maybe like $1. Nah.
Yeah, SpaceX. Okay, Western Digital is now out. Okay, so we'll have a quick look at WDC now. So WDC is now out. So whether or not this is going to be something about SpaceX, SanDisk or not, yeah, we can go over to Adara. There it is, down to 480 right now. So a nice move lower on Western Digital. What do you have back there?
I'm going to keep this side screen up so we can see if SanDisk pops up on the radar, but you've got 44% year-over-year growth here for WDC, 3.75 billion, GAAP gross margin 54.1%, GAAP diluted EPS $8.21 per share. They're guiding Q1 2027 revenue between 42 and 49% year over year. So yeah, guys, in case you didn't know, SanDisk and WDC were formerly, connected and buddies, then they split off, which is why they're reporting the same fiscal quarter. They're both reporting Q4 and FY 2026 earnings. I also have Axon revenue beat up 35% year over year. Adjusted EPS down 14% year over year, but beating estimates. I don't know if anyone trades this intraday except for me sometimes, so I don't know really how much we care about this AXON. It's very spready and very low liquidity. They raised their revenue growth outlook. That's all I have in AXON. Still nothing on SanDisk.
Yeah.
So yeah, WDC, and if you're looking at the chart here for WDC, it's not like it's the end of the world here, but you are trying to take out those lows of 440. If that comes into play, as we had sort of ticked about, there was another chart. You're talking about TD before. That's right. That's not going to hit anything today. But if that 440 is a factor there, then yeah, it looks like then maybe that 1,000. I was just kind of just playing around when I was mentioning 1,000 there on SNDK. That's where your 200 period moving average is, and then somebody that's never been involved in this, that would be potentially a good buy spot if that does wind up coming in. But for right now, SanDisk is making lower moves because of Western Digital right now. So catching a little bit of shrapnel from Western Digi. Someone said
it is worth mentioning the data on the earnings that the last time when SanDisk had the bounce on earnings, I don't think Western Digital was as lucky that day. I feel like SanDisk bounced that day. I'd have to double check, but I seem to remember Western Digital doing poorly when it initially dipped relative to the dip on SanDisk. So we'll see. They don't report for another minute or so, so we'll see if it's going to catch a bit of it. There's already a recovery happening. Remember, this is all before earnings here. So you get that little sympathy push down, someone fat-fingered early. If they're on time at 405, then we'll get to have a look at them. I still think this is probably the better one for the dip buy between them and Western Digital.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much love for SanDisk all the time.
Yeah, it's got the
Okay, we are now 15 seconds away. Hopefully we get it for you. If not, we'll last a minute and we'll get out of here. SNDK right here. Looking for it to come out in approximately 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I know, very dramatic. 1. And here we go. It is out. 13. It's cranking lower right there. There goes SNDK. Down 8%. A little bit of a low move. Breaking through 1,200. 1,260. 1,250 coming in for SanDisk. It's not good, man. SanDisk lower. It's coming in 1,250, 1,251, 1,240. Can we see 1,200? Can we see 1,100, 1,100, and 1,200 coming in for SNDK? Yell at me, Adara, when you have it. Okay, you have it?
Don't see it.
Waiting for it yet. Okay, 12, 15, 12. 1,200 flat. Can we see 1,100 right now on SanDisk? It is getting lower right now, SNDK.
I see it. 50. That
a quick
can't
check.
be right.
WDC also going downside right now. Both these names getting hit. We stayed late for you. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe if you like this kind of coverage. Adara, are we ready? Yeah. Okay, let's go back.
I have the revenue here, 8.97 billion. That's going to be up 51% quarter over quarter. GAAP net income, $6.9 billion. That's going to be $43.97 diluted EPS. That's definitely going to beat estimates. Fiscal 2026 revenue up 175% year over year to 20.25 billion. So yeah, guys, again, 51% quarter over quarter Q4 revenue growth. You've got 175% year over year fiscal revenue growth. They're expecting Q1 2027 revenue between 10.3 billion and 10.8 billion. Non-GAAP diluted EPS 44 cents to 46 cents per share. That non-diluted GAAP EPS, that's not a lot of growth, guys, sequentially. So that could be a little bit of an issue here for SNDK. I'm also seeing comments from Feds Cook coming in for whatever that's worth. But yeah, so just to recap here, revenue versus estimates for SanDisk for Q4, 8.97 billion versus 8.48 billion expected. Looks like we barely just eked out a revenue beat there.
So 372% year-over-year revenue growth, 51% quarter-over-quarter, and it pulls back. It didn't actually get to the 11 and a quarter. It looks like it's bouncing off to 1,200, but
yeah, who knows?
It's still early. It's only been a couple of minutes, of course. Remember, they got the call. The big event tomorrow is going to be a lot of extra earnings, but remember, it's the SpaceX lockup, I think, is probably the big thing. How is the market going to like this? They turned it red late in the day, and then now we get two memory names that are obviously getting bled a little bit here. They're down double digits. So it's hard to say it was a good day for the market. And with it, on top of that, AMD was also down. So you had AMD as well heading to the downside. We'll see how the rest of the reaction plays out. the rest of the week, and more importantly, in the AM. Because the conference calls do matter. The initial moves aren't that big of a deal. It's what do they do after the call and overnight, and where are we gapping to at 8 a.m., where you guys are going to find us. Big shout out, and I want to thank both Dara, Sia, the entire team, the Midday Boys as well, my man Sean.
Shout out to KO.
Andre. Well, I was gonna end with KO, the guest. I was gonna say
yeah,
thank you to
let's
Andre.
go,
We had some audio issues, everything, and he's been working through it a lot of time by himself. And shout out to Fabian and Ramin, Tiffy as well. But yeah, KO, fantastic guest. Always fun chatting with Kevin O'Leary. I want to thank him for stopping on through. SanDisk is almost back to where it was. It's back to $1,300. It just bounced $100 like nothing. Will it bounce another 100 and go green? We'll find out tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
All right.
See you in the AM, everybody.
Ciao.